إعلان مهم.
重要提示
Important announcement.
Message important.
Важное объявление.
Anuncio importante.
يرجى من المتحدثين الكرام إلقاء بياناتهم بسرعة معقولة لضمان ترجمة فورية وافية وعالية الجودة.
为了帮助口译准确完整传递发言信息，请代表发言时语速不要过快。
Speakers are kindly reminded to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace to ensure complete and quality interpretation.
Il est rappelé aux orateurs qu'ils doivent présenter leur déclaration à un rythme raisonnable afin de garantir une interprétation complète et de qualité.
Напоминаем ораторам, что для того, чтобы устный перевод был полным и качественным, необходимо выступать в умеренном темпе.
Se ruega a los oradores que pronuncien sus declaraciones a un ritmo razonable para garantizar una interpretación íntegra y de calidad.
Excellences, distingués collègues.
Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, I call to order the 22nd meeting of the 60th session of the Human Rights Council. A very good morning, everyone. And I know that we had to get up a bit early this morning and there aren't very many of us in the room, but we are going to continue the interactive dialogue, the enhanced interactive dialogue on the report of the High Commissioner on the Human Rights Situation in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. We will continue the list of speakers for states, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cambodia.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation took note of the High Commissioner's report on the situation of human rights in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Cambodia encouraged the DPRK to continue advancing its cooperation and engagement with relevant stakeholders, particularly with the United Nations body and mechanisms, in a spirit of mutual respect, constructive dialogue, and equality in order to promote human rights. Cambodia maintains that all country mandates should be established on the foundation of consent and cooperation with the country under review, and that direct communication with country concerned is significant in ensuring objective assessment based on the entire truth on the ground. We also believe that the credibility and impact of human rights mechanisms depend on a balanced approach grounded in universality, objectivity, and impartiality, while fully respecting the principles of sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and non-interference, as outlined in the United Nations Charter. I thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom.
The UK is grateful for the High Commissioner's report, which draws attention to the DPRK's continued widespread and systematic violations of human rights. We are also grateful for the bravery of the 314 victims and witnesses who provided information to his office. As the report makes clear, there has been no improvement in the human rights situation in the DPRK since 2014. If anything, it has got worse. The death penalty is being implemented for a wider range of acts, including the sharing of foreign media. There is more pervasive surveillance and an increased use of forced labour. As the High Commissioner has pointed out, the DPRK's current extreme isolation is a major barrier to improving human rights. The UK believes that diplomacy and negotiation are the best way to secure peace on the Korean Peninsula and to improve the lives of North Koreans. The UK urges the DPRK to engage meaningfully and constructively with the international community, to take tangible steps to improve its human rights record, and to allow UN human rights mechanisms unhindered access to the country in order to support permanent improvements for the people of the DPRK. To the Office of the High Commissioner, how will you work with Member States to ensure they uphold the principle of non-refoulement of individuals to the DPRK? Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Burundi. Thank you, President. We thank the office for the report. We believe that there must be constructive cooperation and constructive dialogue between states, and that must be the basis for our work. Specific country-based mandates without the consent of the country concerned violate the principles enshrined in the United Nations. The DPRK government aims to protect and promote the human rights of their people throughout their territory, and we see cooperation with the Human Rights Council and its mechanisms. We also welcome the adoption and implementation of local development initiatives, ensuring that everyone in the country can enjoy a prosperous life. We support the government's initiatives to consolidate human rights and the well-being of their people, and we reaffirm that states have a responsibility to promote and protect human rights. Thank you. Thank you. We'll continue with the list of speakers from non-governmental organizations. We'll give the floor to the Database Center for a video statement.
NKDB and FIDH commend the High Commissioner's 10-year assessment report and urge UN member states to act on its recommendation. Over the past decade, the DPRK has sealed its borders, criminalized communication, and systematically denied its people their right to information and contact with outside world, in flagrant violation of international human rights law. The findings of the High Commissioner's latest report confirm that repression has deepened and victims have remained without justice or remedy. In recent years, the DPRK has also actively contributed to blatant violations of international law by deploying its soldiers to fight in Russia's war against Ukraine. A domestic human rights crisis has now evolved into a broader threat to international peace and security, one that this Council cannot afford to ignore. Mr. President, 10 years ago, the Commission of Inquiry's report on human rights in the DPRK was monumental. It provided undeniable evidence of crimes against humanity and placed the plight of the North Korean people firmly on the international agenda. Yet, today that momentum requires new impetus. We therefore call for renewed commitment and support to truth and justice for victims of human rights violations in North Korea, both judicial measures and non-judicial mechanisms, including memorialization, truth-telling, and psychosocial support. The victims cannot wait another decade for justice. Their rights and dignity must be upheld. Their suffering must be neither forgotten or ignored. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the Christian Solidarity Worldwide, also for a video statement.
We welcome the report of the High Commissioner. Grave and widespread violations of the right to freedom of religion or belief continue in the DPRK, and any DPRK citizen who expresses an opinion or belief outside the state ideology faces severe punishment, including imprisonment, torture, and even execution under the anti-reactionary and thought law. We call on the DPRK to uphold and respect the right to freedom of religion or belief and to release all persons currently detained in prison camps immediately and unconditionally. We also call on China to adhere to international obligations with regards to refugees, ensuring that those who flee the DPRK are protected. Citizens who escape to China risk forcible repatriation, which contravenes China's obligations under international refugee law. Repatriated individuals found to have had contact with Christians are known to face particularly harsh punishment. DPRK government-backed hackers have stolen more than $1.5 billion in cryptocurrencies this year alone. We call for greater sophisticated financial sanctions aimed at targeting and seizing digital assets, as they're being increasingly used to sidestep existing sanctions and fund the Kim regime. CSW is deeply concerned by excessive domestic military spending and the confirmation of North Korean soldiers fighting in Russia's legal war in Ukraine. Such actions must be condemned and greater effort made to block continued arms transfers by the DPRK to Russia. We call on all members of the international community to act on the recommendations of the COI, Special Rapporteur and High Commissioner to refer the DPRK situation to the International Criminal Court and ensure human rights concerns are consistently raised at every opportunity. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to Human Rights Watch.
We thank the High Commissioner for his comprehensive report spotlighting the worsening human rights situation in the DPRK. Over the past decade, the government has started control of virtually every aspect of people's lives, pervasive surveillance, indoctrination, and severe punishment for economic crimes, and watching authorized media. As the High Commissioner said, we witnessed a lost decade on rights. The DPRK expanded its use of public executions during the COVID-19 pandemic and use of the death penalty, including for human trafficking, pornography, drug-related crimes, and distribution of unauthorized media. Economic, social, and cultural rights have also deteriorated. State policies restricting movement and markets, combined with self-imposed isolation since 2020, have exacerbated hunger, a constant feature of many North Korean lives in the past decade. Meanwhile, most of the 2014 Commission of Inquiry recommendations remain unimplemented. Civil society groups outside the country are crucial in exposing these violations, enabling the High Commissioner and concerned governments to respond. Yet many are now struggling due to the recent government funding cuts. We urge member states to advance justice and accountability, including through referral to the ICC and strengthening UN documentation for future accountability processes, ensure non-refoulement of escapees from the country, increase financial and political support for North Korean civil society groups abroad, ensure all engagement with the DPRK integrates human rights concerns. Inaction is inexcusable. States need to work together to press the DPRK government to end the suffocating restrictions and systemic hunger it imposes on its people. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I give the floor to Center for Global Non-Killing.
Dear human beings, Cher Président, dear populations of the Earth and Korea's excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, everywhere, greetings of peaceful human rights. Peace is mandatory. Peace is mandatory because of the conscience of humanity, for our future history, and for the dignity of every person. Peace is mandatory since the inception of the United Nations Charter 80 years ago. Because of the spirit of the Charter, Article 2, 26, 33, and so forth, peace operation and self-defense should only be the exception, rare, not the norm. Peace is mandatory because it is almost costless. Peace can be considered mandatory because of Article 28 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And peace can be considered mandatory because of the 1953 Armistice Agreement ending the Korean War, which calls for a peace conference and a political solution for the Korean Peninsula. For the sake of the people and of peace, we call on the signatories of the Armistice, the United Nations, and the Koreas to revive the spirit of the Armistice and to convene the proposed peace conference. Every life counts. May peace prevail. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the United Nations Watch.
Mr. President, last week, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights released the 10-year assessment on the DPRK following the 2014 UN Commission of Inquiry that described it as a state without parallel. The report's conclusion is devastating. No other population is under such restrictions in today's world. Political prison camps still operate. Public executions continue, including those who watch K-dramas. Families, including my own, are denied even a phone call or Zoom access as the darkest nation blocks internet access. Forced labor expands. Starvation persists, with 40% of the population undernourished. Meanwhile, munitions and troops are sent to support Russia's illegal war against Ukraine. And China continues to forcibly repatriate North Korean escapees, sending them to gulags, torture, even executions. I'm among the few who survived through multiple escapes and imprisonment in China and North Korea DPRK before finally settling in the UK. I have seen public executions, prisoners dying under torture, and children starving to death. Those are not history, they are happening today. So I ask Mr. President, how many more years must my people endure suffering, persecution, and injustice under such oppressive rule when it has already lasted for over 75 years? I thank you.
Merci, je donne la
Thank you. I give the floor to Ingénieur Dumont for a joint statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are deeply alarmed by today's report on human rights in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Last year, the DPRK's delegate claimed legislative changes aimed at correcting unjust trial practices. But make no mistake, with 99% of political cases resulting in convictions, the people of the DPRK are not receiving fair trials. Once they are sentenced, they face years of torment in labor camps. Survivors of these camps describe 15-hour workdays, starvation, torture, and rape. In the harshest facilities, annual death rates have reached up to 25%. These prisoners are not only robbed of human rights, they are seen as subhuman. Today, the DPRK's propensity for human rights has made its way past the country's borders. Its, quote, special alliance of trust and friendship with Russia has allowed both countries to disregard international law. By supplying 1.2 million artillery shells and at least 11,000 troops since 2023, the DPRK is enabling Russia's war in Ukraine and prolonging the suffering of civilians. This alliance forms part of a troubling trend of collaboration between Russia, DPRK, and the Islamic Republic of Iran, in which they trample international law and then shield each other from the consequences. We ask this Council, when will you take action for the victims of the DPRK's abuses, both within and beyond its borders? I thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I give the floor to the International Bar Association for a video statement.
Bari is deeply concerned by the entrenched system of state-organized forced labor in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, which the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights clearly highlights in their latest report. Thousands of people are routinely compelled to work long hours in agriculture, construction, and manufacturing under the guise of voluntary mobilization campaigns. Particularly troubling are the reports on orphans and street children who, without family protection, are forcibly placed in state-run facilities such as farms or mines, where they work in dangerous conditions with little or no pay and with a high risk of death. These practices amount to contemporary forms of slavery. They are incompatible with the DPRK's obligations under the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the Worst Forms of Child Labour Convention. Ibari is also alarmed by credible evidence that DPRK nationals, including minors, are sent abroad under coercive arrangements in sectors such as fishing, hospitality and construction, with wages diverted to the regime. This council cannot ignore such abuses. We urge member states to establish regular reporting and dedicated debates on forced labour and the exploitation of children in the DPRK, building on the High Commissioner's findings. Strengthen independent monitoring and transparency mechanisms on DPRK labour export and its links to global supply chains. Back measures that guarantee survivors and their families can safely provide testimony and take part in decision-making on matters that impact their lives. Implement all recommendations from the High Commissioner's report and the 2014 report of the Commission of Inquiry. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to Amnesty International.
Mr. President, Amnesty International welcomes the High Commissioner's report. A decade after the conclusion of the COI's work, many of its concerns remain unresolved. Political prison camps are still in operation, with detainees enduring inhumane and extremely harsh conditions. Reports of torture and other ill treatment, arbitrary detention, and enforced disappearances persist. Despite greater visibility on the diplomatic stage, the DPRK remains, for the vast majority of its people, sealed off from the world. Borders are tightly controlled and permission to leave is granted only in the rarest cases. Severe restrictions on freedom of expression, including access to information, have left people cut off from the wider world. The internet is not available to the general population. Amnesty International shares the High Commissioner's assessment that the DPRK's extreme isolation represents an anomaly. Mr. President, the presentation of this report not only reinforces long-standing concerns and the need for ongoing attention to them by this Council, it should also reinvigorate efforts to identify a way forward. Sustained international engagement, credible processes for evidence gathering and accountability, and a victim-centered approach are all essential. The OHCHR's sole office plays a vital role in this work, and it must receive the Council's full support. We urge DPRK to uphold its international human rights obligations, to engage genuinely with UN mechanisms, and grant full and unfettered access to UN human rights experts and mechanisms, including the High Commissioner and the Special Rapporteur. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. This was the last speaker on my list, and I now give the floor to our speakers for their concluding remarks. You have 3 minutes each, and I give the floor to Ms. Yo Sim-Ming for a video message.
For listening to my story, I know what I have shared may feel heavy and painful, but I'm not here only to speak about suffering. I'm here because I believe in hope. Hope is not just a feeling. Hope is action. When you listen, when you speak out, when you stand with the oppressed, that is how hope becomes real. The people of DPRK may never hear your voice directly, but when the world does not turn away, the message will still reach them. Every resolution, every campaign, every word of the solidarity matters. I am only one young woman who escaped, but together, all of you have the power to make freedom possible for millions. Please keep speaking, keep defending human rights, and keep believing in change. The day DPRK finds freedom will not only be the joy of my family, but the miracle created by all of us together. Thank you. Yesterday, I listened to other countries talk about the report, and it made me very sad. Some say the report was long, and others asked for fairness. Listening to this made me think deeply about how we face the truth. It is natural for humans not to believe something they have not seen with their own eyes. That is not wrong. But the real problem happens when we hear the truth, know the facts, and still choose to ignore them. At the moment, we need to check our own hearts and think carefully. I want to speak to those who do not believe the report. Today, it may seem like someone else's problem, but tomorrow, it could be your own. If we close our eyes to the truth, it will come back us as more suffering. That is why I ask you, do not ignore the truth. Listen to the voice of people who are suffering. This is not only a matter of conscience, but also our duty to future generation. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne
Thank you. And I'll give the floor to Elizabeth Salmon, also for a video message.
Excelencias,
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates and representatives of civil society. After having listened to your contributions, in the short time I have available, I would like to highlight two important ideas. First of all, I fully agree with all of those that have requested a dialogue with the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. It is, in fact, a matter for the state to guarantee, protect, and promote the human rights of all persons that fall within their jurisdiction. And this being so, we would ask the DPRK to fully comply with these requirements and to work with the international community in order to meet the humanitarian needs of the people, food, education, drinking water, amongst many others, but also to meet the request for justice of the population and ensure that there is an immediate improvement in terms of access to rights. This means that we must have independent monitoring mechanisms on the ground in the country, ensuring that UN teams are allowed access and ensuring the diplomatic and humanitarian teams are in place. We must also emphasize that dialogue and all of this cannot be done without a great effort. Any effort to reach out to the DPRK must be welcome, and we must seize every opportunity to do this. For example, at the forthcoming meeting of the Asia-Pacific Economic Forum, which will be held in the Republic of Korea shortly. But this dialogue must be held ensuring that human rights are at the heart of all conversations. Not to do this will not just not yield positive results. It will also leave by the wayside fundamental legal and ethical considerations. As Ms. Meng said yesterday, we mustn't forget the people of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. The people have an ardent wish for a better future, and it is for them that we must strive. This is the only possible approach that we must have if we are seeking peace, which is truly fair and sustainable. Thank you.
Merci. J'invite maintenant.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite the Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights to make her concluding remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates and representatives of civil society, thank you for these thoughts and reflections on the report of the High Commissioner, and most of all to our panelists for their very powerful testimonies and messages. The human rights situation in the country is extremely concerning, as we have heard. However, I want to emphasize change is possible. We have documented nominal improvements in the treatment of people in detention facilities, new laws that, if implemented, could strengthen fair trial guarantees. The government has also been engaging with the international human rights system and with my office on human rights training. All of these efforts are steps in the right direction, and this is where our focus should shift. Some delegations raised the issue of the impact of sanctions on human rights in the DPRK. And let me be clear, the High Commissioner has explicitly expressed concerns with sanctions that negatively impact the enjoyment of human rights, particularly the rights to food and health. Member states implementing sanctions continue to have human rights obligations under international law, particularly in relation of the provisions under the ICESCR. The High Commissioner has also urged the DPRK to provide access to UN agencies in order to provide adequate and credible data and other evidence to enable an accurate analysis of the human rights and humanitarian impact of sanctions. One of the key messages of the report is the extreme isolation of the country and the need to open up and engage to improve the human rights situation. One crucial step would be to allow the United Nations and other international organizations to resume their operations in the DPRK, giving them access to reliable data and moving ahead with the development of a new UN strategic partnership framework for cooperation. Member states with presence in the DPRK and other influential states can encourage the government to engage with the international community on human rights. And people-to-people contact could also foster dialogue and cooperation. The report lists a number of other steps to bring the people of DPRK into contact with the outside world, including access to information and the resumption of contacts with family members abroad. More specifically, the High Commissioner has urged the DPRK to expand its engagement with the UN human rights mechanisms and with this office. OHCHR indeed prioritizes engagement with DPRK, and we are taking every opportunity to engage with state officials, including in the context of the recent UPR and periodic review by the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Mr. President, faced with such a chronic situation, a number of delegations asked what concrete actions can be pursued to improve the human rights for people in the DPRK. The High Commissioner has specified immediate steps in this regard to build momentum and foster credibility. For the international community, a dual approach of engagement on the one hand, while we pursue efforts toward accountability, offers the most promising way forward. On engagement, states with influence and diplomatic presence in the DPRK, as I said, have a special role. States can support accountability, both judicial and non-judicial, in many ways, including national judicial processes based on universal jurisdiction, supporting a referral of the situation to the ICC, and realizing the rights of victims resident on their territories. The international community needs to make improvement of human rights central to efforts to secure peace and security on the Korean Peninsula, including on the issue of sanctions, as I mentioned earlier. States must scrupulously observe the principle of non-refoulement and not forcibly repatriate DPRK citizens. They have suffered years of repression, and the international community has an obligation to protect them. Finally, states can support the work of our office in monitoring and reporting on the situation, collecting information and evidence for accountability purposes, and providing technical assistance to DPRK. No other international actor plays this role. I think together we must work harder to ensure that in 10 years from now, we are not talking of yet another lost decade for the people of the DPRK. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of our enhanced interactive dialogue. I wish to express my thanks to Madam Deputy High Commissioner and to all other speakers for their contributions. Excellencies, colleagues, we're now going to listen to the oral update of the Commission of Inquiry on the Syrian Arab Republic.
J'ai le plaisir d'accueillir
I have the honour to welcome the members of the Commission, Mr. Paulo Sergio Pinheiro, and I give you the floor, sir.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, distinguished friends.
You today under duress, tasked with presenting our assessment on the Syrian Arab Republic. At the same time, I cannot ignore that one of our colleagues, Francesca Albanese, a special rapporteur on the Palestinian occupied territories, is facing serious reprisals for fulfilling the very same duty entrusted on us by the Human Rights Council here. And what is this task? Inform the world on the situation of human rights. Our collective endeavor exists precisely to promote more debate on human rights, not less debate on human rights. Monsieur le Président, Excellence, of brutal dictatorship. 9 months ago, a wave of renewed aspirations for peace and justice swept Syria. During our visit last week, we observed that these hopes continue to be very much present for many. Though outbursts of violence against civilians in parts of the country are sources of grave concern. In Damascus, with entering government officials, we discussed the potential of the ongoing political and institutional transformation to enhance the respect and protection of human rights for all Syrians. We also took to them our concerns regarding renewed violence and challenges to the enjoyment of human rights that require concrete steps to address, as set out in the recommendations of our latest report. The Minister of Justice assured us that every effort was being made to guarantee that arrests taking place in Syria are happening with judicial oversight and that detainees have access to their families and lawyers. Of course, an assurance we are pleased to receive and on which you will follow up very closely. In this regard, we reiterate our long-standing recommendation for a moratorium on the implementation of the death penalty with a view towards full abolition. We also met with the new National Authority on Missing Persons and members of the Transitional Justice Authority. We stressed the importance of ensuring that the families who have tirelessly searched for their loving ones are central to this process as active participants. Syria's future depends on integrating all its regions and communities in a unified, secure, rights-respecting state. This requires a political and security environment sufficiently stable for the root causes of grievance and violations to be addressed, to build robust, accountable, and transparent governance and guarantee of non-repetition. The human rights situation in Syria, while vastly different from the systematic violations of the Assad era, is nonetheless dire. Last month, we released a report documenting attacks on the Alawite community since January 2025, peaking with the widespread and systematic killing of more than 1,400 men, women, and children in just a few days in March across Latakia, Tartus, and Hama governorates, including by members of the interim government security forces. Such acts, which may amount to war crimes, call for decisive protection, accountability, and compensation for victims and affected communities by the state authorities. We noted that the interim authorities encouraging settlements last week regarding holding those responsible for the crimes committed in March accountable and look forward to additional transparent and visible action in that regard. All individuals held in state custody for suspected violations of international human rights or domestic law must be held in a dignified manner and brought promptly before impartial tribunals with guarantees of fair trial. Our report proposed several recommendations, which the Foreign Minister encouragingly indicated will serve as a roadmap for the government. Concerted efforts are needed to restore protection, ensure well-trained law enforcement and no repetition. This is urgent. We continue to receive reports of ongoing killings, arbitrary arrests, and detention of members of the Alawite community, as well as the confiscation and occupation of the property of those fled the March violence. Other areas are also impacted. In August, an armed group evicted many Alawite residents in Damascus suburb of Sumaria, claiming they held eviction orders on behalf of the state, with reports of abductions, beatings, and ill treatment of civilians amidst sectarian insults. We call on the interim authorities to urgently address the underlying causes of violence, prevent the recurrence of violations, and work to restore trust between the state and impacted communities. We have seen how hate speech and incitement to violence contributed to the commission of severe violations. Such inflammatory statements are continuing to fuel fear, division, and violence, and have the potential to lead to further escalation, including in areas and communities that were spared during the recent spikes in violence. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, mid-July saw another round of violence in Soweto Governorate, stemming from a local conflict between Druze and Bedouin communities that drew in other actors and displaced nearly 200,000 civilians. Hundreds of people, predominantly Druze, but also Bedouins and others, were killed and injured, according to our initial information. Following the intervention of interim government forces who stated they were there to restore order, videos show Druze men being summarily executed and subjected to humiliating and degrading treatment, revealing a climate of extreme violence, marked also by looting and destruction of property. Bedouin communities also reported being subjected to serious violations at the hands of certain armed groups. The conduct of interim government security forces during these operations raised serious concern, and the interim president stated last week that mistakes were made by all parties. On 31st July, the Minister of Justice appointed a committee tasked with investigating the reported serious violations, including allegedly by forces who participate in atrocities committed in the coastal areas in March. It announced earlier this month that members of interim government security forces have been arrested for committing violations, some on the basis of video evidence. When we met the committee last week, they underscored their independence and intention to impartially investigate violations against all communities. Our own investigations into these events was initiated in July. We had sought access to Soweto by the time of our visit last week, during which we met both Druze and Bedouins who had fled Soweto with Damascus. We welcome the announcement last Tuesday by the Foreign Ministry in the roadmap on Soweto that the Commission, in the very first item, is invited to investigate these events. Accordingly, we are proposing new dates to initiate work in the all affected areas shortly. This clashes also triggered the involvement of other actors, including tribal forces from other parts of the country, illustrating the overall fragility of the current security environment across Syria. Israel further deepened its military involvement and continued its frequent airstrikes on Syria, including Damascus near key government buildings, causing significant destruction and reportedly resulting in civilian casualties, and recently in the vicinity of Homs, Latakia, and Palmyra cities. In the south, Israel continued to violate Syria's sovereignty, further occupying lands beyond the 1974 separation line, forcibly displacing civilians residing there and reportedly arbitrarily detaining Syrian nationals. These actions further destabilize highly secure regions and must end immediately. In northeast Syria, tensions are also high as efforts to implement the 10 March agreement between the interim authorities and the SDF appear to have stalled. Recent clashes accompanied by violent rhetoric have triggered concerns that a further eruption of violence may undermine the status quo in this part of the country, where thousands of alleged ISIL members remain detained and the threat of ISIL persists. In this context, it is essential to intensify efforts towards de-escalation and dialogue. All in all, more than 220,000 people are estimated to have been newly internally displaced from areas seeing hostilities and violence, in addition to many missing or abducted. Among the latter, women have been particularly exposed. We received reports of gender-based violence and abduction of Druze women following the clashes in Soweto. We also received the reports of primarily Alawite women abducted in broad daylight in city centers by unknown armed actors. Initial information indicates that some were sexually assaulted before their release, while others were subjected to forced marriage. It is highly disturbing that in many cases where women went missing, families report that local police authorities have not yet investigated such acts. We call on the interim authorities to immediately take action on this case. More encouragingly, nearly 1 million Syrian refugees and 2 million IDPs have returned to their homes since 8 December. We welcome the easing of sanctions by US, EU, and UK, which opens up potential for vital reconstruction that could reduce humanitarian needs. For the moment, however, these needs are more acute than ever for 60 million people, and yet aid agencies have so far received only just 18%. I repeat, just 18%. This is a shame of the humanitarian appeal for 2025. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, je vais conclure. The Syrian people continue to call for justice that restores their dignity after dictatorship and war, for a future built on rights, accountability, and inclusion, rather than fear, oppression, and violence. We call on all states in this honorable assembly to support their legitimate aspirations and to assist the interim Syrian authorities in building towards the future. Merci.
Merci. Conformément à notre
Thank you. In line with practice, we shall now hear the concerned country. So I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Syria. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank the Commission of Inquiry for its oral update and appreciate its balanced approach and efforts, Mr. President. The overthrow of the former regime constituted a historic milestone long awaited and struggled for by the Syrians. We are, however, fully aware that this does not mark the end of the journey, but rather the beginning of a demanding chapter, one replete with challenges, setbacks, and even mistakes. Yes, yet it's equally a chapter imbued with hope and a firm resolve to heal the scars of the past and move toward a brighter future. While transitional phases inherently carry profound challenges and deeply rooted complexities in the case of Syria, they are more acute due to the deep wounds and heavy legacy left behind by the former regime. This is not to mention the many pressing and fundamental issues that cannot be postponed, chief among them transitional justice, the search of the missing, the return of refugees and IDPs, the restructuring of the security and military sectors, and the lifting of sanctions. Therefore, any objective and balanced approach to the situation in Syria, including the painful and unacceptable events in the coastal region and in Soweto, which should never have occurred, must take all the challenges and considerations into account. This, of course, does not imply that the Syrian government is shirking its responsibilities. Quite the contrary. It has taken immediate and serious measures to investigate those events, hold those involved accountable, and consolidate national reconciliation. Syria has taken an extraordinary step, not only by granting the COI unprecedented access, but also by providing it with full support and facilitation to investigate the events in the coastal area without any restrictions. The letter addressed from Minister Asad El-Shibani, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates, to the chair of the COI, clearly outlined Syria's position on the Commission's report. The government will continue to pursue its measures in this regard to ensure justice and address all the consequences of these events. Mr. President, as part of the government's efforts to address the tragic events in Suwaida, a roadmap was developed with the support of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan and the United States of America. It is based on overcoming these events within the national framework and on the basis of respecting Syria's sovereignty and preserving the unity of its people and territory. The roadmap includes a series of practical steps, including that the government calls upon the COI to conduct an investigation into the events in Suwaida, and the government is committed to holding all perpetrators of violations accountable in accordance with Syrian law. As stated by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Shibani, this initiative does not serve the interests of one party over another, but rather it is in the interest of all of Syria and for the good of all its sons and daughters without exception. Hence, Syria condemns Israel's blatant interference in its internal affairs under flimsy pretext, as well as its violation of Syrian sovereignty and the disengagement agreement. Make no mistake, those who committed genocide against innocent civilians in Gaza, those who violate the sovereignty of countries in the region and occupy the lands of others, cannot intervene to protect anyone, but only to sow and fuel division, chaos, and strife among its people of the same homeland. Israeli aggression did not begin with the events in Suwaida, nor were they a response to them, but began decades ago and increased immediately after the fall of the former regime. The Syrian government is continuing its effort to address the legacies of the past, promote national reconciliation and civil space, and build a state founded on the rule of law and equal citizenship for all Syrians without exclusion or discrimination on any subnational basis. Building on previous measures, parliamentary elections will be held in the near future, followed by work on drafting a new constitution, thereby consolidating an inclusive approach and establishing a solid constitutional and legislative foundation. We will continue our positive engagement with international human rights mechanisms, contributing to supporting national efforts and mechanisms. Syria will insist on its full sovereignty and unity, and it categorically rejects any attempts for partition or federalization. Syria seeks to be a source of stability, peace, and rapprochement, and to establish genuine and balanced economic and political partnership with all countries based on common interest, mutual respect, and equal sovereignty. It hopes that your countries will support it in achieving all these goals and aspirations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, excellent.
Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. We shall now move to the interactive dialogue on the report of the High Commissioner on the human rights situation in Nicaragua. The list of speakers will close in 15 minutes. I now give the floor to the Director of the Global Operations Division of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to present the report, Madam.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you.
Excellencias, presento.
Excellencies, I present the report of the High Commissioner on the human rights situation in Nicaragua in line with Resolution 58 marked by the constitutional reforms of 2025 with major adverse impacts on the human rights situation in the country. With a change to over 95% of the text, concentrating the powers in the presidency. This took away the separation of power and removed pluralism, concentrating powers with the president. The new text eliminates the fundamental guarantees, such as express prohibition of torture, the right to due process, or prohibition of censorship. These changes bring about a legislative framework of social control. Excellencies, in June this year, at least 75 people were in arbitrary detention for political reasons. The reform documented 16 cases of torture, including sexual violence, and 31 persons remained forcibly disappeared, as well as major changes in the national police. In the civic space, there has been shrinkage with journalists subject to arbitrary detention, enforced disappearance, and expulsion. Repression also goes beyond the borders. The office noted 52 cases of arbitrary denial of entry and 156 expulsions without legal remedy, separating families and bringing about statelessness. In September 2024, the Supreme Court expelled 136 persons who had been held for political reasons to Guatemala, taking away their nationality, confiscating their property. The reform of the law adopted in 2025, February, institutionalized these practices. The killing in Costa Rica in 2025, June, reflects the risks facing Nicaraguans in exile. Excellencies, cancelling of legal personality of organizations continued. Over 5,000 organizations were closed since 2018, weakening the social fabric further. Freedom of religion continues to suffer, with many organizations closed down and expelled, as well as enforced disappearances and an evangelical pastor held arbitrarily. On terms of macroeconomic stability, there have been no tangible improvements in health, education, housing, or other parameters, limiting the exercise of social, economic, and cultural rights. The exploitation of resources in indigenous and Afro-descendant lands continue without consultation or prior informed consent, with invasions of land, violence, and forced displacement. 4 community leaders were murdered, presumably for defending their lands, and many remain disappeared. As a result, physical and cultural survival of these peoples is at grave risk. The office registered a rise in 21% of feminicides in 2024 compared to the previous year, and the ongoing acts of sexual violence against women and girls, including indigenous girls, and serious abuse in penitentiaries. The absolute criminalization of abortion continues. Excellencies, our office urges the government to free all persons arbitrarily detained immediately and inform us of the location of those who have been forcibly disappeared. We reiterate our call for the human rights of all persons in Nicaragua within and outside the country to be respected. The recommendations made by our office and human rights mechanisms are a guide to make progress in the promotion and protection of human rights in Nicaragua. We reiterate our readiness to support Nicaragua in this process. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. In keeping with our practice, we will start by hearing the delegations of concerned countries, but I note that the delegation of Nicaragua is not present in the room, and I call on interested delegations to ask questions and make comments, I call on the distinguished representative of the Netherlands on behalf of a group of countries.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to deliver the statement on behalf of Belgium, Luxembourg, and my own country, the Kingdom of the Netherlands. We thank the Office of the High Commissioner for its report. You remain deeply concerned about the human rights situation in Nicaragua, characterized by the erosion of the rule of law and increasing restrictions of fundamental freedoms. The report shows how the government has created a systematic climate of repression and flagrant violation of international human rights law. Arbitrary measures such as revoking the nationality of citizens, prohibiting the return of nationals from abroad, or arbitrary detentions have compounded these violations and deepened human suffering. We deeply regret Nicaragua's disengagement from the Human Rights Council and its increasing isolation from the international human rights system. Such steps strip Nicaraguan citizens of their vital protections and protecting of their human rights. We strongly urge Nicaragua to respect, protect, and fulfill the human rights of all individuals. We encourage the authorities to fully implement the recommendations it has received. We further urge Nicaragua to reinstate the legal status of civil society organizations. Mr. High Commissioner, with Nicaragua retreating from the international human rights system, how can we, the international community, ensure that Nicaragua is held accountable for the obligations under international human rights law? I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I call on distinguished representative of the European Union.
President, Madam Director, the European Union thanks you for this report and regrets Nicaragua's disengagement from the Council and from the UPR. The EU shares your serious concern about the persistent erosion of the rule of law and human rights, including through the reform of the Constitution. The EU calls for the end of any form of repression against dissenting voices. We also call for the immediate and unconditional release of all those arbitrarily detained. Families of those forcibly disappeared must be informed of their whereabouts. The EU is deeply concerned about allegations of torture on detainees, including sexual violence, as well as the targeting of their relatives, forced expulsion, stripping of citizenship, and confiscation of property. We reiterate our strong call for the full adherence to international law and obligations enshrined in human rights treaties. We call on Nicaragua to renew cooperation with international human rights organizations, the UN Group of Human Rights Experts, and the UNHRC. The EU reaffirms its strong support to the Nicaraguan people and to all efforts aimed at finding a Nicaraguan-led, democratic, peaceful, and negotiated solution to the ongoing crisis. Ms. Kohonen, could you please elaborate on the possible use of transnational repression against dissenting voices? I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la...
Thank you. I call on the distinguished representative of Norway on behalf of a group of countries.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Nordic Baltic states. I thank the High Commissioner and his office for his comprehensive report and the briefing just now, which sadly leaves no room for indifference. We are gravely concerned by the persistent erosion of human rights and the rule of law in Nicaragua, particularly in light of the constitutional reform adopted on 30 January 2025, which removed human rights safeguards, including the prohibition of torture, essential fair trial guarantees, and protections for freedom of expression. We reiterate that the prohibition of torture is an absolute, non-derogable jus cogens right that cannot be suspended under any circumstance. We are alarmed also by the undue restrictions of the rights of freedom of association and peaceful assembly, freedom of expression, including online, and limitations on the right to freedom of religion or belief, particularly against the Roman Catholic Church. The withdrawal of Nicaragua from the Human Rights Council is deeply regrettable. We urge the government to reconsider this decision, resume constructive engagement, and recommit to its international human rights obligations. Madam Director, what measures is the OHCHR considering to address the lack of accountability in Nicaragua? I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la...
Thank you. I call on the distinguished representative of Chile on behalf of a group of countries. Thank you, President. I speak today on behalf of the core group supporting the resolution on the human rights situation in Nicaragua, comprised of Argentina, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Paraguay, and Peru. We express our deep concern over Nicaragua's decision to withdraw from the Human Rights Council at the start of this year. We're also concerned about its failure to complete the fourth cycle of its Universal Periodic Review. We urge the Nicaraguan government to respond to the recommendations received as part of this exercise. This continued lack of engagement is a signal of a troubling disregard for its international human rights obligations. In this context, we welcome the OHCHR's most recent report and are particularly alarmed by the closure of civic and democratic space. We call on Nicaragua to address the recommendations of the Office of the High Commissioner and fully to restore cooperation with the Office and other UN human rights mechanisms, including by granting unrestricted access to the country. Such engagement is particularly urgent in light of the upcoming electoral cycle and the pressing need to re-establish the rule of law and the separation of powers. Finally, we urge the Nicaraguan authorities to fulfill their obligations under human rights and immediately release all 73 political prisoners, including stopping the repression of dissidents and journalists and that of a transnational character, and ensure victims of human rights violations have meaningful access to justice and reparation. Thank you.
Merci. Je redonne.
Thank you. I now give the floor once again to the representative of Chile for the national statement. And please do read slowly, says the president. Thank you. Chile thanks the High Commissioner for the report, which very clearly reflects the seriously worsening situation of human rights in Nicaragua. We see there's an erosion of the rule of law through regressive constitutional reform, weakening separation of powers, and the arbitrary use of institutions to repress dissidents. The report details the erosion of fundamental freedoms and the oppression of civil society and independent communication media. We see withdrawal of nationality and the exile of thousands of Nicaraguans who are separated from their families. Chile has granted our nationality to Nicaraguan exiles, restating our commitment to those that have been arbitrarily deprived of their nationality. We're particularly concerned at the persistent arbitrary detentions, torture, sexual violence, amongst others, of persons deprived of liberty. The report also says there's increasing femicide and violence against women and girls, particularly Afro-descendant and indigenous women and girls, and they face very many forms of violence and discrimination. We support the work of the High Commissioner, and we call on the government of Nicaragua to immediately stop the human rights violations, to broaden democratic space, and to renew its cooperation with the United Nations. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Spain. Thank you very much, President. Spain aligns itself with the statement made by the European Union, and we thank the High Commissioner for their report, which reflects that the taking of power by the executive through legislative and constitutional reform has further weakened human country. We're particularly concerned at the persecution of political prisoners and opponents, both in Nicaragua and abroad. And we see violence and torture against detainees and prisoners. We reject the use of arbitrary deprivation of nationality, which runs counter to international human rights law. This is why in Spain we have an extraordinary mechanism to grant Spanish nationality to dissidents, and this is part of our solidarity with Nicaraguans who've been deprived of their nationality. We urge the government of Nicaragua to cease the suppression of dissidents and the communication media. We believe there must be the lifting of restrictions to NGOs and religious groups, and there must be free, fair and transparent elections. The right to political participation must be ensured so that the Nicaraguan people can decide in freedom the future for their country. We regret that Nicaragua has decided to withdraw from the Human Rights Council and its mechanisms. We call for renewed cooperation with your office and all mechanisms. The President interrupts. Thank you. I give the floor to Brazil.
Gracias, President.
Thank you very much, President. We thank the High Commissioner for their report. We are concerned at the worsening human rights situation of the rule of law and the independence of powers in Nicaragua. We can see systematic restrictions to fundamental freedoms, such as freedom of expression, of opinion, of association, of peaceful assembly, and of religion. And there are documented cases of arbitrary detentions and torture. The report highlights that the new constitution has weakened basic human rights protection, eliminating, for example, the express prohibition of torture. It is essential to respect the rights of indigenous peoples and Afro-descendants, their rights relating to their autonomy and their land. On the other hand, we welcome the high participation of women that have government positions. We believe that these policies promoting equality must be strengthened with specific measures to combat femicide and sexual and gender violence. We urge Nicaragua to resume its full cooperation with the Human Rights Council, the special mechanisms, and the UPR. We urge the High Commissioner's recommendations to be heeded in order to ensure the Constitution is in line with human rights principles and that there be combating of all rights violations. Thank you.
Merci. La liste des orateurs est maintenant.
Thank you. The speakers list is now closed and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Peru.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, President. Peru thanks the High Commissioner for the presentation of the report on the serious human rights situation in Nicaragua. We express our deep concern at the unlawful constitutional reform which have weakened the rule of law, weakened the separation of powers, and fundamentally restricted fundamental freedoms. There is repression of the communication media, religious organizations, civil society, and Afro-descendant and indigenous peoples that face violence, land grabbing, and violation of their basic rights. The practice of arbitrary detention, of enforced disappearance, torture, and deprivation of nationality are a flagrant violation of international human rights law. Peru launches an appeal to the Nicaraguan government to immediately free all persons arbitrarily detained, to re-establish the guarantees of due process, to return legal personality and the assets seized from organizations, and to ensure that free, real, transparent elections are held. Peru will support any effort to re-establish dialogue and understanding between Nicaraguans so that a peaceful and sustainable solution can be found to the crisis, allowing a return to democracy and the rule of law. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Argentina.
Yes.
President, a very good morning. Thank you to the office and thank you for the office, which holds up a mirror to the situation, which is unforgivable. We can see that this is the work of a revolutionary. We are seeing a real human rights situation in November. On the 4th of November of 1984, Mr. Ortega said, and I quote, "The democracy which will be established in Nicaragua will be an example for the whole of Latin America." End of quotation. And yesterday, the young idealist spoke of democracy and freedom. And today, the dictator is closing everyone behind bars, including a blood brother, lots of people are detained in house arrest. We have to think about all of these situations, but it's not just about Ortega, it's about all of us of this council. There is a very thin line, almost an invisible line, which separates indifference from complicity. And it's really ironic. Ortega has changed his idea of freedom into a private revolution. But it would be worse for us in the name of caution to be neutral or remain in silence, because we would end up his accomplices. Silence or indifference is never neutral. It's simply complicity. We have to we only have the power of words, which can be a powerful weapon. We mustn't just have regrets. Thank you. Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Paraguay. Thank you, President. The delegation of Paraguay thanks the High Commissioner for their report. It demonstrates a deep concern at the worsening human rights violations in Nicaragua. We firmly condemn the systematic use of forced exile, deprivation of nationality, and even the denial of entry into the country to people on political grounds, and the persecution of those who have different opinions both inside and outside the country. There is a persecution of the academic circles who have been harassed and intimidated. We are concerned at growing censorship and repression of freedom of expression and of religion. We have persons facing harassment, and many of them have had to resort to exile to protect their lives. We have also seen restrictions to the holding of religious masses, and there is ongoing harassment of the clergy and lay persons, and any independent person can be a target. We launch an urgent appeal to the government of Nicaragua to fully comply with international human rights law, to cooperate with international mechanisms, and that they guarantee the existence of independent institutions, allowing for critical voices to be raised without the fear of reprisals. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank the High Commissioner for the report. We are deeply concerned about the continued deterioration of the human rights situation in Nicaragua, arbitrary deprivation of nationality, undue restrictions on living or re-entering the country, torture and ill treatment, sexual violence, and arbitrary detentions are particularly alarming. The latest wide-ranging constitutional amendments, which entered into force in February 2025, represent yet another erosion of the rule of law in Nicaragua, allowing the systematic suppression of dissent and demonstrating a total disregard for human rights and fundamental freedoms in breach of international human rights law. We also deeply regret that the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights does not have access to the country and conducts its work remotely. Georgia reaffirms its solidarity with the people of Nicaragua in their pursuit of peace, justice, and accountability, and we support their aspirations for a democratic future where human rights and fundamental freedoms are fully respected. We call on Ortega Murillo regime to respect, protect, and fulfill the human rights of all Nicaraguans, to fully implement the recommendations of OHCHR and international human rights mechanisms. I thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sri Lanka.
Mr. President, Sri Lanka takes note of the report of the High Commissioner for Human Rights on the human rights situation in Nicaragua. We value the progress achieved by the government of Nicaragua in restoring the right to education and right to health for all its people. Sri Lanka respects Nicaragua's effort in seeking economic and social development. We also positively note that the recent legal reform on creating the new regulatory framework for the management of protected areas in the country aimed at the rational use of natural resources and the preservation of biodiversity, which shows Nicaragua's commitment in protecting and valuing the environment. Sri Lanka reaffirms its principal position that country-specific resolutions and initiatives which do not enjoy the support of the country concerned are counterproductive, ineffective, and a drain of scarce resources and will not achieve peace or stability. The GA Resolution 60/251, which set up this council, recognized the importance of ensuring universality, objectivity, and non-selectivity in the consideration of human rights issues, which must be respected by the council, as well as the principle of non-interference in internal affairs. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Uruguay. Thank you, President. We wish to thank the High Commissioner for Human Rights for their report and their update on the human rights situation in Nicaragua. We are viewing with great concern the worsening situation of the human rights and the rule of law in the country, which has been made worse by regressive legal reform and the absence of accountability for human rights violations. We reiterate our condemnation to those that continue to carry out acts of repression against the citizenship, human rights defenders, journalists, political leaders, and any person expressing a different opinion, as well as the encroachment on individual freedoms. The erosion of civil space resulting from the deprivation of civil and political rights is making the situation ever more difficult. There are constitutional amendments which allow deprivation of nationality as a constitutional punishment against those found responsible for acts of high treason. This means that many people are resorting to statelessness and forced exile, and we urge for guaranteeing the re-establishment of the rights of persons deprived of nationality. We urge Nicaragua to resume its participation and cooperation with the Council, the UPR, and other human rights mechanisms of the United Nations. We urge them to start a national dialogue which is inclusive, which leads to the restoring of the rule of law and the respect of fundamental freedoms of the people of Nicaragua. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ukraine.
Mr. President, Ukraine thanks the High Commissioner for the comprehensive report and expresses grave concern over the rapid deterioration of human rights in Nicaragua. Recent constitutional reforms consolidating power under the so-called co-presidency have dismantled checks and balances and destroyed judicial independence. The crackdown on civil society, closure of thousands of NGOs, persecution of religious leaders, and the silences of the media all illustrate the regime's determination to eradicate dissent. Arbitrary detentions, enforced disappearances, torture, including sexual violence, and the stripping of nationality from hundreds of citizens have left many stateless and in exile. Equally alarming are Nicaragua's hostile actions on the international stage. Reports that its leadership conveyed full recognition of the occupied Ukrainian regions of Donetsk, Lugansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia as parts of Russia flagrantly violate the UN Charter, General Assembly resolutions, and international law. Any such recognition is legally null and void and will be treated by Ukraine as an unprecedentedly unfriended act, with consequences to follow. Nicaragua's continued maintenance of the so-called honorary consulate in occupied Crimea only deepens this defiance. Ukraine demands accountability for crimes under international law and urges Nicaragua to immediately restore democracy, respect fundamental freedoms, and cease legitimizing Russian aggression.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Italy.
Mr. President, Italy aligns itself with the EU statement and thanks the Director for his presentation. We are deeply concerned about the report's findings, particularly the backsliding of the rule of law following the recent constitutional reform. We deplore the alarming deterioration of the human rights situation in Nicaragua, especially the undue restrictions on freedom of association, of peaceful assembly, of expression, as well as severe limitations on the freedom of religion or belief, notably the worrying targeting of the Catholic Church. Italy condemns the practice of arbitrary arrest and detention against individuals not aligned with the government, such as political opponents, human rights defenders, journalists, civil society members, and entrepreneurs, who also face expulsions, confiscation of property, and revocation of nationality. We call on the Nicaraguan authorities to engage in constructive dialogue and cooperation with the OHCHR and the UN human rights mechanisms, including the UPR, also by granting access to the country, and urge them to uphold their obligation to respect, protect, and fulfill the human rights of all. Madam Director, what measures do you see as most effective to restore civic and democratic space, as well as political pluralism in Nicaragua? I thank you.
Merci, je donne la
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cyprus.
Thank you, Mr. President. Cyprus aligns with the EU statement and thanks the High Commissioner for his report. We express deep concern over the persistent erosion of the human rights situation and the rule of law in Nicaragua. We condemn the systemic repression of dissent, the closure of civic space, and the targeting of journalists and human rights defenders. The arbitrary deprivation of nationality and forced exile of political opponents are unacceptable and violate international human rights law. The climate of repression, intimidation, and harassment also affects Nicaraguans in exile. We urge the authorities to immediately cease these practices. Cyprus regrets Nicaragua's decision to withdraw from the HRC and the UPR. As highlighted in the report, the lack of cooperation with international human rights mechanisms remains deeply troubling. We call on Nicaragua to re-engage with the human rights ecosystem and to implement the recommendations of the OHCHR. High Commissioner, in view of Nicaragua's deepening isolation and its evident lack of commitment to human rights obligations, what can the international community do to maintain scrutiny of the situation? I thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Costa Rica.
President.
Thank you, President. We wish to commend the High Commissioner for their work and thank them. The outcome of their report reiterate that there is a climate of intimidation and fear which is endured by the people of Nicaragua, particularly human rights defenders and journalists. And what is more, the transnational repression by the government of Nicaragua is extremely serious, as is the murder in Costa Rica of Roberto Samcan. I wish to emphasize 2 points. First of all, arbitrary restrictions to the right to nationality and free movement in Nicaragua is a concern. Citizens are denied re-entry into the country. There are expulsions with no justification or legal remedy. There is an increase in the number of reasons why someone can lose their nationality, including dual citizenship, leading to risks of statelessness. There are no consular services or ID papers for perceived opponents, making their legal status and professional life difficult, leaving many without any official recognition. We're concerned that there's serious economic and social rights deficiency in Nicaragua. The minimum wage doesn't cover the basic food basket, and the economy is very informal. There are discriminatory dismissals on political grounds and arbitrary seizure of assets. We're concerned about the access for employment, health, and education is conditional to loyalty to the Sandinista party. We urge the states here present to review the report. The President interrupts the Speaker. I give the floor to Austria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Austria aligns with the EU statement and thanks the High Commissioner for his report. Austria is deeply concerned by the continued deterioration of human rights and shrinking of civic and democratic space in Nicaragua. Authorities continue to severely curtail the freedoms of association, peaceful assembly and expression, both online and offline. We urge the Nicaraguan government to cease arbitrary detention and release all remaining political prisoners, including those arbitrarily detained for exercising the right to freedom of expression, and to end the practice of stripping of citizenship. We reiterate our call to take immediate steps to end and prevent acts of torture and ill treatment during detention and to ensure access to adequate medical care. Austria is also deeply concerned by systematic violations of due process and the right to a fair trial of persons perceived as opponents of the government. We call on Nicaraguan authorities to ensure fair trial and due process, including access to legal assistance without interference. We reiterate our call on the Nicaraguan government to renew the cooperation with OHCHR and to grant access to international human rights mechanisms. Madam Director, with reference to your presentation today, could you further elaborate on the prosecution of human rights defenders and journalists? Thank you.
Merci. Je ne vois pas
Thank you.
de Russie en salle. Je donne la parole au distingué représentant de la Pologne.
Mr. President, Poland aligned itself with the EU statement. We thank the High Commissioner for presenting the report. Poland remains deeply concerned by the persistent erosion of the human rights situation and the rule of law in Nicaragua. The report clearly shows that the authorities of Nicaragua eliminated any sign of independence and they restricted representatives of civil society organizations from exercising their rights to freedom of peaceful assembly. Those in detention face torture and cruel and degrading treatment, including sexual violence. Poland regrets that Nicaragua decided to disengage from the Human Rights Council and its mechanisms, following the trend of disengagement from other international human rights mechanisms. We urge the authority of Nicaragua to uphold its obligation to respect, protect, and fulfill the human rights of all individuals, especially by ensuring the most fundamental political freedoms and stopping torture or inhuman treatment during detention. Madam Director, in your report, you urge the international community to provide sustained support to strengthen the capacity of Nicaraguan civil society in the country and in exile. What are the most pressing needs of this group? I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la...
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Romania.
Mr. President, Romania thanks the OHCHR for the report and its recommendation. We align with the EU statement. The persistent erosion of human rights and the rule of law and democratic freedoms in Nicaragua, highlighted in the report, continue to raise serious concerns. Deeply worrying are also extensive constitutional changes that concentrate power in the executive branch, undermining judicial independence, political pluralism, and human rights protections. Political participation has been curtailed. Freedom of association, assembly, and expression have been severely restricted. Journalists face arbitrary detention, intimidation, and exile. Civil society organizations, universities, and religious entities have faced repressions, cancellation of legal status, confiscation of assets, and censorship. Arbitrary arrests, enforced disappearances, and torture are widespread. Detainees face inhuman conditions, including physical and sexual violence, psychological abuse, and denial of medical care. Sexual violence and femicide persist with inadequate investigation and protection. We ask the authorities to seize all human rights violations, ensure accountability, and grant reparations for all victims. We call on Nicaragua to resume its participation in and cooperation with the HRC, the UPR, and other UN human rights mechanisms, and to re-establish cooperation with the OHCHR. Madam Director, however illusory a restoration of democracy might seem in the light of the detailed account, how feasible do you see, however, a reversal in the current policies in the country? Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Switzerland thanks the High Commissioner for their report. We are concerned at the ongoing erosion of the human rights situation and of the rule of law in Nicaragua. We've seen regressive legal reforms, notably that of the Constitution, and there is an absence of investigations on human rights violations. And these have a clear repressive effect on civic space. Victims and witnesses of such violations, as well as those who cooperate with the High Commissioner's office, live in the fear of reprisals. We firmly condemn acts against human rights defenders, particularly an ex-Alfred Kanmingen, who, after having participated in a session on indigenous rights here in Geneva, has been living in forced exile. We ask the authorities to immediately allow any Nicaraguan citizens to freely be able to return to their country, to end all repression of opponents in exile, and to guarantee the respect of their right to nationality. We urge the authorities to return to the Human Rights Council and its mechanisms. Broad and constructive participation contributes to the credibility and efficacy of this council. Madam High Commissioner, in August we saw the adoption of a law leading to the nationalization of 10% of the territory of the country. How do you assess this impact of this law on human rights, particularly the rights of indigenous peoples and the rights to private property? Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Germany.
Thank you, Mr. President. Germany aligns itself with the EU statement and thanks the High Commissioner for his report. Germany shares this deep concern regarding the continued deterioration of human rights in Nicaragua. We regret Nicaragua's continued disengagement from this Council and other UN mechanisms. We are alarmed by the latest constitutional reform, which has further deepened the erosion of the rule of law and human rights protection. We note with deep concern reports of arbitrary detentions, torture, and ill treatment, including sexual violence in detention and forced disappearances and the revocation of nationality. We deplore the confiscation of property, the dispossession of indigenous and Afro-descendant communities, and the risk faced by returnees fearing arbitrary arrest. We urge the authorities to end harassing civil society, not least through the cancellation of legal status of 80% of registered organizations, and to cease attacks on women's and indigenous organizations, journalists, and religious leaders. We further stress Nicaragua's obligation to restore fundamental freedoms of expression, peaceful assembly, religion, and belief. Germany reaffirms its solidarity with the people of Nicaragua and supports a peaceful, democratic solution to the crisis. Madam Director, could you elaborate on how the international community might more effectively address acts of transnational repression against Nicaraguan voices in exile? Thank you very much.
Merci. Je donne.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the UK.
We are grateful to the High Commissioner for his report. The continued deterioration of human rights in Nicaragua is deeply concerning. The report reinforces the need for sustained international scrutiny of the systemic dismantling of democratic institutions and repression of civil liberties. The Nicaraguan authorities' regrettable decision to withdraw from the UN Human Rights Council and other international human rights mechanisms must not deter that scrutiny. The arbitrary expulsion of citizens, denial of re-entry and deprivation of nationality are unacceptable and must end. Moreover, the reformed cybercrime law will enable the arbitrary criminalisation of peaceful expression, contributing to a climate of fear, censorship and of intimidation, particularly for journalists in Nicaragua. The report also sheds further light on violations of the rights of indigenous peoples and people of African descent, as well as evidence of the suppression of religious freedom. To the Office of the High Commissioner, we would welcome your views on how the international community can best support implementation of your recommendations and ensure accountability for these serious violations. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Burkina Faso.
Monsieur le Président.
President. My delegation takes note of the report of the human rights situation in Nicaragua presented by the High Commissioner for Human Rights. We welcome the efforts made by the government of Nicaragua to promote and protect human rights in its territory. My delegation believes that these efforts must be recognized and supported by international human rights institutions with a spirit of respecting the sovereignty of Nicaragua. The imposition of non-consensual mandates, which are politically motivated, are counterproductive, conflictual, and run counter to the fundamental principles underpinning the Human Rights Council under Resolution 60251. To conclude, we call on the responsibility of the Human Rights Council that it must urgently promote a climate of sincere and constructive dialogue, which is the only way to promote and protect human rights. Thank you.
La délégation.
Thank you. I see that the delegation of China is not in the room. That was the last speaker on my list, and we shall move to the list of NGOs. I call on the Protestant Agency for Diacony and Development. Thank you. We welcome the report of the Office of the High Commissioner, which shows the systematic violations of human rights in Nicaragua, which are worsening with the state's abandonment of the main protection mechanism, including this council, leaving victims in a situation of complete vulnerability. While I speak to you, over 30 people are in enforced disappearance, dozens of families of political prisoners living in fear of persecution and in state-imposed silence, and many times are forced into exile, making them completely defenseless. In Nicaragua, there's no type of judicial guarantee. Becoming a political prisoner is a death sentence. In August this year, 2 political prisoners, Mauricio Alonso Petri and Carlos Cardenas Cepeda, were found dead. Were handed over dead to their families weeks after they had apparently disappeared. And the authorities forced the families to bury them immediately without investigation. Their deaths were caused by state agents. The state has intensified its transnational repression policy with espionage, threats, and executions in host countries. The latest killing was that of Roberto Samcan in his home. A message of silence and paralysis for the entire exile community. These are gross violations of the human rights of refugees and asylum seekers. We call on the Council to take all necessary measures to end these practices. Thank you. I call on Christian solidarity worldwide.
Thank you, Mr. President. CSW thanks the High Commissioner for this timely report on Nicaragua. We share the High Commissioner's concern regarding enforced disappearances of Lesbia del Soroco Gutierrez Poveda and Carmen Maria Saenz Martinez, both Roman Catholic laywomen. We are also concerned by the recent deaths of 2 political prisoners held incommunicado until their deaths. Dr. Carlos Canedas Zapeda, a lawyer and Roman Catholic lay leader, was arbitrarily detained and held incommunicado from the 13th of August until his death on the 29th of August. His wife was prohibited from holding any funeral services and was not provided with a death certificate or cause of death. His coffin had already been sealed on collection. Less than a week earlier, on the 25th of August, political activist Mauricio Alonso Petri died in arbitrary detention. His cause of death also remains unknown. Mauricio Alonso Petri was detained on the 17th of July during a coordinated armed police operation against Pastor Rudy Palacios Vargas, an outspoken critic of the regime, and several friend and family members, including Mauricio Alonso Petri and his son. No news has been given to the loved ones about their whereabouts, meaning their cases amount to enforced disappearances. We continue to call for the immediate and unconditional release of all political prisoners in Nicaragua and transparency, including a full and detailed investigation into what led to the deaths of Dr. Carlos Cardenas Zepeda and Mauricio Alonso Patri. Those responsible must be held to account and extensive reparations made to their widows. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I call on the Centre for Justice and International Law by video. I'm Joao Maldonado, a Nicaraguan activist for freedom, democracy and human rights. We welcome the report of the Office of the High Commissioner. As an opposition member, I was stripped of nationality and exiled. I went to Costa Rica, where there were attacks on me, transnational persecution by Nicaragua, and my partner Nadia Robleto was hit by a bullet with severe consequences. I'm not speaking only for myself, but for thousands of Nicaraguans who've disappeared, been jailed, tortured, stripped of nationality, and forced into exile. I speak for political prisoners living in inhuman conditions and families awaiting justice. The regime's repression has crossed borders, undermined sovereignty, and disobeyed international law. Refugees and human rights defenders in exile are at risk, and I call on this council to demand the immediate freeing of all political prisoners and end the end to kidnapping and repression, for international investigation, punishment and protection mechanisms, and for the support to the international, to Nicaraguan people in their legitimate aspiration to regain democracy, the rule of law, and fundamental freedoms. Silence and inaction fuel impunity. Only justice, protection, and international solidarity can keep hope alive for Nicaragua. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I call on Aula Abierta. Thank you, President. We welcome the oral update of the Office of the High Commissioner, and we wish to focus on the crisis in universities in Nicaragua. In 2025, the government continued with arbitrary dismissals, proselytism, and political indoctrination, with systematic intervention in academic life, taking away autonomy from universities, undermining education, and harming the rights of students and teachers, in contradiction with the state's international obligations to respect academic freedom and the right to education. We're concerned that the concentration of power in the presidency and the shrinkage of civic space, the arbitrary detention of over 5,000, the arbitrary cancellation of over 5,000 organizations, with repression of journalists, human rights defenders, religious leaders, and indigenous communities, with 14 persons presumably disappeared since June 2024. The new migration law has increased the possibility of stripping nationality of exiles, with mining concessions being handed over indigenous territories without free, prior, informed consent or consultations, undermining fundamental rights. We call on the Council to keep a focus on Nicaragua, ensuring that these abuses are investigated and demanding that the state fulfill its international human rights obligations. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole à.
Thank you. I call on Article 19 by video.
Article 19 welcomes the report of the High Commissioner, which ensures essential scrutiny to the systematic undue restrictions of fundamental freedoms in Nicaragua. Since 2019, Nicaragua has been democratically backsliding, with criminalization, prosecution, and violence against journalists and other dissident voices causing an impact on civic space. The administration has resorted to a battery of legal and coercive tools. Notable among them are the modification of laws such as foreign agents, cybercrimes, as well as sanctions for spreading fake news and committing treason. These ambiguous rules have been used to punish dissent and strengthen state repression. Between January and July 2024, periodistas y comunicadores independientes de Nicaragua reported 46 attacks, 16 of them which occurred in exile, highlighting repression transcending borders. Among these attacks registered by civil society are arbitrary detentions, restrictions to internet access, legal proceedings, stigmatizing rhetoric, forced displacement, exile, and even sexual abuse. This has been exacerbated by Nicaragua's multiple withdrawal from UN bodies, causing zones of silence within the country. Regarding the UPR process in 2024, the Nicaraguan government has rejected all recommendations, dismisses criticism as interference, and authorities have denied systemic violations. We urge Nicaragua to ensure the full respect of the right of freedom of expression, particularly through repealing and amending repressive laws and ceasing all attacks against the press. We ask the High Commissioner and UN member states to continue monitoring the human rights situation in Nicaragua, especially with regards to freedom of expression.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I call on Ingénieur du Monde by video. We regret that the sound quality is not sufficient for interpretation.
Haciendo sus fronteras. Vemos cómo Ortega y su círculo ejercen represión transnacional, amenazan y acoso a personas exiliadas mediante herramientas migratorias y de persecución en el exilio. En Costa Rica, miles de opositores están en riesgo. Debo lamentar que el 19 de junio el opositor Roberto Sancán fue asesinado en San José. Según las propias autoridades, eso se perfila como un sicariato con motivación política. Este hecho exige investigación exhaustiva, independiente, cooperación internacional y medidas de protección para el exilio nicaragüense. La persecución a la Iglesia Católica y a muchas iglesias protestantes continúa, incluyendo restricciones al culto, hostigamiento y criminalización de la asistencia pastoral. Se restringe además el derecho a regresar. A miles se les despojó de la nacionalidad o se les impide volver. Preocupa además el estrechamiento de vínculos con Rusia, con China, con Irán y con otras autocracias, lo que agrava la represión. Así que solicito fortalecer el mecanismo sobre Nicaragua, especialmente apoyar la excelente labor del grupo de expertos, exigir el fin de la represión, restituir las nacionalidades y el derecho al retorno y coordinar con ACNUR y los estados de acogida protección para quienes están en Costa Rica, con especial atención a casos de alto riesgo.
Merci.
Thank you. I call on Peace Brigades International. Thank you. We welcome the report of the High Commissioner. I'm Claudia Vargas. I'm a human rights defender and feminist activist. As a Nicaraguan, exiled in Costa Rican with Spanish nationality, widow of Roberto Samcam, killed in June 2025 in San Jose, Costa Rica. He was a retired army major, political analyst and writer, and he denounced the authoritarianism and national and transnational repression in Nicaragua. By speaking out, writing, and not staying silent, this is how he was killed. The crime was planned and carried out precisely. This undermined the sovereignty of Costa Rica, the country with the highest number of Nicaraguan political refugees. It's part of a documented pattern of repression, hate campaigns, vigilante action, the stripping of nationality, attacks, killings, which confirm that Nicaragua's repression goes beyond its borders. The border was breached and the home. The international community and the council should act convincingly in this context. I call for protection for people in exile. On behalf of democracy, life, and the memory of Roberto Samcam and those living under threat and harassment by the state of Nicaragua, I call on you to act firmly in solidarity so that there is no more injustice. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole à Amnesty.
Thank you. I call on Amnesty International by video.
Mi nombre es Tinisca Rivero.
I'm Tinisca Rivera. I'm the daughter of Brooklyn Rivera, indigenous Mosquito leader, human rights defender, detained on 29th September 2023 in Bilwi, Nicaragua, missing ever since. We don't know where he is. His only crime was to defend the human rights of people in his community. I call on the Nicaraguan government to disclose his whereabouts immediately, guarantee his unconditional release, and provide information about his health, allowing him to communicate with his family. My father's disappearance is not an isolated incident. It's part of a pattern of repression against dissent, arbitrary arrest, incommunicado detention, concealment of persons, and forced disappearance. In August, 2 people arbitrarily arrested for political reasons were found dead, confirming that the government's strategy combines detention, enforced disappearance, and death under state custody. Nicaragua is experiencing severe repression in the form of detention, torture, exile, deprivation of nationality, and laws that criminalize criticism, leaving people in silence and fear. Over 5,000 civil society organizations have been shut down since 2018. I call urgently on the international community to stop the impunity. Call on the government of Nicaragua to be held accountable and for the more than 70 arbitrarily detained prisoners to be released. Please urge that the repression cease immediately. Please do not leave us alone. The life of my father and many others depend on your action. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole à
Thank you. I call on International Bar Association video.
International Bar Association's Human Rights Institute is concerned about the findings of the report of the High Commissioner on the brutal human rights crackdown in Nicaragua, which is marked by violations that include extrajudicial killings, arbitrary detentions, forced disappearances, and arbitrary denial of nationality to an extent that qualifies as crimes against humanity as part of a campaign to eliminate any form of dissent. President Ortega's constitutional reforms have dismantled the separation of control over the legislature, judiciary, and electoral institutions. At the same time, his government has removed the explicit prohibition of torture and withdrawn Nicaragua from several UN bodies. Since 2023, at least 546 perceived opponents have been arbitrarily stripped of their nationality, rendered stateless in violation of international law, and therefore left, along with their family, profoundly vulnerable to abuse. 80% of NGOs registered in the country since 2017 had their legal status revoked, dealing a devastating blow to civic space in the country. We call for the immediate release of all those arbitrarily detained, and we call on the international community to robustly respond to the deteriorating situation in Nicaragua and use all possible avenues to hold the Ortega government accountable for the international crimes committed, including before the International Court of Justice under the Convention Against Torture and the Convention on the Reduction of Statelessness. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I call on the International Service for Human Rights. Thank you. We welcome the report, which emphasizes the exposure of indigenous peoples and people of African descent to violence, illegal exploitation, and usurpation of their lands, undermining their cultural and physical existence. In recent months, Nicaragua's government has carried out legal reforms to continue seizing the natural resources of the country for its own economic interests, those of its Chinese partners, and to keep its own power. In May, it adopted the law 1248, which for the first time made it possible to establish mining conditions in protected areas. Under the official gazette, 9 grant lots have been granted as concession in indigenous descendant lands without consultations or free prior informed consent. Furthermore, there have been 9 mining concessions given to Chinese companies in the Bossa West Biosphere Reserve and 4 in the San Juan Reserve. Mining promoted by the government is not only violating the human rights of the indigenous and African people, but also generating income for the government's repression. We call on all states to urge the government to fulfill the recommendation of the Commissioner to restore the indigenous and Afro-descendant lands and give back the land currently occupied by colonizers. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. This was the last speaker that we were able to accommodate, and I give the floor back to the director for 5 minutes.
President. Thank you to all the delegations and NGOs who participated in this dialogue, and I think it's safe to say that we all share the grave concerns about the situation, the human rights situation in Nicaragua, that is not improving, that is getting worse, and therefore I think that I'm not going to reiterate all the things that you've already highlighted and that are in our report, but comment on a few of the specific questions that were raised. One of them, and many questions actually related on transnational repression, and it is really true that Nicaragua has really institutionalized actions that extend persecution beyond its borders in law and in practice. Such transnational repression is not only targeting any more political opponents and activists, but also ordinary citizens and their families, anybody who is considered to express dissent. And the legal reforms since 2024 have really exported censorship by criminalizing any expression made outside the country, but also facilitating surveillance without judicial oversight. And this results in arbitrary deprivation of nationality, confiscation of assets, denial of documentation, leaving hundreds stateless, deeply vulnerable. But yet addressing transnational persecution requires really decisive international engagement, because at the moment another alarming concern is, for example, the use of extradition requests and Interpol red notices to persecute those in exile. So these are actions that you as member states also are in control of and are able to consider and take actions when such demands are made to you. It's also true that international protection and legal pathways for those stripped of nationality or rendered stateless or asylum seekers must be found. And that again is in the control of member states where Nicaraguans are seeking asylum. Host states must uphold the principle of non-refoulement and ensure protection for persons facing extradition to Nicaragua, where they risk real torture and enforced disappearances. At the same time, we also must continue together to document and monitor such practices, because the continued public advocacy, as many of you have said, the continued scrutiny in multilateral environments like the Human Rights Council, it matters. It's public advocacy for justice for the future. It's public advocacy for accountability for the future, but it's also an expression of solidarity for those who are either detained or disappeared or at threat at the moment. Another important component of that is continued support to civil society, whether inside or outside Nicaragua. And such support can consist of financial resources, but also technical assistance, but also of protection mechanism, both for civil society organizations, human rights defenders, and journalists. In addition, I think that several of you asked about how to continue holding accountable a government like Nicaragua that does not engage at the moment. Well, we heed the call of many of you, and we reinforce it, that we really urge Nicaragua to come back to the table and to engage bilaterally, multilaterally with UN human rights mechanisms, because UN human rights mechanisms, their recommendations such as UPR and others, do provide a way forward on a human rights and promotion and protection agenda in Nicaragua. It also means that the monitoring work that we do outside the country even counts towards future accountability. So we must be allowed to continue and document and monitor and report back to you on the situation. We will continue working with civil society inside and outside the country to capacitate them, to train them, to ensure that they have access to mechanisms of universal jurisdiction, that they have access to human rights mechanisms to bring forward cases, whether special procedures, treaty bodies, or so forth. At the same time, it's also important to know that we have, you know better than us, that the elections of 2027 are still far ahead, but could provide an opportunity in Nicaragua. However, I want to say that there are so many steps that need to be undertaken, so many conditions that need to be put in place to ensure that such elections could be credible, that we need all the time we have now, the 2 years leading up to that process. And what are the kind of conditions or rather the discussions that we wish that you as member states could engage bilaterally or use your leverage, anybody who has leverage in conversations with Nicaragua. We need to ensure there are amendments to the to the constitutional criminal legislation. We need to restore the legal personality of civil society organizations, allow political parties to operate within safeguards, allow a safe return of those in exile, restore nationality, and obviously impartially and promptly investigate all human rights violations. Those are the conditions we must work to in the next 2 years. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. We're now going to hear the oral updates of the group of human rights experts on Nicaragua, and I welcome the chair of the commission, Mr. Jan-Michael Simon.
Alors, je donne la parole.
I call on Mr. Simon for his presentation. Distinguished President, Excellencies, I am pleased to present this oral update in accordance with Resolution 58/18 of this Council. I reiterate what I have said on other occasions. We regret that we do not have access to the territory of Nicaragua or the cooperation of the government, which has not responded to our many requests for information. Distinguished delegates, even outside the borders of Nicaragua, exiles are not safe from persecution by the government of Daniel Ortega and Rosario Murillo. Since the beginning of our mandate, we have pointed out that the violations perpetrated by the government of Nicaragua have spread beyond its territory. Today, we publish a complementary report entitled Nicaragua, Persecution Beyond Borders, Exile and Transnational Human Rights Violations. The report focuses on the victims of transnational violations and the methods employed by the Nicaraguan state to deter, punish, and silence exiled Nicaraguans. Transnational violations deepen a generalized climate of fear, a lack of protection, isolation, and self-censorship among the victims. These form part of a state policy designed to suppress any dissent. This policy is based on a scalable governance model that employs a long-arm strategy of violations and undermines safe havens. The process begins with the uprooting of the victims and the erosion of their legal identity and extends to their economic collapse, social isolation, and pervasive surveillance. The government resorts to large-scale use of arbitrary deprivation of nationality as a tool of political persecution. Most of the victims have become stateless in clear contravention of Nicaragua's international obligations under the Convention of 1961 on the reduction of statelessness, to which it has been party since 2003. Other transnational practices of violations against Nicaraguans have been prohibition of entry into their own country and the denial of or suppression of official documents such as passports and birth certificates, even those of children. When the victims have no other nationality, they find themselves in a situation of de facto statelessness without the effective protection of their state of origin. In many cases, these practices seriously compromise the regularization of their migration status as they lack official documentation to prove their situation. Frequently, the authorities have also resorted to punishing family members of exiled Nicaraguans who remain in the country, including children. Punishment by association has generated terror among the population in exile and their relatives. It has also caused profound suffering and intense feelings of guilt and has had particularly severe effects on the mental and emotional health of children. By targeting the most vulnerable loved ones of opponents, the state has demonstrated its willingness to use any means to suppress dissent. Delegates, we have identified and documented the existence of an extensive and complex surveillance and intelligence network, which has been crucial to the state's ability to identify, locate, and monitor Nicaraguans in exile. The Defense Intelligence Directorate, the military intelligence agency, plays a central role in this transnational surveillance. We have received multiple testimonies from individuals who report being photographed, followed, harassed, approached by unknown persons, and threatened while abroad. We have also identified that the digital espionage against exiles and their families constitutes a sustained pattern of transnational violations. Particularly serious and worrying are the reports of murders and murder attempts against Nicaraguans in exile, which are under investigation by the competent authorities. A particularly visible case was the murder of retired Nicaraguan Army Major exiled in Costa Rica, Roberto Samcam, on 19th June this year. A few days ago, the Costa Rican Judicial Investigation Agency arrested 4 people. 3 of them were remanded in pre-trial detention. Furthermore, the Attorney General confirmed that his office continued to follow several lines of investigation, intending to find the intellectual authors of this crime. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the situation inside Nicaragua continues to worsen every day. The documented incidents revealed the continuity of the state policy described in our previous appearances before this council. It combines physical and psychological violence, political persecution, and legal reconfiguration of the state to crush all dissent and maintain total control over the population. We have documented a significant increase in simultaneous arbitrary detentions in multiple departments of the country, including operations under which several family members were detained at the same time. Our concern for the situation of political prisoners has not diminished. Enforced disappearances have intensified. Periods of incommunicado detention have increased. We have sent a letter to the government of Nicaragua requesting information on the fate and whereabouts of 13 persons and regret that we have had no response so far. We have learned recently of 2 deaths in custody, both of which occurred during the enforced disappearance of the victims. We've also documented arbitrary detentions and arrests of retired military personnel and people who belong to the historic circle of Daniel Ortega, demonstrating that no sector is exempt from state control and repression. The Ortega Murillo government continues to target religious institutions with recurrent practices such as sermon censorship, surveillance of masses, the presence of undercover agents, restriction of processions, and confiscation.
Your Excellencies, some of these violations fall in with previously identified patterns that constitute prima facie crimes against humanity, including persecution on political grounds. There is no doubt that transnational human rights violations against Nicaraguans living in exile will continue until the international community puts an end to them. We urgently appeal to the international community to implement comprehensive measures to protect Nicaraguans in exile. And in order to do this, we recommend the following. There should be expedited pathways to asylum, refuge, or naturalization in line with the 1951 Convention on the Status of Refugees and its protocol, and the Convention on the Reduction of Statelessness of 1961. There must be protection afforded to de jure stateless persons as enshrined in the 1954 Convention on the Status of Stateless Persons and the 1961 Convention on the Reduction of Statelessness. There must be the adoption of accountability measures before the International Court of Justice for violations of international obligations. There must be the investigation of crimes, and there must be accountability for individual criminal responsibility, whether these perpetrators are Nicaraguan state officials or non-state intermediaries. We must also see the extension of legal action and targeted sanctions against individuals, institutions, and entities identified by us as a group, particularly in the report submitted to the Council session prior to this one. We urge the heeding of recommendations in the additional document that we have published today. And thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. I note that the delegation of Nicaragua is still not present in the room. So my thanks to Mr. Jean-Michel Simon for the presentation that he's made to us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we can now begin our general debate on agenda item 4. I would remind you that the request for rights of reply will be dealt with at the end. I would like all speakers to please respect the speaking time as granted. And as previously, the full statements can be uploaded to the internet. In 15 minutes, the speakers list will close and we can begin with speakers who are council members. And I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom on behalf of a group of countries.
On behalf of 6 countries. In April, this Council renewed the mandate of the Commission of Inquiry on Syria by a landmark consensus. The Commission continues to fulfil an important role to document human rights violations and abuses across the country. We appreciate the Syrian government's facilitation and welcome the Commission's report on the violence in the coastal region. We welcome positive steps made by the government. Their investigation into the coastal violence and the establishment of the commissions on transitional justice and missing persons are important steps towards justice and reconciliation. However, challenges remain. The violence in Sweden in July was horrific. Attacks that threaten the peace, stability and territorial integrity of Syria are unacceptable. We welcome the establishment of an investigatory committee and the efforts to develop a roadmap to address the crisis in Sweden, as agreed by Syria, Jordan and the United States. Transparent and tangible action against all perpetrators is required. The justice system must serve all Syrians, regardless of their religious or ethnic background. We note the role that the OHCHR, the IIIM and the IIMP can play and encourage further cooperation to complement national efforts. We reaffirm our strong commitment to the full respect of the sovereignty, independence, unity and territorial integrity of Syria. Now is the time to take the steps for an inclusive political process which brings accountability and justice to all. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union on behalf of a group of countries.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union. North Macedonia and Montenegro align themselves with this statement. Regarding Belarus, Burundi, DPRK, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Haiti, or the atrocities committed in Sudan, refer to our statement throughout the session. We reiterate our resolute condemnation of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine that grossly violates international law. The EU is deeply concerned over the increasing number of civilians killed and injured. We remain deeply concerned about the intensifying repression in Russia. The EU deplores the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza, including the famine declared in parts of Gaza, and continuously escalating violence in the West Bank. We call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the unconditional release of all hostages. We are deeply concerned about the human rights situation in Iran, particularly the persistent high and alarming rate of executions. We reiterate our concerns about the situation in China, in particular in Xinjiang and Tibet and in Hong Kong. Human rights defenders must be released. We urge China to cooperate effectively with OHCHR, including towards the implementation of the recommendations of the assessment report. In Turkey, we reiterate our concerns about deterioration in the areas of democracy, rule of law, human rights, and independence of judiciary. Our full statement is available online. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Pakistan on behalf of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. President. The OIC group reaffirms its support to the mandate of the Council in promoting universal respect for all human rights. However, this mandate cannot be effectively and efficiently fulfilled unless human rights are seen through the prism of interdependence, indivisibility, and interrelatedness. The OIC has been consistently reiterating that selectivity in approaches contradicts these cherished principles and is counterproductive. On the one hand, the human rights system is facing liquidity crisis, and on the other, there is mushrooming of country-specific mandates. Given the unhelpfulness of such politically driven and selective initiatives in the past, we stress judicious use of the office's resources when creating or extending mandates. Mr. President, the unspeakable violations of Palestinians' human rights and genocidal campaign against them must end and accountability instituted. The heart-wrenching tragedy in Gaza is but a result of the perennial denial of the right to self-determination of the Palestinians and foreign occupation. The latest harrowing findings of the COI should be a wake-up call for all. Lastly, we urge the Council's attention towards systematic and persistent human rights violations in other situations of foreign occupation, which remain on the agenda of the UN, but have become blind spots for many members and observers of this Council. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci.
Thank you. The delegation of Algeria is not in the room, so I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela on behalf of a group of countries. Thank you, President. It's an honor for me to take the floor on behalf of the group of friends to defend the UN Charter. We grant maximum importance to the promotion and protection of all human rights, pursuant to the principles of impartiality, objectivity, transparency, non-selectivity, non-politicization, and non-confrontation. We emphasize the importance of respecting the principle of sovereignty enshrined in the principles of the Charter. We express our concern at the ongoing proliferation of mechanisms on the situation of human rights in specific countries which lack the consent of the state concerned. It is immoral and totally contradictory for certain governments to stand as supposed defenders of human rights when their deliberate systematic policies, such as the unlawful implementation of unilateral coercive measures, the use of force or threat of use of force, lead to massive human rights violations for millions of persons, and including crimes against humanity. Our group say that there is no option except dialogue and cooperation in any process that whose real goal is strengthening human rights. Thank you, sir.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Uganda on behalf of the non-aligned movement.
Thank you, Mr. President. The NAM reaffirms that human rights issues must be addressed with the global context through a constructive, non-confrontational, non-politicized, non-selective, and dialogue-based approach with a fair and equal manner. We reiterate that in addressing human rights situations, the Council needs to do so with objectivity, respect for national security and territorial integrity, plus non-interference in the internal affairs of states. And we expect that to be done with impartiality, non-selectivity, and transparency with the guiding principles of the Charter. We re-echo the movement's dismay and unequivocal condemnation of gross and systematic violation of human rights and fundamental freedoms and situations that constitute serious obstacles to their full enjoyment. In this regard, the movement expresses its deep concern over the proliferation of the practice of selective adoption of country-specific resolutions in this Council, which is a tool that exploits human rights for political purposes and breaches the principles of universality, objectivity, and non-selectivity in addressing human rights issues. The movement emphasizes that the UPR actually affords a platform for constructive dialogue and platform for the Council to review the human rights situation, enhance a cooperation and non-confrontational approach. Finally, Mr. President, we call upon the Council to promote international cooperation and constructive dialogue and prevent the occurrence of practices of double standards, selectivity, and political manipulation. The NAM remains committed. I thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela on behalf of a different group of countries. I'm making the statement on behalf of the like-minded group. Like-minded countries reject the recent politicization of Agenda Item 4 of this Council, and we're firmly opposed to resolutions imposed on specific countries that are politically grounded and don't have the consent of the country concerned. This discriminatory selective practice represents double standards, and it violates the principles of universality, impartiality, non-selectivity, and non-confrontation, amongst others. What has been done in the Council shows its lack of efficacy, and it represents the waste of a large amount of financial resources. We are deeply concerned at the proliferation of naming and shaming policies aiming to interfere in the domestic affairs of some states and undermine the economic and social status of sovereign states, violating the fundamental principles of the UN Charter and of international law. We launch an appeal to the OHCHR and to the Human Rights Council to promote constructive dialogue and to cooperate with all governments in accordance with their national priorities and real situation, avoiding politicization, selectivity, and double standards. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole au
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran on behalf of a group of countries.
Mr. President, we, a group of like-minded countries, wish to express our deep concern over the environment created by certain Western countries unfairly targeting independent and developing states under the pretext of promotion and protection of human rights within this Council and under Item 4 of its agenda. It is evident that the practice of politicization and double standards employed in this Council cannot and will not serve the genuine purpose of promoting and protecting human rights. Unfortunately, human rights are being misused as a pretext and instrument to destabilize sovereign nations, to impose harsh and discouraging sanctions, and ultimately to achieve a specific political objective. Once those objectives are met, the so-called Human Rights Council suddenly disappear. We are further concerned by the emerging practice in which political pressure and the imposition of dictated cooperation are being prioritized over genuine cooperation and dialogue based on consent, mutual respect, and the real priorities and needs of states. This Council, therefore, is drifting ever further from the principle and objectives enshrined in its founding instrument. We therefore call upon this Council, its member states, and the Office of the High Commissioner to refrain from such approaches and return to the path of constructive dialogue, genuine cooperation, and respect for the principle of universality, impartiality, and non-selectivity. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci. Je donne la...
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of France.
Monsieur le Président.
President, for the past 3.5 years, the Independent Commission of Inquiry is alerting us on the mass crimes committed in Ukraine by Russia. France renews its firm support for Ukrainians who resist to Russian aggression with courage, which commands our attention. We reaffirm our support for Russian and Belarusian civil societies that are enduring unrelenting repression. Now, faced with the serious humanitarian situation in Gaza, France is mobilizing for a two-state solution, and this is the reason for the conference yesterday organized at the margins of the General Assembly with Saudi Arabia, marking the recognition of the state of Palestine by France and promoting a political solution based on the goals of the New York Declaration. We must have support for reformed political authority, disarming Hamas and rebuilding Zara, and having a ceasefire and liberation of all hostages still detained by Hamas is our absolute priority. We reiterate our condemnation for the M23 offenses supported by Rwandan defense forces in the east of the DRC. We call Rwanda and DRC to respect their commitments as part of the Washington Agreement. France renews its condemnation of human rights violations committed by the Iranian regime. We reiterate our appeal for the freeing of all European citizens, including 3 French citizens that are arbitrarily detained. We urge the Iranian authorities to put an end to their policy of state hostages. Thank you. I recognize the representative of Cyprus.
Mr. President, Cyprus aligns with the EU statement. We reiterate this Council's duty to address human rights violations and specific country situations. We condemn Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, which has led to grave violations of international humanitarian and human rights law. The forcible transfer and deportation of Ukrainian children continues with impunity. Russia must end its aggression immediately and withdraw its troops from Ukraine. We reiterate the urgency of an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the unimpeded flow of humanitarian aid at scale in line with the principles of international humanitarian law. The territorial and demographic status of the Gaza Strip must remain grounded in international law. Hamas must unconditionally release all hostages. We are alarmed by the institutionalized pushback against gender equality in Afghanistan. In Sudan, we are deeply concerned by the rise in civilian killings, including summary executions and conflict-related sexual violence. We remain seriously concerned about the continued erosion of democracy, the rule of law, and fundamental freedoms in Turkey. We condemn the targeting of civilian political actors, civil society, journalists, minority groups, and others, including through arbitrary detentions. Turkey must respect all rulings of the European Court of Human Rights, and it must also withdraw its troops from the northern part of Cyprus and commit to a peaceful settlement in line with relevant Security Council resolutions. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cuba. Thank you, President. Cuba reiterates its firm rejection of politically motivated mandates against individual countries that are always countries of the South. We must reform these mandates, costing millions of dollars and yielding no specific results on the ground because they don't have the consent of the countries concerned, and they close the door to cooperation between states, which is necessary. Nobody has the authority to consider that they are a paradigm in this right, and they can't use human rights to stigmatize and interfere in the domestic affairs of others, especially when some of the countries doing this are accomplices in the barbarism and genocide committed by Israel against the Palestinian people. We've seen threats against Venezuela as well. The deployment of forces in the Caribbean by the United States is an act of aggression against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. The United States government can't be permitted to use threats or use of force in flagrant violation of the Charter and violating Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace. This is a violation of our people's right to peace. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ethiopia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ethiopia reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights, both nationally and globally. We underscore that the work of this Council must be guided by the principles of objectivity, non-selectivity, and non-politicization. Any deviation from these principles will undermine the credibility and effectiveness of the Council. Ethiopia acknowledges that ensuring the promotion and protection of human rights is a shared responsibility, requiring genuine dialogue, cooperation, and full respect for national sovereignty. To this end, mechanisms established without the consent of the concerned states undermine trust and compromise the Council's credibility. We underscore that responses to human rights concerns must be country-led, context-specific, and grounded in respect for national ownership. Furthermore, Ethiopia acknowledges that lasting human rights progress cannot be achieved in isolation from development, peace, and security. In this context, Ethiopia continues to advance peace, stability, and human rights through a comprehensive transitional justice policy, inclusive national dialogue, and wide-ranging economic and institutional reforms. We emphasize the importance of technical assistance and capacity building in strengthening national mechanisms and advancing the implementation of universal periodic review recommendations. In conclusion, Ethiopia firmly believes that fostering genuine cooperation with the states respecting national...
Thank you. The list of speakers is now closed, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of China.
Mr. President, this year marks the 80th anniversary of the UN, yet global governance is still faced with severe challenges. That is why President Xi Jinping put forward a global governance initiative to advance the international order towards greater fairness and justice. Human rights belong to all peoples, not the exclusive domain of a few nations, and certainly not a tool for attacking others. China firmly opposes the practice of naming and shaming in the Council or exerting political pressure, and we are against imposition of country-specific mechanisms without the consent of the countries concerned. EU and some countries, under the guise of human rights, arbitrarily attack and smear developing countries, interfere in their internal affairs, and impose unilateral coercive measures, while turning a blind eye to their own racial discrimination and violation of the rights of refugees and migrant rights. China has always adhered to the people-centered approach. Xinjiang and Tibet enjoy prosperity, stability, and religious harmony. In Hong Kong, residents enjoy extensive rights and freedoms under the law. The judicial organs strictly handle cases according with the law. Certain countries, driven by political motives, spare no efforts in hyping China-related issues at the Council and slander China. China firmly opposes and resolutely rejects these actions. China remains steadfast in our path of peaceful development and genuine multilateralism, working together with all countries to promote the healthy development of the global human rights cause. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Switzerland.
Monsieur le Président.
President. Switzerland remains concerned by restrictions to the freedom of expression in China. In Hong Kong, we're concerned at the issuing of extraterritorial arrest warrants against pro-democracy activists. We reiterate our appeal for a full respect of the international obligations relating to the rights of minorities in Xinjiang and Tibet. Switzerland firmly condemns large-scale violence in Sudan, including recent attacks by the Rapid Support Forces in El Fasher. Repeated attacks by all parties to the conflict against civilians and the use of famine constitute war crimes, and they must immediately cease. The ongoing worsening security and humanitarian situation in occupied Palestinian territories is unacceptable. Attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure and the violence of settlers must cease, as must the holding of hostages. The use of famine as a weapon of war is strictly prohibited by international humanitarian law, and we ask for swift and untrammeled humanitarian access. We urge the parties to respect international law, to conclude a ceasefire, and work for a peace based on a two-state solution. In Tunisia, we are concerned by the abusive resorting to legislation to combat terrorism and cybercrime to prosecute. The President interrupts the speaker. I give the floor to the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Republic of Korea remains deeply concerned about the report of the lack of accountability on part of Belarus for human rights violations. The reported intimidation against lawyers is of particular concern, as it undermines the fair trial rights of individuals detained on political grounds. We call on Belarus to conduct effective and independent investigations into all alleged human rights violations. Regarding Syria, my delegation values the continued effort by Syria to address the grave human rights violations committed under the previous regime. Taking note of Syria's commitment to reject division and to fulfill the human rights of all people, its people in all their diversity, we encourage Syria to continue its endeavors to ensure justice and uphold human rights in accordance with international standards. Last but not least, we express concern at the report regarding Nicaragua that its legal reforms, including the adoption of electoral laws restricting citizens' participation, undermine political pluralism and the rule of law. In the same vein, my delegation is of the view that Nicaragua's decision to withdraw from the Human Rights Council is deeply regrettable. We sincerely hope for its full engagement with international human rights mechanisms. I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole au
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Czechia.
President, the Czech Republic aligns itself with the EU statement. Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine continues to inflict immense suffering on civilians. We call for the release of Ukrainian civilians, including Halina Tovopola, Irina Danilovich, and Volodymyr Vladimir Ananiev. We are alarmed by the escalating repression of civil liberties in Russia and Belarus, which we address in separate national statements. We remain deeply concerned about widespread severe restrictions on fundamental freedoms, shrinking civic space, and reprisals against civil society in China. We call for the immediate release of all detained human rights defenders, among others, Gao Xinzheng, Zhang Zhan, Iman Tohti, or Jimmy Lai. In Nicaragua, we continue to witness repression of any form of dissent. We call for the release of all those arbitrarily detained, among others, Fabiola Tercero Castro or Lesbia del Sororo Gutierrez. In Cuba, political prisoners such as Jose Daniel Ferrer or Felix Navarro are still held in degrading conditions solely for exercising their rights to freedom of opinion and expression. We call for the immediate release of all political prisoners. With regard to development in transition context, we welcome the renewed commitments of the interim authorities in Syria to protect the rights of all communities in Syria without any discrimination and the pursuit of national human rights accountability mechanisms.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Indonesia.
Indonesia.
Mr. President, Agenda Item 4 has increasingly become a vehicle for politicization, naming and shaming, and the adoption of country-specific resolutions without the consent of the countries concerned. Such practices undermine this Council credibility, and it is what drove the reform of the UN Human Rights Commission almost a decade ago. They also run counter to universality, impartiality, objectivity, and non-selectivity. We are also deeply concerned about the proliferation of mandate activities under this agenda item, which only creates duplication and redundancy. Some member states, while driving these selective practices, continue to shy away from accountability for blatant human rights violations and the ongoing genocide committed by Israel in Gaza. This is yet another glaring example of double standards. Moreover, the current liquidity crisis leaves this country-specific mechanism almost untouched, while the burden falls disproportionately on developing countries and their priorities under Agenda Item 3. True impartiality requires confronting such inherent biases. Finally, we stress that sustainable progress cannot be achieved through coercion, but by empowering countries. We call on all member states and the
representant de la Géorgie.
Thank you. I call on
President. We have already voiced our concerns about the situation in Venezuela and Nicaragua. In Syria, we once again emphasize the importance of achieving a sustainable, peaceful, and inclusive future for Syrian people and encourage relevant steps. Russia's ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine represents a blatant breach of international law, bringing immense human suffering, destruction, and loss of innocent lives. In Georgia's Abkhazia and Tskhinvali regions, illegally occupied and under effective control of the Russian Federation, civilians face a persistent pattern of human rights abuses. These include torture and ill treatment, violations of the right to life and health, arbitrary detentions, kidnappings, severe restrictions of freedom of movement, as well as ethnic discrimination and prohibition of education in native Georgian language. Regrettably, also hundreds of thousands of IDPs and refugees are still deprived of their right to return to their homes. Russian Federation, as confirmed by the decisions of the European Court for Human Rights and the International Criminal Court, bears full responsibility for these violations. Denial of access for OHCHR and other international human rights mechanisms further aggravates the circumstances of people living under occupation. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I call on Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The continued grave human rights and humanitarian situations around the world are a matter of great concern. Russia's continuing aggression against Ukraine is highly regrettable. Any unilateral attempt to change the status quo by use of force must never be allowed. Any violations of UN Charter or human rights must be immediately rectified. We strongly urge Russia to comply with the ICCPR, the CAT, and other international human rights agreements. The human rights situation in Xinjiang is seriously concerning. Universal values such as freedom, human rights, and the rule of law must be ensured in China. This also applies to the situations in Hong Kong and Tibet. Japan strongly urges China to take further concrete positive steps, including transparent information sharing. The issue of the abductions by DPRK is a matter concerning Japan's sovereignty and the lives and security of the Japanese people. It is also a violation of fundamental human rights. This issue must be resolved without delay as the families of the abductees are growing older. Japan strongly urges North Korea to let the abduction victims return to their homes immediately and counts on the international community's understanding and cooperation in this regard. I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I call on Spain. Thank you, President. Spain aligns with the statement by the European Union. The General Assembly and this Council have been speaking of the terrible situation in Gaza, the indiscriminate killing of civilians, the lack of access for assistance makes it a systematic human rights violation. Spain will continue to support the work of the ICC and the ICJ and seek a two-state solution. The Russian Federation attacking the international order through its aggression against Ukraine. Our support to the Ukrainian people and its sovereignty is unbreakable. Russia must free all of the arbitrary detainees and stop transferring children forcibly. On Nicaragua, we call on the Nicaraguan authorities to end the political and social repression and immediately free all political prisoners. We're concerned at the rise in Venezuela of political repression and call for the freeing of all individuals arbitrarily detained, including dual nationals who are being deprived of consular assistance. The cooperation with the Council's mechanisms and the Office of the High Commissioner a solution to these severe human rights violations. We also condemn in Afghanistan the repression of women and girls and call for accountability. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole à la liste.
Thank you. I call on the Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Kingdom of the Netherlands aligns itself with the EU statement. We are deeply concerned about a number of crises and grave human rights situations. The suffering of the civilian population in Gaza is indescribable. We reiterate our strong call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire, the release of all hostages, and the immediate delivery of much more humanitarian aid. We are deeply concerned by the intensification of the Israeli operation in Gaza and the deteriorating situation in the West Bank. We condemn Israeli steps and statements that allude to annexation. All parties must fully comply with their obligations under international human rights law. The continuous and large-scale violations in Sudan remain profoundly concerning, especially widespread sexual violence and child recruitment. We urgently call on the warring parties to protect civilians, end the fighting, and to enable a lasting ceasefire, and to fully cooperate with the independent international fact-finding mission. We condemn in the strongest possible terms Russia's continuing war of aggression against Ukraine. Russia must immediately and unconditionally cease its aggression and withdraw all of its military. We deplore the mounting civilian death toll and the ongoing atrocities committed by Russian forces, including torture, sexual violence, and summary executions. We call on Russia to return all arbitrarily detained civilians and forcibly transferred or deported persons. We call on China to implement all recommendations of the UPR, treaty bodies, and the OHCHR Xinjiang report. The freedom of religion or belief of Uyghur Muslims and other faiths must be protected. We also remain concerned about...
Thank you. I call on Algeria.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ma délégation...
Thank you. My delegation reaffirms its commitment to constructive dialogue, international cooperation with respect for international and national sovereignty in human rights matters. It is for each state freely to determine the best way and line its priorities, capacities, and political, historical, social, historical, and cultural specificities to promote fundamental rights. For the Council, it is crucial to exercise its mandate in cooperation, adopting resolutions based on consensus and unity of the international community. We call for scrupulous respect of the principles of universality, neutrality, and objectivity, rejecting selectivity, politicization, and double standards. All countries must be treated with impartiality without unjustified complacency. We are concerned at the proliferation, often redundant, of certain mandates created in the context of a budgetary crisis, restricted access to concerned countries, high costs, and limited impact on the populations. It is urgent to reassess their efficiency and added value. Thank you.
Si, je donne la parole à la
Thank you. I call on the Maldives.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the High Commissioner highlighted in his update, when violations of law are ignored, they risk become normalized. When applied selectively, the law itself is weakened. That is why the international community must remain united in upholding human rights and protecting the most vulnerable. This is especially urgent in the situations of Palestine and Myanmar. Mr. President, we remain gravely concerned about the worsening humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the occupied Palestinian territories. Despite repeated calls from the international community, violence has only kept escalating. In September, the UN Commission of Inquiry reported that Israel has committed genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. This underscores the urgent need for accountability. The rights and dignity of the Palestinian people must be upheld. On Myanmar, the situation remains deeply troubling. Since the military coup in 2021, serious international crimes have continued and the suffering of the people has only intensified. The aspirations for justice, peace, and a return to democracy must not go unanswered. Mr. President, it is vital that member states safeguard the independence of this Council's mechanisms. We therefore call on all states to engage constructively with mandate holders, strengthening this Council's credibility and advancing a more peaceful and just future. I thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole à la liste.
Thank you. I call on Germany.
Thank you, Mr. President. Time and again, this Council has heard about Russia's violations of international law. Russia must stop its war of aggression and the killing in Ukraine. Russia's repression of civil society, media, and political activists and other human rights violations must stop in Russia itself and in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. We are profoundly alarmed by the humanitarian situation in Gaza, exacerbated by the current military offensive on Gaza City. The German government has suspended issuing export permits for the delivery of military equipment that can be used in Gaza. There needs to be an immediate ceasefire. Hamas must release all hostages. The provision of humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip must be increased substantially and swiftly. Israel bears primary responsibility to make that possible. Regarding the West Bank, we strictly oppose recent settlement decisions and annexation plans that could make a two-state solution impossible. We firmly condemn settler violence and urge Israel to ensure criminal prosecution. The human rights situation in China continues to be of grave concern, including in Tibet and Xinjiang. In Hong Kong, political rights are being eroded. We call on China to respect freedom of religion and belief, freedom of expression and assembly. We condemn the use of transnational repression by a number of states and other actors on their behalf across all regions. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole à la liste.
Thank you. I call on Iceland.
Thank you. Mr. President, Iceland reaffirms the urgent responsibility of this Council to confront grave and escalating human rights violations wherever they occur. The most serious abuses are too often committed in situations of war and armed conflict where civilians, particularly women and children, continue to bear the heaviest burden. Israel's ongoing military operations against and within Palestine are way beyond proportional self-defense and, along with the relentless obstruction of humanitarian assistance, constitute serious violations of international law. The two-state solution remains the only viable and morally justifiable path forward. Iceland once again reiterates the call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the restoration of humanitarian access, and the release of all hostages. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine continues to inflict devastating human suffering. The deliberate targeting of civilians, as well as schools, hospitals, and critical infrastructure, are grave breaches of international law. We are particularly outraged by the forcible transfer of Ukrainian children who must be reunited with their families without delay. In Afghanistan, we reiterate the call for accountability to address long-standing impunity for serious past and ongoing international crimes committed in Afghanistan. Mr. President, multilateralism and the international human rights system require our unwavering commitment and resolve. I thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole au distingué.
Thank you. I call on Sudan.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. We stress on the importance of this council in operating in an objective and professional way and to respond to the needs and the priorities of countries. And we categorically reject double standards and the misuse of the council and the lack of respect of national specificities. And we stress the importance of countries in upholding human rights in an ongoing manner in order to preserve a dignified life for its citizens. In my country, there have been violations of human rights on different bases, despite all systematic violations. There are countries that support human rights violations everywhere. However, my country is still upholding its responsibility to protect its people and to preserve peace and the achievement of dialogue with all parties to achieve reconciliation. We have repeatedly expressed how committed we are to protect civilians. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci. Je donne la parole au
Thank you. I call on Qatar.
Mr. President, Syria today is standing at a critical junction after 14 years of destruction and decades of more destruction and violation of human rights. In this respect, we stress the importance of national unity and trust and the building of institutions and to enhance development and to have a comprehensive political dialogue owned by the Syrian people and including all its components. Transitional justice and the two independent commissions of inquiry and positive cooperation with the independent commission of inquiry is a positive step to hold itself accountable in the crimes and violations of human rights to achieve accountability and justice. We welcome the roadmap agreed upon by Syria and Jordan and the United States to achieve stability in the south and in the region at large. We call all parties to refrain from escalation and destabilization, and we call upon the international community to provide developmental and humanitarian assistance, to lift sanctions and take all possible means to put an end to Israeli violations and their occupation of Syrian soil. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Merci. Je donne la...
Thank you. I call on Malawi.
Mr. President, Malawi reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights, guided by the principles of universality, impartiality, and non-selectivity enshrined in international human rights law. We remain concerned to the persistence of grave human rights violations in many parts of the world, particularly situations where geopolitical interests override human rights imperatives, leading to selective application of international law and undermining the Council's credibility. The international community must not allow strategic considerations to eclipse our collective responsibility to protect human rights and fundamental freedoms. The Council must respond to grave human rights situations in a principled, impartial, and non-selective manner, while upholding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. Malawi emphasizes the need for constructive dialogue, preventive diplomacy, and genuine cooperation with concerned states to address the root causes of violations. At the same time, we underscore the importance of ensuring accountability for perpetrators and redress for victims in line with international law. I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole au distingué représentant du...
Thank you. I call on Vietnam.
Mr. President, Vietnam as a nation governed by the rule of law upholds human rights through its constitution and a robust legal system. Our approach is anchored in a steadfast commitment to sustainable, inclusive development that places people at the center and ensures no one is left behind. We view the promotion and protection of human rights as a continuous, universal responsibility, one we apply within our own borders. We emphasize the principles of universality, impartiality, objectivity, and non-selectivity, and firmly reject double standards and politicization in human rights discourse. Vietnam believes that genuine dialogue and cooperation are essential to advancing human rights, bridging differences, fostering shared values, and encouraging joint action while fully respecting national sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity, and non-interference in domestic affairs. I thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I call on Belgium.
Monsieur le Président,
President, my delegation aligns with the statement by the European Union. Human rights defenders and journalists play a crucial role in promoting and protecting human rights. In Russia, we condemn systemic repression of civil society, human rights defenders, independent media and journalists, as well as the ongoing decline in human rights in Iran. We reiterate our concern at the disproportionate use of force against all those who peacefully defend human rights and the wave of mass arrests of persons accused of collaboration with espionage. We are alarmed by the new rise in executions and the calls for speedier trials. We call on Iran to abstain from new executions and ensure due process to all detainees. Belgium remains gravely concerned, finally, by the Middle East crisis and the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. There is almost no space for human rights defenders and journalists to carry out their essential role. Freedom of movement is severely restricted, harming the collection of independent information. The situation is damaging to need transparency, but also to accountability of perpetrators. I thank you. Thank you. I call on Ghana on behalf of the Group of African States.
Mr. President, the African Group recalls the inalienable right to self-determination and the heroic struggles of our peoples for independence, dignity, and economic emancipation. Our resolve to promote and protect human and people's rights predates multilateral fora, and our countries remain committed to strengthening rights and freedoms in line with the UN Charter. Human rights and fundamental freedoms must be respected for all, everywhere, without distinction of race, color, sex, language, religion, opinion, origin, property, birth, or status. In the face of today's global challenges and geopolitical context, the African Group reaffirms the importance of multilateralism that fosters dialogue and trust, including within the Human Rights Council. As General Assembly Resolution 6251 makes clear, the promotion of human rights must rest on cooperation and genuine dialogue, aimed at strengthening states' capacity to meet obligations. Regrettably, politicization in the Council undermines our common goals. It is too often used for political objectives. The African Group stresses that the Council must function cooperatively, non-confrontationally, and objectively, while giving the attention to African priorities and initiatives. We call on all states to promote solidarity and cooperation, focus on technical assistance and capacity building, and avoid selectivity and double standards. The principles of universality, objectivity, and impartiality must be upheld, alongside respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the primary responsibility.
Thank you. I call on Algeria on behalf of the Group of Arab States.
I am honored to deliver the statement on behalf of the Arab states. The Arab Group believes that human dignity is the core human rights, and it condemns the violation of human rights and fundamental freedoms all over the world. It stresses everybody's right to enjoy human rights without distinction. The Arab Group expresses its concern towards polarization and politicization in the Human Rights Council. The Council, when considering human rights issues, should abide by universality, objectivity, and being away from politicization and double standards. We deplore the double standards practiced by some countries regarding the occupied Palestinian territories, which reflects lack of credibility. We stress our principal position when it comes to human rights under item 4 or other agenda items in a manner that is commensurate with the principles based on which it was established and as agreed upon since its inception. We call upon the Human Rights Council and the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights to address human rights in the spirit of dialogue and constructive cooperation in a manner that goes in line with the national specificities of each country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci.
Thank you. That was the...
Et nous passons immédiatement à la liste des observateurs du Conseil. Je donne la parole au distingué représentant de Turquie.
Thank you, Mr. President. The system is at a critical juncture. The erosion of international humanitarian law and human rights norms demand urgent and collective resolve. Across conflicts, civilians remain the primary victims, with children, women, and girls bearing a disproportionate share of the suffering. Selective accountability erodes the credibility of our system. In Gaza, systematic starvation, the destruction of civilian infrastructure, and the obstruction of humanitarian aid constitute grave breaches of international law. These must not pass without accountability. We welcome the global surge in the recognition of the state of Palestine, which is essential for peace. Turkey will continue to stand with the Syrian people and government, reaffirming our commitment to Syria's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, and to the cause of peace and prosperity. The surge of racism, Islamophobia, and far-right rhetoric, coupled with restrictions on pro-Palestinian voices, threatens democratic values. The EU's selective approach weakens its moral authority. Human rights cannot be applied with double standards. Mr. President, Turkey is a democratic, secular, and social state governed by the rule of law. We firmly uphold our international obligations, and unfounded allegations have zero merit. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la...
Thank you. I call on Sweden.
Mr. President, the EU and the Nordic Baltic countries have raised human rights concerns which we share, including in Afghanistan, Myanmar, Iran, Sudan, and Venezuela. Mr. President, Sweden remains committed to ensuring full accountability for Russia's aggression, war crimes, and violations of human rights law. We welcome the steps taken towards establishing the Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. We urge Russia to end its increasing repression and violations of human rights and to fully engage with UN human rights mechanisms. Political prisoners must be released, repressive legislation abolished, and political misuse of the judiciary end. We strongly condemn Belarus's support to Russia's aggression against Ukraine and internal repression, and we urge for the release of political prisoners. Mr. President, the suffering in Gaza is immense and worsening. Civilians are dying from starvation and violence. Israel must live up to its obligations to protect civilians and to ensure unhindered humanitarian access in accordance with IHL, and Hamas must release the hostages. Mr. President, we also remain concerned about the serious situation in China, not least in Hong Kong, Tibet, and Xinjiang. We urge China to implement the recommendations from the UPR, the OHCHR report on Xinjiang, and special procedures. And finally, we demand the release of those arbitrarily detained in several countries. I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I call on Lithuania.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are deeply concerned about increasing global human rights challenges and strongly condemn Russia's ongoing unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine, with Belarus acting as an accomplice. For decades, Russia has attacked the international rules-based order, threatening the sovereignty of neighboring states and committing serious violations of international law. We urge the global community to ensure full accountability for all Russia's relentless attacks and violations in Ukraine and ensure the safe return of all unlawfully deported Ukrainian children. Russia's aggression is enabled by its long-standing systemic human rights violations and restrictions of basic freedoms at home. In Belarus, brutal repression of its own population amounts to crimes against humanity. We call on Belarusian authorities to immediately and unconditionally release and rehabilitate all political prisoners and stop using instrumentalization of migrants for political purposes in complicity with Russia. We also find the human rights situation in Burundi, DPRK, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Iran, Afghanistan, and China deeply disturbing. The catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza and the unprecedented loss of civilian lives is also of great concern. Mr. President, Lithuania firmly believes that peace can only be achieved by upholding human rights and ensuring accountability for their violations. We call on all states to respect these principles and cooperate with the UN human rights mechanism. I thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I call on Norway.
Thank you, Mr. President. Freedom of expression, press freedom, and access to reliable information are essential for uncovering human rights violations. Norway is deeply alarmed, therefore, by the attacks on journalists in Gaza, the deadliest conflict ever for journalists. Restrictions imposed by Israeli authorities impeding foreign media from entering the territory is a serious barrier to independent reporting and consequently to public's right to reliable information. It compromises efforts to investigate violations of international law. We remain seriously concerned about the circumstances for free and independent media in Russia, Belarus, Azerbaijan, and China. 48 journalists and media workers are detained in Russia, 28 in Azerbaijan, and 32 in Belarus, imprisoned for having broken vague anti-extremism laws. In China, over 110 media professionals are currently detained, many of them incommunicado and under harsh conditions. We are also alarmed about the dire state of press freedom in Myanmar, Afghanistan, Nicaragua, Iran, North Korea, and Eritrea. Independent media are virtually non-existent, and journalists and media workers face threats, detention, ill treatment, and imprisonment. President, the safety of journalists is a prerequisite for truth, accountability, and informed public debate. We call on all states to ensure the safety of journalists and end impunity for attacking them. I thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I call on the distinguished representative of Iran.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation aligns itself with the statement of the groups it belongs to. The Islamic Republic of Iran rejects politically motivated resolutions that exploit the Council's capacity to the benefit of hegemonic approaches of some countries. We also express our deep concern over the environment created by certain Western countries like Belgium, Sweden, Lithuania, Norway, and other countries unfairly targeting independent and developing states, and their rigid adherence for keeping these mandates unchanged, even in such a harsh liquidity crisis that we face today. None of the monitoring mandates adopted by the Council under Agenda Item 4 have contributed nor will contribute to promoting the human rights situations on the ground, as they increase gaps in this Council instead of filling them. Mr. President, in alliance with the statement of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, we express our utmost concern on genocidal campaign against the occupied people of Palestine and the unspeakable violations of all human rights of the Palestinians. The silence of some Western countries toward 65,000 Palestinians who are barbarically killed in Gaza by genocidal Israel is excruciating. How they can be always worried about executions in Iran and other countries and squander the time for further killing in Palestine. This double standard approach must end, and accountability for such accomplices must be instituted. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, at the end of this morning session, please remember that we want to use a language in this room that is in good steady with the reputation and the responsibility of this council. Thank you very much. We will make a short technical break, but come back at immediately 12 o'clock. Je déclare donc close la 22.
Therefore, declare adjourned the 22nd session of this Human Rights Council. Thank you.
Hello. Dear colleagues, we will now continue with the list of speakers from the observer countries. I will now give the floor to Finland, please.
President, Finland aligns itself with the EU statement and highlights global situations needing this Council's attention. Russia is systematically repressing freedoms, confining political prisoners into psychiatric institutions, and expanding surveillance. We urge Russia to cooperate with the UN Special Rapporteur and release all political prisoners. Ukraine faces grave human rights violations due to Russia's war of aggression, including torture, sexual violence, and forced deportations, including children. Russia must end its unlawful invasion and comply with international law. The war and the unbearable civilian suffering in Gaza must end. A permanent ceasefire and unhindered humanitarian aid to Gaza are needed immediately, along with the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. Afghanistan institutionalizes gender repression, for example, by removing women from the justice system and dismantling child protections. We call on the de facto authorities to uphold international obligations. In Sudan, we urge all parties to ensure safe humanitarian access and support the independent fact-finding mission's efforts to promote accountability and peace. We call on China to cooperate in implementing the OHCHR's and treaty bodies' recommendations. The restrictions on civic space in Hong Kong and the situation of ethnic and religious communities, including in Xinjiang and Tibet, continues to be a concern. Finland urges all states to fully cooperate with UN for human rights mechanisms and reaffirms its own commitment, including our standing invitation to special procedures. Thank you.
I thank you. The Russian Federation.
Thank you, Vice President. A sign of today's Ukraine is aggressive nationalism. At the state level, we are seeing the glorification of Nazism and the whitewashing of Nazi crimes, and this in relation of the Nuremberg Tribunal's rulings. We are seeing memorials and tablets being restored, and we are seeing the killing of thousands of civilians, which is being ignored or presented as a fight for freedom, including the killing of Russians, Ukrainians, and others. And we are seeing radical national groups that organize torch marches. The radical national Ukrainians who died in the Second World War are being glorified, and there is a growth of anti-Semitism within society. Around a third of the population holds anti-Semitic views. We are also seeing misanthropic propaganda against ethnic Russians. We are seeing the indoctrination of minors. Children from an early age are taught to hate Russia and to laud the Nazi collaborators of Ukraine. We are also seeing how international human rights mechanisms are failing to condemn this, and we call on this to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Ireland, please.
President, Ireland aligns with the EU statement. But we've already highlighted our concerns in relation to situations in Belarus, DPRK, and Venezuela in the respective dialogues. Vice President, Ireland is gravely concerned by the reported violations of international human rights law and international humanitarian law as part of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, which contributes to an overall worsening of the human rights situation. Ireland calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The horrifying man-made famine cannot be allowed to continue. Israel must comply with international humanitarian law and allow unimpeded access to increased humanitarian aid. We also strongly condemn the ongoing violations of international law, including international human rights law in the wider occupied Palestinian territory. Ireland calls for accountability for violations and abuses of human rights in Afghanistan. We condemn the abhorrent, systematic repression of the rights of women and girls, the relentless silencing of dissent, and the victimization of marginalized communities. Ireland reiterates its concerns over restrictions on freedom of expression and freedom of religion or belief in China. We remain particularly concerned by the treatment of Tibetans and the repression of Uyghur people in Xinjiang. We also call for the right to freedom of assembly and association to be respected in Hong Kong. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Landmine and explosive remnants of war contamination is one of the significant challenges faced by Azerbaijan as a result of nearly 3 decades of military occupation of its territories. More than 1 million landmines and an unknown number of ERWs continue to pose severe risks to civilians, hinder reconstruction and rehabilitation works and return of former IDPs. The end of war in 2020 marked the beginning of an extensive humanitarian demining in Azerbaijan. Foreign assistance has accounted for less than 5% of the resources dedicated to demining, which is notably low given the scale and gravity of the problem. We call on the international community to step up its support to humanitarian mine action in Azerbaijan in a number of priority areas, such as direct financial support for demining efforts, mine victim assistance, including psychological support for their rehabilitation and reintegration into society, and explosive ordnance risk education. The need to clarify the fate and whereabouts of close to 4,000 disappeared and missing Azerbaijani citizens also remains a pressing humanitarian issue. Azerbaijan continues to take all possible measures to bring clarity to the fate of the missing persons. Sharing information on the location of mass graves and mines planted in the formerly occupied territories of Azerbaijan would significantly facilitate the search for the missing persons. We call on the relevant human rights mechanisms to pay close attention to these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Sierra Leone.
Mr. President, we align with the statement of the African Group, and we hold the Charter of the United Nations lays down the principles of sovereignty, independence, universality, and impartiality. These principles are not simply as aspirations. They are binding commitments that shape the responsibilities of the international community and guarantee peace. Guided by these principles, states must continue to realize human rights, paying equal attention to economic, social, and cultural rights, as well as the right to development. We believe that human rights are promoted and protected only through dialogue, cooperation, mutual respect, and adherence to the rule of law, including international law. Every state and people, therefore, must have the freedom to enjoy their sovereign rights to choose their own path to development and to decide without interference the political, social, and economic systems. Secondly, we continue to promote and support regional and international cohesion grounded in dialogue, cooperation, mutual respect, and respect for the rule of law and constitutional governance. We remind all states and regional bodies of our collective responsibility to uphold these principles and reverse the course of the current global order. Mr. President, we recognize with serious concern that human rights challenges persist across the world. Yet in addressing them, it is essential that the international community stand firm on the principles of multilateralism and cooperation. Only by upholding these principles can we truly promote and protect human rights of all people. I thank you.
Thank you. Austria, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Austria aligns with the EU statement. We firmly reiterate our strong condemnation of Russia's illegal, unjustified, and unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine, including the ongoing Russian attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure, and call upon Russia to immediately, fully, and unconditionally cease its aggression and withdraw from Ukraine's entire territory. Austria continues to be deeply concerned about the ongoing situation in the Middle East. We call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the unconditional release of all hostages as essential steps toward a lasting end to hostilities and a Gaza without Hamas. We are alarmed by the severe humanitarian crisis in Gaza, the unacceptable number of civilian casualties, the widespread levels of starvation and acts of terrorism. We call on Israel to fully comply with its obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law. This includes ensuring immediate, unimpeded, and sustained access to humanitarian assistance for civilians in Gaza and the discontinuation of illegal settlement activities in the West Bank. Austria is alarmed by escalating atrocities in Sudan, where clashes between SAF and RSF devastate civilians with mass displacement, starvation, and reports of sexual violence. In eastern DRC, M23 and other armed groups commit grave abuses, including massacres, forced displacement, and recruitment of children. We call for the protection of civilians, sustained humanitarian access, and accountability for these violations. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Taliban continues their assault on the rights of the Afghan people. Women and girls are barred from education and most employment and face severe restrictions on nearly all aspects of their lives. Religious minorities are persecuted, journalists and activists face intimidation, and arbitrary detention, torture, and public executions continue. We urge the Taliban to respect the rights of all Afghans. In Iran, the arrest of over 20,000 people since the 12-day war in June is of serious concern. Many of these arrests are a means to scapegoat and target already marginalized groups, including members of the Baluchi and Kurdish ethnic minorities and Baha'i, Christian, and Jewish religious minorities. The continued use of the death penalty as a political tool is appalling, and we reiterate that we oppose the death penalty in all circumstances. In China, we remain deeply concerned about religious and cultural restrictions in Tibet, unjust detention of activists like Sophia Huang, and widespread censorship and surveillance. China must honor its human rights commitments and restore fundamental freedoms. In Hong Kong, we take reports about Jimmy Lai's health conditions very seriously. We continue to press for an independent assessment. Jimmy Lai's prosecution is politically motivated. He should be released. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In Gaza, the loss of civilian life, destruction of civilian infrastructure, widespread displacement, and famine is intolerable. We reiterate that all parties must uphold international law. Investigations into all reported violations must be prompt and transparent, and perpetrators held accountable. Canada condemns Hamas's terrorist attacks and is deeply concerned about the conditions of the hostages in Gaza. We call for an immediate ceasefire, the release of all remaining hostages, and an increase in UN-led humanitarian assistance to Gaza. As part of a coordinated international effort to preserve the possibility of a two-state solution, Canada recognizes the state of Palestine and offers our partnership in building the promise of a peaceful future for both the state of Palestine and the state of Israel. In Syria, the humanitarian crisis is dire and sectarian violence ongoing. The human rights of all Syrian people must be respected. Canada urges an inclusive political transition that prioritizes human rights, accountability, and justice. The sharp rise in Iran's use of the death penalty, including to silence dissent and target minorities, must end. Finally, Canada is deeply disturbed by transnational repression by China, the DPRK, Russia, Belarus, Iran, and others. All forms of coercion, including international bounties, undermine sovereignty, security, and human rights. Canada condemns all such tactics. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Belarus, please.
Thank you, Vice President. Consideration of Agenda Item 4 of the HRC reflects an acute crisis affecting the principle of the sovereign equality of states enshrined in the UN Charter. Instead of constructive intergovernmental dialogue, we are seeing discussions and decisions being pushed through in a selective and biased way against states who do not agree with the West's attempt to keep its dominating position in international politics. In EU statements, we are hearing lots of biased statements against Belarus, Russia, China, Iran, and others who have been branded offenders for EU geopolitical purposes. Yet the Western club does not have a critical view of its own problems, despite the very high level of xenophobia and racism, which is encouraged at the political level. We are deeply concerned that the Office of the High Commissioner is not countering such an imbalance, and in its reports it encourages restrictions on humanitarian aid and investments for developing countries, which in essence boil down to unilateral coercive measures which undermine the exercise of all human rights, especially economic, social rights, and the right to development. Thank you.
Thank you. Ukraine.
Mr. President, with deep regret, we acknowledge that a recent report by UN Special Procedures on Human Rights Situations regarding the Council's special attention show no evidence in progress to the countries concerned. When civil and political rights are violated within a state, the likelihood of international law being disregarded only increases. Russia's ongoing aggression against Ukraine stems from years of systematic suppression of fundamental freedoms, silencing of civil society and media voices, and the promotion of state propaganda and disinformation, actually, as we have heard just now. This oppression extends far beyond Russia's own citizens. The world continues to witness Ukrainian prisoners of war and civilians subjected to torture and inhuman treatment in Russian detention. Ukrainian children are being forcibly deported, indoctrinated, and placed with Russian families. This week's discussion have also confirmed a stark reality. Governments that commit violence against their own people and disregard human rights are more likely to enable or support aggression against others. Belarus provides a clear example, serving as a launch pad for Russians' deadly attacks that extend far beyond Ukraine and threaten the security of other peaceful European nations. Together, we must uphold and protect the fundamental rights and freedoms of every person, everywhere. I thank you.
Thank you. Slovenia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Slovenia has raised its concerns over the human rights situations in the occupied Palestinian territories, Myanmar, Afghanistan, DRC, Sudan, Belarus, Ukraine, Russia, DPRK, and Central African Republic. Additionally, Slovenia reiterates its urgent call on Russia and Belarus to ensure immediately the safe return of all Ukrainian children forcibly transferred by Russia within the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine or unlawfully deported to Russia and Belarus. Slovenia is alarmed by the situation of journalists and media workers in Gaza who are exposing grave atrocities and ensuring the world bears witness to the truth. We strongly condemn targeted killings of Palestinian journalists, humanitarian and medical workers. This must stop. All attacks against them must be investigated and those responsible held accountable. Finally, Slovenia urgently calls for an immediate end to violence across Syria and calls for independent investigations to ensure accountability in line with international norms and standards. We urgently call for full, regular and unrestricted access for all aid organizations, including international, to help those in need. We also urge all external actors to refrain from any actions that could undermine the Syrian transition. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Australia.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Iran and Afghanistan display contempt for human rights through the persecution of women and girls, detention of activists, and oppression of minorities. We have seen no progress since the Commission of Inquiry on Human Rights determined in 2014 that the DPRK committed systematic and widespread human rights violations amounting to crimes against humanity. We remain concerned about reports of increasing human rights violations in Myanmar, including airstrikes targeting political activists. Israel's illegal settlements severely impact the human rights of Palestinians and undermine prospects for a two-state solution. The catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza is unacceptable. We again call on all parties to comply with international law. Australia remains deeply concerned by ongoing violence against innocent civilians in Syria. We urge all parties to prioritise dialogue and to protect all Syrians. We remain gravely concerned by ongoing human rights violations against Uyghurs and Tibetans. Consistent with international law and norms, governments should not interfere in the selection of religious leaders, including the Dalai Lama. We remain deeply concerned by the consequences of the national security law in Hong Kong on rights and freedoms, including to target democracy advocates extraterritorially. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Estonia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Estonia aligns with the EU statement. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine continues in full force and has turned more deadly with daily attacks at targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure. Russia continues actions of forcible abduction and deportation of Ukrainian children, systematically erasing their cultural identity and subjecting them to indoctrination, constitute flagrant violation of international law and amount to crimes against humanity. Estonia also reiterates its resolute condemnation of human rights violations committed in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. In addition to Ukraine, Russia is dangerously escalating in the wider region. The recent violations of Estonian, but also Polish and Romanian airspace are the examples of Russia's complete disregard of international norms and fundamental principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity enshrined in the UN Charter. Within Russia, dissent is silenced through arbitrary detention, torture, and politically motivated persecutions. These actions constitute a clear violation of Russia's international human rights obligations. In Palestine, and especially in Gaza, the ongoing hostilities and the restriction of life-saving humanitarian aid continue to cause famine, disease, and death. Israel has an obligation to respect international law. War will not bring lasting peace. We call for a return to negotiations to release the hostages and end the war in Gaza. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Armenia, please.
Mr. Vice President, the agreement on the establishment of peace and interstate relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan, initialed in Washington in August this year, establishes a new framework of peace and stability in our region, achieved through Armenia's sustained diplomatic efforts and proactive engagement. It reflects our enduring commitment to resolving disputes through dialogue, mutual respect, and in line with norms and principles of international law. At the same time, a number of important humanitarian issues remain outstanding. We are hopeful that the determination of the parties to strengthen peace in the region will contribute to their resolution. Resolving humanitarian issues, including the release of prisoners of war and other detainees, as well as the cases of missing persons and enforced disappearances, will be essential for paving the way towards reconciliation. Progress in these areas will further reinforce peace, foster trust, and contribute to lasting stability in the region. I thank you.
Thank you. Eritrea.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This council was founded with a clear mandate, and it should not be manipulated to serve narrow geopolitical interests or used as a pretext for unjustified interference in the internal affairs of sovereign states. We wonder what reaction would follow if similar country-specific mandates were directed at those who currently lead them, countries whose restrictions on freedom of expression are widely known and visible these days. The notion that the instigators of these mandates are the champions of human rights and some of our countries continuously portrayed as violators of the worst crimes is absurd, and we believe that this practice must be put to an end. We reiterate our consistent call for this council to uphold its mandate of promoting universal respect for all human rights in line with the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. This politicization has neither contributed nor will it contribute to the advancement of human rights. Instead, it will continue to create division and polarization, which we hope to overcome in the near future. I thank you.
I thank you. Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. While reaffirming our commitment to the universality, interrelatedness, and indivisibility of all human rights, we remain concerned at the selectivity that overshadows the work of the Council. A balanced and impartial approach to all human rights remains the cornerstone to advance the work of the Council in an effective manner. The continued proliferation and extension of country-specific mandates focused primarily on countries from the developing world raises questions about the constructive spirit needed to build bridges and reduce polarization, especially at a time of such liquidity crisis. People living under foreign occupation continue to face some of their plight and sufferings must not be ignored. Political expedience and selectivity are counterproductive. We reiterate that the continued denial of all human rights of the Palestinian people, especially their right to self-determination, has resulted in the current heinous situation. Mr. Vice President, the Council must also pay more attention to the situation in the IIOJ and K, as the continued gross violations and denial of the Kashmiris' rights, including right to self-determination, carry broader risks for the region. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you. Venezuela, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Once again, we would like to address this Council to express our rejection of interference in human rights with political ends. We have heard from a number of Western countries trying to call on human rights at the same time as they support or supported Israel with weapons and funding to bombard the Palestinian people before deploying their diplomatic denial of genocide. Various of these countries have recently recognized their recognition for the Palestinian state. This recognition should not nonetheless provide a justification creating a fig leaf for their responsibility before, during, or after genocide. They also should provide accountability. In the same way, it is the Western countries who are imposing unilateral coercive measures violating human rights and international law. These illegal measures should be lifted. The same as the genocidal economic blockade against Cuba. Chair, today, Venezuela, along with its region, are confronting unprecedented threats following military deployment of land, sea, and air forces by the US in the Caribbean. These actions are threatening international peace and security, and they must be condemned by the international community with the aim of preserving Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace free of nuclear weapons. Finally, we reiterate our support for the principle of one single China. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Democratic People's Republic of Korea, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Targeting of certain countries for political purposes has become rampant, and some use this council to pursue the political purposes while silencing their grave violations to undermine the council's credibility. We draw the council's attention to ongoing human rights abuses in the United States and many countries, Western countries like Lithuania, Norway, Ireland, Canada, Slovenia, Australia, through violence, discrimination, mass incarceration, torture, exploitation, yet arrogantly claim to uphold human rights, thereby making a mockery of the very principles they profess to defend. Japan refuses to apologize or compensate for the abduction of millions of Koreans and military sexual slavery, while discharging the nuclear contaminated water and perpetuating discrimination against Koreans residing in Japan. Our case systematically violates human rights using the national security law to silence dissent, abducting DPRK citizens abroad, and ignoring international call for reform, creating widespread social suffering and alarmingly high rates of suicide. We urge the Council to investigate these crimes and ensure accountability. Ignoring them while selectively targeting sovereign states like China or Xinjiang, Hong Kong matter, Russia, Cuba, Venezuela, Belarus, Iran, Eritrea, and Nicaragua constitutes an intolerable double standards. The DPRK will continue safeguarding the rights and well-being of its people against hostile violations. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Afghanistan.
Mr. Vice President, in Afghanistan, fundamental rights are being stripped away and dismantled on every front. Women and girls are excluded from schools and workplaces, silenced in public life, while human rights defenders and journalists face detention and intimidation. Executions, corporal punishment, hunger, and mass displacement leave millions without dignity or security. These abuses show that every category of rights is under attack. The Council's role is therefore critical. Afghanistan is not only a human rights emergency, but a test of this body's credibility on protecting women and girls, safeguarding children in conflict, and confronting impunity. In this context, we welcome the European Union's draft resolution to establish an independent international accountability mechanism for Afghanistan. Such a mechanism can provide justice for victims, deter future violations, and demonstrate that this Council stands with the people of Afghanistan rather than those who seek to arrest them. We must signal to victims that the international community has not forgotten them. Mr. Vice President, Afghanistan is a test case for this Council. If the Human Rights Council cannot stand firm in the face of gender apartheid, systemic repression, and mass atrocities, then its promise to protect the most vulnerable rings hollow. We urge all member states to remain engaged, and we hope that the establishment of a robust mechanism could be reached via consensus among all member states of this Council. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. You certainly have the voice, but please observe the time. Jordan, please.
Mr. President, this agenda item is grounded in the centrality of human rights and the importance of ensuring that relevant discussions uphold their implementation at all times and situations. We thank the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Syria for its ongoing efforts. We affirm the following. The Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan firmly and unequivocally stands with the Syrian Arab Republic in the reconstruction efforts and to safeguard Syria's security, unity, and stability and safety of all its citizens. We reaffirm its sovereignty over its territory and the inadmissibility of any aggression or violation thereof. We therefore reiterate our condemnation of the Israeli attacks on the Syrian territory, particularly the south, and reject any action that undermines Syria's security and destabilizes the region. Syria's unity and stability are fundamental for the regional peace and security. The roadmap to address the crisis in Swaida, agreed upon in a Syrian-Jordanian American meeting, outlines practical, confidence-building steps that seek to restore trust and ensure security in southern Syria. The safety, rights, and dignity of Syrian people remain a priority. At the forefront of these efforts stands the International Commission of Inquiry, whose mandate, established by your esteemed Council, reflects our collective commitment to ensuring that human rights remain at the heart of all efforts to restore security in Syria and the region. Thank you.
Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We align with the EU statement. We thank the High Commission and reiterate our full support to the OHCHR. We strongly condemn the atrocities committed by Russia in Ukraine in the context of Russia's illegal war of aggression and the unabated severe human rights restrictions in Russia and Belarus. We are deeply concerned by the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza. We need a ceasefire, release of all hostages, and unhindered humanitarian access. We condemn the illegal settlements and increasing settler violence in the West Bank. We remain deeply worried about the human rights situation in Eastern DRC. We reiterate our serious concern over the human rights situation in China, in particular in Xinjiang, Tibet, and Hong Kong. In Afghanistan, we strongly condemn the Taliban's severe restrictions on women and girls that silence and exclude them from public life. The escalating conflict in Myanmar causes grave civilian harm, including killings, sexual and gender-based violence, and forced recruitment. The situation in DPRK, including the persistence of gross and systematic human rights violations, continues to cause grave concern. We remain deeply concerned by the dire human rights situation in Iran and call on Iran to put an end to all human rights violations. Finally, and as a follow-up to Bahrain's decision lately to pardon a number of prisoners, we reiterate the call for the release of all arbitrarily detained persons in Bahrain, including Mr. Al-Khawaja, without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you. India, please.
President, India reaffirms that the Council must remain universal, objective, and non-selective in its approach. Our collective efforts should foster unity and constructive engagement, not division. We are concerned by the continued proliferation of country-specific mandates. Far from advancing the Council's core mandate, they reinforce perceptions of bias and selectivity. Focusing narrowly on the human rights situation in a few countries distracts us from the urgent and shared challenges the world faces. We firmly believe that lasting progress can only be achieved through dialogue, cooperation, and capacity building, always with the consent of the state concerned. At a time when the world is struggling with multiple crises, the Council's work should be channelized into forging consensus through a non-politicized and forward-looking approach. Mr. Vice President, a delegation that epitomizes the antithesis of this approach continues to abuse this forum with baseless and provocative statements against India. Instead of coveting our territory, they would do well to vacate the Indian territory under the illegal occupation and focus on rescuing an economy on life support, a polity muzzled by military dominance, and a human rights record stained by persecution. Perhaps once they find time away from exporting terrorism, harboring UN-proscribed terrorists, and bombing their own people. I thank you.
I thank you, Central African Republic. Central African Republic.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Vice President. The Central African Republic would like to reaffirm its commitment to a single China, bearing in mind that we feel Hong Kong and others are an integral part of China. These are matters that relate to national sovereignty and should not be the subject of external interference. We object to attempts to politicize the debates of the Human Rights Council through unilateral accusations that often have nothing to do with local realities. Such an approach undermines efforts at dialogue and cooperation, which we ought collectively to encourage. We commend China's efforts to protect fundamental rights, including the right to freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and freedom of religion, and its will to ensure social stability and inter-ethnic cohesion in the Xinjiang and other regions. We commend the One Country, Two Systems in Hong Kong initiative and believe that national security law has helped strengthen an environment propitious for human rights. We commend China's active participation within the UPR and its cooperation with the Council's mechanisms. We recognize the importance of a human rights approach that is based on national realities in respect of multilateralism and dialogue. Thank you.
Moi, je vous remercie.
I thank you.
That was our last speaker for the list of the observers, and we will now go to move to the list of national human rights institutions and non-governmental organizations. The first, I will give the floor to the Global Alliance, the representative of the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions. Please.
Thank you. In 1945, world leaders pledged to protect future generations from war by working together in line with international law and universal human rights. Yet as the UN marks its 80th anniversary, we face global conflict and the erosion of these very norms in a climate of impunity. The High Commissioner in his opening reminded us that international law protects us all and that human rights mechanisms, including this Council, serve as shield against unrestrained powers. We must heed their warnings. When states commit crimes under international law, it is important that others step in through the principle of universal jurisdiction exercised in accordance with international law. The situation in Gaza has reached unimaginable levels of violence and suffering, including famine. This Council has received alarming reports of mass killings of civilians, obstruction of life-saving aid, war crimes and attacks on journalists, UN experts and NGO workers. At national level, the Independent Commission for Human Rights of Palestine continues to carry out its human rights work despite extraordinary challenges and at great personal risk. In January, Director Rafat Salah and his family were killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza. Others have lost relatives. We stand in solidarity with the Independent Commission on Human Rights of Palestine and renew our calls on all parties to ensure their protection. As UNHRC is working in cooperation with the UN for the respect of international law, we call on all states to ensure respect for international humanitarian and human rights law and the protection of civilians, end the war against Gaza and guarantee that life-saving assistance reaches the people of Gaza without obstruction or delay. Anything less makes us complicit in these grave violations. Thank you.
Thank you. A reminder, the time is 1 minute 30 seconds. So now we have a video message from Physicians for Human Rights.
Mr. President, Physicians for Human Rights and the Organization for Justice and Accountability in the Horn of Africa express our grave concern regarding ongoing violence in Ethiopia and continued impunity for conflict-related sexual and reproductive violence. New research by PHR and OJA, drawing on hundreds of medical records and interviews with healthcare workers, shows that combatants in Ethiopia perpetrated widespread and systematic and deliberate acts of conflict-related sexual and reproductive violence, including rape, forced pregnancy, and forced witnessing of sexual violence. These crimes demand accountability. Perpetrators, specifically the Ethiopian and Eritrean militaries, raped women and held them captive until giving birth, engaged in multiple perpetrator rape by an average of 3 perpetrators at a time, and inserted foreign objects into survivors' vaginas, including stones, nails, and letters targeting Tigrayan women. Our research shows that ongoing impunity for years of conflict-related sexual and reproductive violence in Tigray has contributed to conflict-related sexual violence spreading to other regions of the country, including Afar and Amhara. When perpetrators face no consequences, violence is normalized, survivors are silenced, and peace remains fragile. The Human Rights Council must do more to ensure credible human rights monitoring and independent documentation of crimes in Ethiopia. Thank you.
Okay, now we have another video message from Humanists International.
Thank you, Mr. President. I make this statement on behalf of Humanist Malaysia and Humanists International to urge Malaysia to fully embrace the holistic and accepted understanding of the right to freedom of religion or belief. It is long established that this right, enshrined in Article 18 of the ICCPR, includes the right to choose one's religion or belief, or to have no religion or belief. With Malaysia's continued resistance in ratifying the ICCPR, we see a chasm between its constitutional aspirations and international consensus. This gap perpetuates the marginalization of non-believers, apostates, and religious minorities, including humanists and atheists who face criminalization under laws that equate doubt with deviance. Article 11 of the Malaysian Constitution proclaims the right of everyone to profess and practice their religion, yet restrictions in law undermine this, especially those against apostasy and which target the non-religious. In contravention of international Malaysia fails to adequately protect diversity, counter hatred, and uphold the universality of human rights. We remind Malaysia of these international commitments and implore its leaders to ratify the ICCPR without reservations that dilute its essence, harmonize Article 11 with international standards by decriminalizing apostasy and protecting non-believers, and explicitly recognize the right to freedom of religion or belief as a universal right for all, believers and non-believers alike. Thank you.
Okay, another video message from Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights.
Mr. President, thank you for this opportunity to present the grave situation faced by the 7 million Tibetans inside Tibet. Let us be precise. The human rights violations inflicted by the People's Republic of China on the Tibetan people are not a stagnant status quo awaiting progress. They are increasingly severe and systematic, designed to erase Tibet's civilization. This comprehensive assault on rights guaranteed by international law mandates a firm and transparent commitment by the OHCHR, the HRC, and member states to activate concrete action. Chinese authorities' disappearances, torture, obliteration of language rights, forced separation of families, interference in Tibetan Buddhism, including the Dalai Lama's succession, as recently raised by 5 UN experts, and surveillance of the Tibetan people are irrefutable. Each are a human rights violation. Combined, they instill pervasive fear that prevents self-determination, freedom of assembly, and religious expression. Additionally, so-called development projects like massive hydropower construction lack free, informed, and prior consent, drive displacement of communities, and lead to the destruction of religious sites. It is encouraging that China's human rights violations are being raised. This is not enough. The PRC's accelerated violations must be met by equally clear definitions for what and how the UN will hold it accountable. Thank you.
Okay, now I invite the representative of the Alliance Defending Freedom.
The heinous murder of Charlie Kirk in the United States was not only an abhorrent act of political violence, but also a chilling warning of the free speech crisis our world is sliding into. Free societies rest on the principle that ideas, even controversial ones, must be challenged with reason and debate, not censorship or violence. But when common sense views are branded hateful and met with retribution instead of disagreement, freedom is replaced with coercion. And as we've seen, a culture that tolerates and even glorifies silencing dissent ends up justifying the unjustifiable. Mr. Vice President, the space for free speech is shrinking globally. Laws allegedly enacted to combat hate or maintain public order are often weaponized against peaceful expression. In Finland, parliamentarian Päivi Räsänen is entering her 7th year of criminal prosecution for hate speech simply for quoting a Bible verse in a social media post. In Nigeria, musician Yahaya Sharif Aminu remains imprisoned under the threat of execution for sharing song lyrics deemed blasphemous. In Brazil, activist Isabella Cepa was forced into exile and granted refugee status after being persecuted for using biologically and factually accurate language about a local politician. At the same time, new regimes such as the EU Digital Services Act require online platforms all over the world to police, censor, and suppress lawful speech, including outside of Europe. Mr. Vice President, the time has come for a turning point in defense of free speech. ADF International urges all states to ensure that every person can peacefully express their convictions without fear of censorship, punishment, or retaliation.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of the public institution Human Rights Protection, please.
Thank you, distinguished participants of the meeting. I am the Bishop of the Orthodox Church of Moldova, and on behalf of our faithful, I would like to tell you that we are deeply concerned by the position of the Moldovan authorities regarding our denomination. Recently, the President of Moldova, without any reason, called our church an instrument of influence of the Russian Federation. Moreover, our faithful are often undergo lengthy searches at border crossings, and they are prevented from leaving our country, and this violates their freedom of movement. I myself was 3 times denied authorization to leave Moldova. In Moldova, there are cases of violent attempts to transfer our parishes to other religious jurisdictions. There are judicial proceedings going to confiscate more than 800 monasteries and temple buildings from our church. I would like to remind the Moldovan authorities that religious organizations of the Russian Orthodox Church are openly operating, and that no one restricts the rights of believers for the organizational canonical ties with the Russian Church. I would like to call on the UN mandate holders to consider the situation of the faithful of the Orthodox Church of Moldova in the context of the complaint we submitted to the UN special procedures, and also to ensure international diplomatic attention is paid in order to change Moldova's policy vis-à-vis our church in accordance with international human rights standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of the Sheikh Taher Azawi Charity Organization.
سيداتي سادتي أسفرت النزاعات المتعاقبة منذ الحرب
Thank you, Vice President. Recurring conflicts since the Second World War have laid around 20 million anti-personnel mines, claiming thousands of innocent lives in Libya and polluting around or contaminating around 40% of the Libyan territory. This is a gross violation of human rights, and it also violates security. This danger is still there, and it cost the life of Ahmed Vanuatu on the 24th of November 2024. This was the latest victim. He was a father. Mines are not a legacy from the past. They are an open wound, and it is essential to recall that we need maps for mine clearance, because that is the main obstacle. It's as though we were trying to chart a path through the dark, and this is a legal and moral obligation imposed on us by international agreements. So that is why we call on the United Nations and the international community to bring pressure to bear on all relevant stakeholders so that we can have the maps about the contaminated areas. Thank you.
Hold on, please. Let me introduce you. Now I'll give the floor to the Beijing NGO Association for International Exchanges. Please, madam.
Ladies and gentlemen, currently global poverty and human rights in rural areas cannot be ignored. The problem is scarce educational resources, poor medical conditions, and scarce employment opportunities have long existed. At the end of 2020, China completely eliminated absolute poverty and achieved the goal of 2030 agenda, 10 years of schedule. China's poverty reduction population accounted more than 70% of the global poverty reduction. Beijing actively carried out poverty alleviation support, helping 73 counties in Xinjiang, Xizang, Qinghai, Inner Mongolia. 2 million poor people emerged from poverty. In last Xinjiang, we helped to promote the drinking water safety project. In Haotan, Xinjiang, we helped Beijing Pinggu peach and Daxing watermelon bloom and bear fruit on the Gobi Desert. High-level medical assistance has been provided for treatment of children with heart disease. Our organization is one of the Chinese initiators for NGO network of poverty reduction cooperation. We hope all countries can increase exchange of opinion, work together to jointly promote international NGO cooperation for poverty reduction and progress of human rights in poverty-stricken areas in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of the Christian Solidarity International to have a joint statement. Please. Okay, they are absent. Sorry. Now I invite the representative of the Conscience and Peace Tax International.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In August, Sina Koshiri Dogan was ordered to report to serve his 5 months imprisonment service for refusing military service on grounds of conscientious objection, the first such sentence to be implemented in a decade in Turkey. Was it any coincidence that in May, Turkey had come through the Universal Periodic Review without a single recommendation on the subject of conscientious objection to military service? By avoiding imprisonment, Turkey had tried to pretend that its non-recognition of conscientious objection was no longer an issue. Not so. At least 150 declared conscientious objectors are currently in the situation which the European Court has called civil death, without access to higher education or employment with social security benefits, and condemned to a semi-clandestine life because any occasion in which they need to show ID and random checks are common will automatically lead to a fresh prosecution for their refusal of military service. Contrary to the principle ne bis in idem, there is no limit to the number of cases which can be opened against an individual or the number of punishments, including imprisonment. We call on the international community to keep pressure on for Turkey to recognize the right of conscientious objection and to cease this uniquely barbaric lifelong punishment of conscientious objectors. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of International Committee for the Indigenous Peoples of the Americas.
On October 7th, 2021, this body approved of Resolution 48/7, the negative legacy of colonialism. In order to give deeper meaning and action to that resolution and to begin the decline of the negative legacy of colonialism, Indigenous nations who have international treaties, agreements, or constructive arrangements with colonizing governments must be listed with the UN Decolonization Committee. I am the spokesperson for an ancient indigenous nation located in the middle of North America in the United States. We have an international treaty with the United States which set aside a specific territory for our undisturbed use and occupation. However, the United States occupies and dominates our entire treaty territory without our consent. We need the opportunity for decolonization as our ancient nation is rapidly disappearing. Now is the time to recognize the ancient indigenous nations with whom colonizing governments gained their identity. Now is the time to free indigenous nations from the colonizing dominance of colonizing governments. We want to thank Income Indios for having the courage to sponsor us under Agenda Item 4, as indigenous nations are not allowed to speak under this agenda item. My name is Charmaine Whiteface. I am the spokesperson of the 1894 Sioux Nation Treaty Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of the Coup de Pouce Chaîne de l'Espoir Nord-Sud. Is absent. Thank you. Then we have a video message from Mouvement contre le racisme pour l'amitié entre les peuples.
Mr. President,
The bloody events in southern Syria last July reminds us that human rights situation in that country remains a source of deep concern. The massacres committed against the Druze minority, following those committed against the Alawite minority, and the lack of substantial progress in negotiations with the Kurdish minority make it regrettable that it was not possible to include in Resolution 5825 any explicit reference to the protection of minorities in Syria. Beyond the promising declarations of intent by the transitional government, the actions taken to date in terms of politics and institutional reform have not lived up to the expectations of the Syrian people as a whole and do not seem to provide adequate responses to the protection and promotion of Syrians' rights while allowing continuing territorial occupation and foreign interference. The construction of a unified and peaceful Syria requires the establishment of truly inclusive transitional political structures and an inclusive and transparent transitional justice process that can address all crimes committed in the past on Syrian territory. I thank you for your attention.
Okay, now I invite the representative of the Frontline, the International Foundation for the Protection of Human Rights Defenders, to deliver a joint statement.
Thank you, Vice President. I am Paola Constante from the Guayquay Institute, which acts in defense of the rights of persons affected by dams and environmental disasters or crimes. In Brazil, there are still challenges to grapple with in order to fully guarantee the rights of traditional communities and peoples and of persons affected by disasters in contexts that are marked by environmental racism and systematic violations of their lifestyles. An example of these challenges is the lack of regulation of our national policy on the rights of populations affected by dams, which recognizes entire communities as being affected and not only foresees material losses, but also psychological, cultural, and environmental harm. This loophole is harmful and we need it to be fixed. For instance, there's the case of Brumadinho and the people who live in the river basin of the Rio Paraopeba, where thousands of people are still waiting for collective, individual, comprehensive reparation. The international community must guarantee compliance with human rights over and beyond the interests and economic models that sacrifice lives and territories.
Thank you. Now we have a video message from the Association for Protection of Refugee and Internal Displaced Women and Children.
Mr. President, the growing strength and the hosting capacities of neighboring countries, together with the limited access to resources and insufficient international support, has weakened the ability of the host communities to sustain millions of displaced Afghans. At the same time, the relative improvement of security in Afghanistan has prompted these countries to encourage Afghans, notably those admitted under temporary humanitarian protection after the Taliban takeover, to return home. These trend of returns require an urgent and coordinated response from the international community to reinforce essential infrastructure, especially in education, healthcare, and employment. It is also vital that the Taliban authorities recognize the right of return and settlement as a natural entitlement and take measures to enable reintegration. These measures must include reform that ensure women's participation in public life and guarantee access to education for girls. Such reforms are crucial to give people confidence that their return will be sustainable. In addition, Afghan neighbors are expected to provide support, both material and digital, to promote reintegration. Expanding opportunities for virtual education for girls inside Afghanistan is a key step to strengthen resilience and build long-term stability. I thank you.
Okay, now I invite the representative of the Centre Group pour les droits de l'homme.
Mr. President, we express our deep concern over the deterioration of human rights in Iran between January and September 2025. Thousands of political prisoners remain detained under inhuman conditions, and a new wave of arbitrary arrests followed the events of June, with more than 20,000 people arrested under the pretext of national security. The use of the death penalty has reached an alarming level. More than 840 executions were recorded by the end of August. Among them, several involved dissidents and political prisoners accused of espionage for Israel after unfair trials. This vague and instrumentalized charges are used to legitimize the elimination of critical voice and reinforce a climate of fear and repression. We recommend that the Council maintain a high priority focus on the situation in Iran, urge the authorities to immediately release all political prisoners, and call for the establishment of a moratorium and executions as a first step toward the abolition of the death penalty. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of Baha'i International Community.
Mr. President, imagine receiving a text message that your home is being confiscated only because of your beliefs, that your property, your farmland, or your family's inheritance is no longer yours, that it now belongs to the state simply because of your faith. This is the reality facing Baha'i families in Iran today. For over 4 decades, Iran has carried out a campaign of economic strangulation against the Baha'is, its largest non-Muslim religious minority, through the completely unjustified invocation of Article 49 of its constitution, designed to confiscate the proceeds of criminal activities. And without any legal due process, authorities arbitrarily confiscate Baha'i homes, properties, and other assets, and give them to the state under the direct authority of Iran's supreme leader. In truth, these seizures are not about law. They are about persecution. They are designed to leave an entire community impoverished, excluded, and erased. It is state-sponsored theft.
I'm sorry, please. There is a point of order. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, the language used by the NGO currently taking the floor does not align with the standard terminology of the Human Rights Council. Targeting officials in another country is neither appropriate nor acceptable. We respectfully request that you secure NGOs delivering statements in this chamber do respect the very rules of this council. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Iran. Dear all, I would like to call on everyone to adhere to language that is commensurate with the dignity inherent to the discussion on human rights issue. And we should keep that in our minds. Please, now you can continue your intervention under this mention, please.
In truth, these seizures are not about law. They are about persecution. They are designed to leave an entire community impoverished, excluded, and erased. It is state-sponsored theft motivated by religious prejudice and systematically enforced. We call on this council and its member states to press Iran to end the economic apartheid against the Baha'is, to immediately end the misuse of Article 49, return confiscated properties, and guarantee that no person is dispossessed simply because of their belief. The Baha'is of Iran ask for nothing more than what every human being is promised: the right to live, to work, and to be treated as full citizens in their own land.
Thank you. Now we have a video message from Tumuku Development and Cultural Union.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, respected representatives of governments, international organizations, and civil society. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my perspective regarding the current freedom of the press and the persecution of journalists in Bangladesh. Like many countries, Bangladesh has been fighting for free journalism for a long time. However, freedom of the press and free journalism remained elusive till today. What is happening now is unprecedented. Many eminent journalists like Farjana Rupa, Shakil Ahmed, and prominent editors like Shamal Datta, Mojammel Haq Babu are in prison. They're accused of killing people on the street, which is politically motivated. More than 300 journalists were also accused of murder. 167 journalists' press cards were revoked. Women journalists are being intimidated by the mob, which is often linked to the incumbents and some political parties. The sheer number of persecutions and harassment of journalists because of their secularly liberal views and political preferences tells us it is the biggest purge against free journalism and journalists in the history of Bangladesh. In the last year, at least 5 media houses are under attack, and many other media houses are under constant threat. All these incidents are happening under the caretaker government led by Nobel laureate Dr. Muhammad Yunus. We condemn it and expect the United Nations should take note. Therefore, we implore the world to become vehemently against the mass persecution and harassment of journalists and demand the immediate release of all the imprisoned journalists and drop all the fabricated and harassing charges against all the accused journalists. Thank you.
Now I invite the representative of the Peace Brigades International.
Vice President, my name is Eleda Quintana, and I am the coordinator of the National Network of Human Rights Defenders in Mexico. In my country today, there are at least 133,469 disappeared persons. This crisis is directly connected to another equally serious crisis, the risk confronted by those looking for their loved ones, mothers, daughters, sisters, wives, organizing themselves to find their disappeared loved ones. According to our register of attacks, between 2020 and June 2025, we had 16 murders of those looking for loved ones in Mexico. It makes them at the greatest risk of lethal violence in Mexico, particularly in states such as Jalisco and Guanajuato. In this period, we also documented 15 attempts at murder against those looking for loved ones. The enforced disappearance of 37 of them, and 4 of them continue to be disappeared. We'd like to call the Council's attention to this situation. It's essential that the Mexican state recognize the work of human rights defenders and those looking for those who have disappeared, as well as the violence meted out against those, including the importance of truth, justice, and reparation. Finally, we'd like to sound the alarm concerning the disappearances of Jose Gabriel Pelayo, Antonia Diaz, and Ricardo Lagunas in Machalan, and urge the Mexican state and the international community to strengthen the search for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of GIZOR Youth Organization. I hope I spelled it correctly.
السيد الرئيس، السادة أعضاء مجلس حقوق.
Thank you very much, Vice President, ladies and gentlemen. What is happening today in Gaza cannot be simply boiled down to an ordinary blockade. It is systematic famine which has been imposed, depriving millions of people of water, food, and medicine in flagrant violation of all human values. Nonetheless, behind figures there are faces, behind tragedy there are names. Marge, a young person of 23 years of age who was dreaming of being an engineer to build his country, for example. He went out to find food for his famished family, but he was murdered as he went out. He wasn't murdered because he was a military soldier. He went out because he was looking for bread. What level of brutality can we accept once we have witnessed young people being targeted simply for looking for food? This is not an isolated case. This is why we are calling, alongside the Humanitarian Association for Development Across Borders, we call on the international community to immediately act to lift the siege and coordinate with the relevant states to completely open up the border points and to ensure that hunger is no longer used as a weapon against civilians. We call for an end to the famine in Gaza, and we call for a return of sense to humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of Indian Council of South America.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alaska and Hawaii diplomatically protest General Assembly Resolution 1469, granting the free colonization, foreign occupation, and violations of international humanitarian law and apartheid, granting solely to the white race in Alaska under U.S. law and policy. I give you one example of the grave violations. Our chief elder of our movement, Adolf Frohl, stood in line having a heart attack. It wasn't until I happened to call him, then called the administration of Alaska Native Medical Center, that they pulled him out of line and then treated him for his heart attack. That is what they do to us in Alaska. And the Human Rights Council, the General Assembly, doesn't take seriously the death threats, the attacks against us, or recognition of our diplomatic status. Alaska calls on Switzerland, the host of the Human Rights Council, and several international organizations to facilitate with the Human Rights Council, member states of the United Nations, OHCHR, and UN entities to give a level of diplomatic recognition to appointed ambassador of Alaska in Switzerland. The appointed ambassador is not a simple migrant, nor should he be treated as one, nor should any indigenous representative be treated as a simple migrant. We are not. Some of us are under threat. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now we have a video message from the Article 19 International Center Against Censorship.
According to Article 19's Global Expression Report, Bangladesh remains in crisis for the exercise of the right to freedom of expression. The July 2024 uprising and resignation of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina prompted a political reset and major reforms in the digital regulatory framework. While some developments are welcome, including the repeal of the cybersecurity law, an array of new draft laws risk severely restricting the rights to freedom of expression and information, privacy, and other related rights online, including through the criminalization of protected speech, overbroad content takedowns, intrusive surveillance, weak transparency, and due process gaps. There is an appalling and pervasive climate of impunity for egregious human rights violations against journalists and media workers in the country, from killings to physical attacks to harassment. In 2025, 2 journalists have been killed. Women journalists in Bangladesh face uniquely gendered risks, from workplace harassment to online rape threats and physical attacks, especially those that face multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination. We call on the interim government to reform draft legislation and the wider legal framework to ensure it is fully complying with international human rights standards for the right to freedom of expression. We also call on the interim government to ensure accountability for all attacks against journalists through the conduct of impartial, prompt, thorough, independent, and effective investigations, including through taking a gendered and intersectional approach. Thank you.
Now I invite the representative of International Service for Human Rights.
السيد الرئيس، على مدى عقود طويلة ما زال الشعب الفلسطيني يرزح تحت نظام هيمنة عنصرية ممنهجة يقوم على القمع
For decades, the Palestinian people have endured a system of institutionalized racial domination and oppression. Today in Gaza, entire families are wiped out in a matter of seconds. Civilian infrastructure, hospitals, and water networks, schools are not collateral damage. They are intentionally targeted. What we are witnessing is the destruction of a society carried out with full impunity. The Standing Commission of Inquiry, founded in 2021, found that Israel is responsible for the commission of genocide in Gaza. Maybe Pillai, chair of the commission, said that it is clear that there is an intent to destroy the Palestinians in Gaza through acts that meet the criteria set forth in the Genocide Convention. In my region, the Naqab, Israel continues its policy of dispossession against Palestinian Bedouin citizens. Entire villages have been uprooted and displaced over the past year. Homes were demolished and families were expelled to build new Jewish settlements on the ruins of the destroyed villages. This is colonial apartheid. We call on the Council to recognize and take effective actions to put an end to the Israeli crimes against the Palestinian people on both sides of the Green Line, with the intention of replacing Palestinian indigenous people with Israeli settlers. Thank you.
Video message from Women NC Committee for CSW.
Thank you, Chair.
the widespread and serious violations of human rights in the Islamic Republic of Iran, including the alarming increase in execution in 2025, require urgent and decisive action by the United Nations Human Rights Council. Since the beginning of 2025, more than 1,100 people have been executed, the highest recorded number in the past 3 decades. This high number of executions reflects a systematic pattern of using the death penalty as a tool of state intimidation. Over 50 political prisoners are currently facing death sentences on various charges. Many of their lawyers have repeatedly stated that their clients were sentenced to death in unfair judicial proceedings that failed to meet fair trial standards. We are particularly concerned about the fate of 6 political activists sentenced to death for supporting the People's Mujahideen Organization of Iran, Mr. Abdul Hassan Montazir, Puya Qobadi, Wahid Bani Amirian, Babak Alipur, Ali Akbar Daneshvarkar, and Muhammad Taqavi, as well as the civil activist, Mrs. Sharife Mohammadi. Thank you.
Now I give the floor to the representative of the International Commission of Jurists.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The ICJ is gravely concerned at the Tunisian authorities' continued attacks on lawyers, judges, and civil society actors. As 2 of this council's human rights experts recently warned, lawyers' situation in Tunisia has seriously deteriorated over the past year, with several being arbitrarily arrested, detained, and prosecuted solely for fulfilling their professional duties or for exercising their freedom of expression. This year, in violation of judicial immunity, at least 2 judges were convicted and sentenced in proceedings marred by fair trial violations. These attacks not only violate the human rights of the judges and lawyers concerned, but also contribute to further eroding the independence of judges and of the legal profession and the fair administration of justice in Tunisia. The ICJ is also concerned at the Tunisian authorities' increasing abuse of legal and administrative procedures to hinder civil society organizations' operations, including through the ongoing arbitrary detention and prosecution of several staff members and leaders, increasing restrictions on their ability to receive foreign funding and access banking services, rampant investigations of associations by administrative and financial authorities, and at least 2 judicial orders to temporarily suspend 2 associations' activities. This council must act to address these and other attacks against lawyers, judges, and civil society actors in Tunisia. I thank you.
Thank you. Now we have a video message from Ingénieur du Monde.
السويداء اليوم تعيش تحت حصار خانق يمنع عنها.
Suwaida is deprived of basic necessities of life, and this is used as a bargaining chip. Casualties exceed 2,000. Civilian abductees are more than 700 abductees. Women are raped. Jewish students are attacked on their identity, leading them to quit the universities. Syrian universities are now completely devoid from Druze students. All these crimes and violations were not individual, rather systematic policies to subjugate a whole community and break its willpower. Despite all these attempts, we will not remain silent. We will not be muzzled. We will raise our voice on a daily basis for the accountability of the perpetrators. We say it out loud that the Julani Authority does not represent us, nor the Suwaida's community. This regime is built on terror and crimes that does not represent any free person. We call for the accountability of this regime and all their complicits from the Suwaida. We say it out loud to the whole world that we want to live in dignity and justice. We do not accept any bargaining on our dignity. We call for peace and dignified living. Thank you.
Okay, my mistake. Now I give the floor to the representative of Franciscans International.
Mr. President, we wish to bring to the attention of the Council the worsening human rights situation in Cabo Delgado and Nampula, Mozambique. More than 500,000 are internally displaced and continue to face widespread human rights violations, including a lack of access to food, water, land, education, and livelihoods, compounded by the impacts of extreme weather events. International funding cuts for humanitarian aid is worsening the situation. Meanwhile, insurgent attacks flared up in Chiure, causing 40,000 persons to flee, and reports of killings near Afungi, which hosts the Mozambique LNG project site, emerged. Prioritization of securing economic sites over civilian protection and unpredictability of insurgent attacks create an untenable situation for civilians, particularly for women and children, in a conflict area with limited access and reporting. The decision to resume the Mozambique LNG project is worrying due to the lack of proper assessment of the project's harms in connection with human rights violations. Extractive projects like Mozambique LNG and the Panacua mega dam pose social and environmental risks, lack proper consultation, inadequate compensation and resettlement plans, and are leaving communities without land and livelihoods. While reiterating recommendations made by the Special Rapporteur on IDPs, we call on the Council to monitor and provide updates on the human rights situation in Mozambique and on the government of Mozambique to ensure humanitarian aid in Cabo Delgado and Nampula and civilian protection in accordance with international law, including by regulating transnational corporations operating in conflict areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of Association Internationale pour l'Égalité des Femmes.
Thank you, Chair. The situation in Iran's prisons demonstrates that medical deprivation is neither accidental nor the result of a lack of resources. Rather, it is a deliberate tool used to exert pressure, inflict torture, and ultimately physically eliminate prisoners, especially political prisoners. Judicial and security officials, instead of doctors, decide whether prisoners may be transferred to hospitals, and this deliberate interference has turned treatable illnesses into painful deaths. In recent months, several prisoners have lost their lives due to denial and obstruction of medical care. The recent deaths in Fardis and Rarchak prison, as well as the critical conditions of sick prisoners in Fashafouye, Shaiban, and Rezel Hessar clearly show that this practice is part of a deliberate and systematic policy. We call on the UN Human Rights Council, the Special Rapporteur on Torture and on the Right to Health, the Special Rapporteur on Iran, and the Independent Fact-Finding Mission on Iran to investigate the suspicious deaths inside Iranian prisons, as well as the serious problems faced by prisoners, in particular political prisoners in Iran's detention facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite for a joint statement the representative of the International Federation for the Protection of the Rights of Ethnic, Religious, Linguistic and Other Minorities, please.
Mr. President, Western Sahara remains the last unresolved case of decolonization in Africa. For almost 50 years, the Sahrawi people have been denied their right to self-determination while facing repression under the Moroccan occupation. This situation is aggravated by the illegal exploitation of natural resources, force-fed fisheries, and increasingly renewable energy and critical minerals. These activities proceed without the consent of the Sahrawi people, in violation of international law and the principle of permanent sovereignty over natural resources. Morocco deprives the Sahrawi people of their economical, social, and cultural rights while enriching its occupation. The global transition to renewable energy must not come at the expense of fundamental rights. Yet in Western Sahara, large-scale wind and solar projects are being used to power the Moroccan settlement expansions and resource extractions. At the same time, the Sahrawi people, many of whom remain displaced in refugee camps, are amongst the most vulnerable to climate change, facing water scarcity, desertification, and extreme heat. We call upon this Council to reject the exploitation of resources and renewable projects carried out without the Sahrawi consent, and to urge states and corporations not to seek benefits from the Moroccan occupations. There can be no climate justice without decolonization, and no sustainable future where the Sahrawi people are denied sovereignty over their land and resources. I thank you.
I thank you. Now I invite the representative of Vivat International.
Mr. Vice President,
Vivat International continues to raise alarm in the aftermath of the June gruesome massacre of over 200 Christians in IDP camp in Elwata, Benue State, Nigeria. In spite of the visit of Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu to Benue State and his assurance of stemming the violence, the terrorists, emboldened with greater impunity, had slaughtered additional 50 Christian residents and 10 security operatives across 4 communities in Guma, LGA on June 29, July 7th, and July 8th, 2025. The communities in Elwata and neighboring towns of Uday, Ukhol, and Daudu were also attacked shortly after the visit. The impunity with which this perennial and systematic bloodletting is being orchestrated by the terrorists clearly shows an ethnic cleansing of rapid proportions is being accomplished. How much more blood needs to be spilled before the world pays attention? We urgently call on Nigeria government and the global community to show true strength and transparent resolve in safeguarding the last remnants of a community in danger of extinction. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of Shivi Development Society for a joint statement.
Freedom of religion and belief is a fundamental human right essential for individual dignity and social harmony. In Bangladesh, however, this freedom is increasingly under threat for religious minorities. Since the political turmoil in August 2024, following the resignation of PM Sheikh Hasina, there has been a significant surge in violence against religious minorities. The Bangladesh Hindu Buddhist Christian Unity Council reported over 2,000 incidences of communal violence between August 4 and 20, including attacks on 69 temples. Tragically, at least 5 Hindus lost their lives during this period. These incidences are not isolated. In the immediate aftermath of PM Hasina's forced ouster, hundreds of Hindu homes, businesses, and temples were vandalized across the country. The Hindu community, which comprises about 8% of Bangladesh's population, has been disproportionately affected by the targeted violence, leading to homes and businesses vandalized and temples damaged. The interim government led by Muhammad Yunus has acknowledged the violence but attributed it to political motives, downplaying the religious intolerance driving these attacks. This overlooks the lived realities of the victims and does not address the root cause of the violence. The situation in Bangladesh needs urgent attention of this council to encourage the Bangladesh government to ensure safety of religious minorities and protect religious freedoms through unbiased investigations and accountability. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Now we have a video message from Lawyers' Rights Watch Canada.
Mr. President, Lawyers' Rights Watch Canada and the International Bar Association's Human Rights Institute are alarmed by the Islamic Republic of Iran's unprecedented crackdown on human rights since the June 2025 ceasefire between Iran and Israel. Since June, thousands have been detained without fair trials on suspicion of collaboration or espionage with Israel. Iran has executed over 860 people this year without fair trials, 110 in July alone. Minorities such as Kurds, Baha'is, Baluchis, Ahwazi Arabs are overrepresented among them. Defenders are among 600,000 Afghan refugees forcibly deported, despite risks of refoulement. Iran continues to weaponize the legal system against human rights defenders and lawyers. More than 60 lawyers are imprisoned in Iran for political reasons. Others face disbarment or exile. At least 20 lawyers have reportedly been killed or died under state pressure. Since the ceasefire, 15 lawyers have been falsely charged with propaganda against the state for social media posts on corruption and rights violations. Women's rights defenders face particular risks in light of Iran's severe new hijab law, which prescribes extremely harsh punishments, including execution. Iran silences lawyers and defenders in exile through threats to families, surveillance, and smear campaigns. We urge the Council to increase its attention to these grave violations and insist that Iran fulfill its international law obligations. Thank you.
Okay, now I invite the representative of Human Rights Research League.
La Human Rights Research League.
Human Rights Research League, in partnership with Montreal University, has just published a research paper entitled The Influence of a Chronically Failing Political and Security Environment on the Mental Health of Lebanese People Living or Having Lived in Lebanon, the Explosion of the 4th of August 2020, a Collective Cumulative Trauma. This was carried out in the field up until 2023, and it involved 1,345 participants. The results of this research demonstrate that the mental health of Lebanese people has been profoundly impacted because of their permanent exposure to cumulative or simultaneous traumatic events such as civil war, the Syrian and Israeli occupation, political murders, armed conflict, explosion in the afterwar period, as well as the explosion at Beirut port. The cumulative effect of these trauma has triggered an increase in psychological and psychiatric trauma. The explosion of the 4th of August 2020 triggered old traumas as well, increasing a feeling of insecurity which already existed, and a sentiment of division with the Lebanese state, which was and is perceived as not reliable, failing, corrupt, and not upholding human rights and civil and political rights. We'd like to call on the member states of this council to ensure that the restoration of the rule of law in Lebanon is a priority, and that compensation to all victims of state violence is ensured with a national policy to support mental health, incorporating the management of past trauma connected to social violence and state violence. Thank you.
Merci. Maintenant, je passe la parole.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the representative of the National Human Rights Network and the Rule of Law.
Mr. Vice President, I draw your attention to Communication ALIND 10/2024, issued jointly by several special procedure mandate holders of this Council, and to the Government of India in regards to, and I quote, information received concerning the alleged killing of a Canadian citizen, Mr. Hardeep Singh Nijjar, in Canada on 18 June 2023. In apparent advocacy for the Sikh minority in India, Mr. Nijjar was a political activist and human rights defender who promoted claims for Sikh self-determination, sovereignty, and the establishment of an independent Sikh homeland, Khalistan, end quote. The communication then goes on to draw attention to, quote, other credible threats to life, measures of intimidation and harassment against Sikh activists outside of India, end quote. Mr. Vice President, for decades, Indian security agencies have been documented in suppressing the civil, political, and cultural rights of the Sikh people. The 1984 Sikh genocide, in which thousands of Sikhs were massacred, will forever be a stain on India's history, with victims still seeking justice. Those who seek accountability for these crimes are harassed, labeled as extremists, and arbitrarily detained. Such is the case of Sikh activist and British national Jagtar Singh Johal, who was kidnapped by Indian state agencies, arbitrarily detained and tortured. According to the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, Mr. Johal has been imprisoned for nearly 8 years. Mr. Vice President, these rights that Sikh activists are being assassinated and arbitrarily detained for exercising, these are fundamental human rights. We urge this council to hold India accountable for its documented ongoing repression of the Sikh identity and political expression for Khalistan. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite the representative of Instituto Brasileiro de Direitos Humanos.
Senhor Vice-Presidente.
Vice President, air fumigation with pesticides in Brazil is a practice that poses a threat not only to forests, but indeed to our lives. In 2023, the National Congress of Brazil approved the new Pesticides Act, which violates several rights enshrined in our constitution. Recent data show that in the state of Maranhão, over the last 12 months, 325 rural communities were victims of air fumigation of pesticides. This is directly linked to the expansion of agricultural trade in Brazil, and many of these pesticides are prohibited in the EU and Switzerland. Indeed, the Quilombola indigenous communities and activists who live in deep connection with the forests are the first to suffer. Their bodies, their food, and their water sources are being poisoned. This is jeopardizing their health and their ancestral cultures. In some cases, pesticides are being used as a tool to drive families off their land. We are living a true chemical war with devastating consequences on human health, nature, and the production of healthy food. Enough pesticides. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of Amnesty International.
Mr. Vice President, Amnesty International remains concerned by the human rights situation in a number of countries, including in Ethiopia, where proposed legislative change severely threatens civil society space even as the arbitrary detention of journalists increase. Meaningful avenues to address accountability for serious violations and abuses remain absent while the transitional justice process has stalled. The human rights situation continues to deteriorate further alongside escalating conflict across the country. We call on this council to urgently resume its scrutiny on the human rights situation in Ethiopia. Mr. Vice President, Russia is structurally removing the possibility of lawful human rights-related civic activity. We join with other civil society organizations in calling for the renewal of the Special Rapporteur on Russia at this session. There is an ongoing crisis in Iran, execution crisis in Iran. Thousands of people are at risk of execution after being sentenced to death, including for drug-related offenses or overly broad and vaguely worded charges, following grossly unfair trials, or are facing investigations or prosecution on capital charges. Since the 2022 Women Life Freedom Uprising, the authorities have weaponized the death penalty as a tool of oppression, with over 800 people executed thus far in 2025 alone. Nepal finds itself at a turning point as an interim government takes charge following deadly violence. It must abide by and uphold international human rights law and standards. The authorities must conduct independent, impartial, and transparent investigations into excessive use of force by the police and security forces. Thank you.
I thank you. Now I invite the representative of Observatoire du Crime Organisé.
His Excellency, I speak today on behalf of the Baloch people who continue to face grave human rights violation in Balochistan. Even our most basic right, the right to speak and the right to freedom, are denied. Those who demand justice are abducted, tortured, or killed without a trial. Almost every day, on average, 3 people are forcibly disappear. Family often receive the mutual bodies of their loved one. Victims of extrajudicial killing and forced disappearances become routine. Entire community live in a fear knowing that student, teacher, activist, anyone can be taken at any time. I am a victim also. My home was bulldozed by Pakistani army as a punishment. Many others have lost their families, their homes, their livelihood, and their dignity. Villages are burned and families are left displaced and suffering. We appeal to this council and to the international community to stop enforced disappearances and extrajudicial killings in Balochistan. Demand the immediate release of all Baloch missing persons. Ensure independent investigation and accountability. Protect the voices and rights of the Baloch people. Silence only brings more suffering. We argue this council to stand with Baloch people and their struggle for justice, freedom, and human dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of Human Rights Now.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Human Rights Now condemns the continuing grave violations of international law by Israel's military in Gaza. The recent Commission of Inquiry report concluded that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, and the military's current assault on Gaza City, which witnesses say is destroying entire blocks and burying families under residential buildings deliberately targeted for destruction, marks a further escalation in its campaign of annihilation against the Palestinian people. The man-made famine was also reported last week to have killed at least 441 persons. We call on states to take urgent action to respect their obligations under international law to prevent genocide and to end Israel's other violations, including its illegal occupation. Such actions should be effective and commensurate with the severe gravity of the violations and include a complete arms embargo and broad economic sanctions on Israel, as well as supporting a General Assembly resolution recommending such actions and a multinational UN protection force to protect Palestinians in Gaza, like the 1956 UN Emergency Force. We also call on states to provide greater support for the ICC's accountability efforts and to consider suspending Israel's UN credentials until it respects its UN Charter obligations, as was done for apartheid South Africa beginning in 1974. States should also require companies in their jurisdiction to conduct heightened due diligence and to end any business supporting violations by Israel's government, including genocide and its illegal occupation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of the Universal Peace Federation.
Mr. Vice President, we would like to draw the attention of this body to the ongoing elimination of an entire faith community of 600,000 members in Japan. After media hype and stereotyping of the followers with the government support for years and ensuing repressive laws, the Japanese authorities have openly endeavored to deconvert the children of the Unification Church against their parents' will. The state has launched in January last year a plan for re-educating the second or third generations believers of the Unification Church within the public school system. In so-called human rights classes, where the Unification Church members are depicted as criminals and consequently their children are subject to stigmatization, violence, and isolation. After being unsettled by these alarming accusations, children are encouraged to go against their parents. In extreme cases, when parents refuse to drop their children's religious education, they can be deprived of their custody and replaced by state-appointed guardians. All this constitutes a direct violation of the right of parents to educate their children in accordance with their own convictions, which is protected under the treaties that Japan has ratified. What the Japanese authorities are actually doing is real religious cleansing to abide with what they call social norms. These insidious actions of the Japanese authorities must stop immediately. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you. Now I invite the representative of BAMRO. Is absent. Then I invite the representative of the human rights organization, Rights and Freedoms of Citizens of Turkmenistan.
President, I urge your urgent attention to the ongoing human rights violation in Turkmenistan and its refusal to comply with binding UN Human Rights Committee decision. Turkmenistan presents itself as a neutral state recognized by the UN 30 years ago, but neutrality cannot serve as a shield for impunity. On the contrary, it creates a higher obligation to respect international law and fully implement UN decisions. It is deeply ironic that Turkmenistan recently accused Israel of violating international law, while itself blatantly disregarding the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, a treaty it has signed, and ignoring the Council's own mechanism. On July 9, 2024, the committee ruled in the case of Mr. Geldi Karizov, confirming violation of his rights, including confiscation of his property. Instead of complying, the authorities responded with threats. Following the publication of this ruling, Mr. Karizov and his family received death threats, a clear act of reprisal that undermines international protection. In other cases, Ms. Jamal Bazarova, a single mother raped by investigators during a detention to force a false confession. Even more alarming is Turkmenistan's practice to abducting its citizens from Turkey, who are then tortured and killed back in Turkmenistan, and today others face the threats of imminent deportation. Therefore, I call upon this Council and the international community to press Turkmenistan to implement the Karizov's ruling and others, condemn sexual violence by state agents, including in Ms. Bazarova's case, condemn cross-border abductions, and prevent further deportation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of, for a joint statement, the representative of Central Europe, Thiermond.
Mr. Vice President, we take the floor today to express our concerns regarding the intensification of violations of international law and human rights by the United States of America. Recently, the US administration has escalated its attacks on the multilateral system. Withdrawals from UN bodies and agencies, refusal to meet financial obligations, imposition of unlawful sanctions on UN mandate holders, and continued support for the ongoing genocide against the Palestinian people. Most recently, the refusal to issue visas to representatives of the State of Palestine, preventing them from participating in the General Assembly in New York, constitutes a flagrant breach of international law and of US responsibilities as the host country of UN headquarters. No state should place itself above international law. In light of repeated violations of the UN headquarters agreement, we propose that the organization consider relocating its headquarters elsewhere, and at least on a temporary basis to Geneva. Such a step would help safeguard transparency, accessibility, and independence in the work of the UN. We call on all UN member states, social movements, civil society organizations to assume their responsibility to defend and strengthen the multilateral system rooted in the principles of the UN Charter and in the respect of the sovereignty of states and peoples. Thank you for your attention.
I thank you. Now we have a video message from the International Council supporting fair trial and human rights.
President, Article 4 of the Declaration of Human Rights states that there can be no slavery. This is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which takes the side of human dignity. What is going on in Saudi Arabia today amounts to a gross violation of that principle, because there are summary executions that take place on the basis of spurious accusations, and this runs counter to the principles and standards of justice. We call for respect of commitments. Executions are becoming a weapon with which to terrorize the world and with which to violate the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in a gross fashion. This authority, which claims to promote reform, is the authorities that are imposing these executions and remaining silent and merely expressing concerns is not enough given the gravity of the situation. It is essential to take the side of justice today, and we hope that speeches will not remain words on paper and not settle for a mere accusation. Action is needed within the Council now. Thank you.
Okay, now I invite the representative of Cairo Institute for Human Rights Studies.
President, the recent attacks in Sueda have left tens of thousands displaced and civilians subjected to unspeakable violence, including sexual violence against women and girls, some raped before execution. Survivors and families of victims continue to endure trauma, and many cannot speak today, fearing reprisals. These atrocities demand the urgent attention of this Council. Survivors, affected communities, and civil society must be at the center of any transitional process. Their voices should guide decisions on protection, humanitarian responses, and reconciliation to ensure further abuses are prevented. While initiatives like the Transitional Justice Commission are welcome, it is not mandated to look into the action of non-state actors. Victims of abuse continue to be marginalized, and their meaningful participation is limited. To be effective, transitional justice must be victim-centered, transparent, inclusive, and comprehensive. Mr. President, this Council must call on authorities to protect civilians and take action to ensure that the massacres in Sueda are thoroughly investigated in order to hold perpetrators accountable. Despite the absence of a resolution this session, this Council still needs to maintain the focus on Syria to ensure that the rights, safety, and dignity of all Syrians, especially survivors and family of victims, are upheld. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I have a video from the Americans for Democracy and Human Rights in Bahrain.
Mr. President, since October 7, 2023, Israel's genocide in Gaza has been ongoing. No meaningful action to halt it has been taken. 700 days into the war has led to the death of 73,731 Palestinians, including 20,000 children and 12.5 thousand women, while 2,700 families have been completely erased from several records. 90% of the strip has been destroyed. 2 million Palestinians were displaced. Famine has already taken 428 lives, with 650,000 children at risk of starvation. No one was spared. 670 medical workers and over 250 journalists have been killed. The random mass killings, bombardment of homes, hospitals, and schools, denial of food and medicine are acts of genocide. Both the United Nations Fact-Finding Commission and the Special Rapporteur on the Human Rights in Palestine have affirmed this, warning that inaction amounts to complicity. We therefore demand an immediate end to the aggression, the lifting of the blockade, unrestricted delivery of aid, and the protection of the Palestinian people. Every day of inaction costs small lives and undermines the effectiveness of international institutions' mechanisms. And thank you.
Now I invite the representative of Rajasthan, Samgrah Kalyan Sanstan, please.
President, India is a country with a long history of pluralism. Our constitution provides freedom of thought and belief, and our society is home to many religions and cultures. This is allowed people from different backgrounds to live and work together. The principle of unity in diversity is not just a phrase for us, it is a lived reality. We believe that this is the basis of a strong and stable society. It is a matter of record that certain forces seek to create division and conflict. These forces use cross-border terrorism to harm our people and disrupt our way of life. They target peaceful communities and economic activities like tourism to create instability. These actions are a direct challenge to the principles of peaceful and and the UN Charter. The horrific Mumbai attacks in 2008 and the recent terror incident in Pahalgam are stark reminders of this constant threat and tragic human cost of such hatred. The people of India have shown that they have not been deterred by such actions. Our nation remains committed to its core values of peace, tolerance, and human rights. We have always supported peaceful resolution of conflict and have worked with other nations to build a more secure world. Mr. Vice President, we call upon the international community to recognize the threat that such actions pose global stability. A unified approach is needed to counter forces that promote hatred and violence. India will continue to do its part, and we encourage all nations to join in promoting a world based on mutual respect and cooperation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Now I invite representative of International Career Support Association.
Mr. President, distinguished council member, the abduction of Japanese and South Korean citizens of DPRK is grave by human rights violation and an urgent global issue. From the 1970s to 1980s, DPRK authorities abducted 17 recognized Japanese victims directly from Japanese soil, which DPRK admitted, but 12 of whom still haven't returned. In addition, there are 871 specific missing persons whose possible abduction can't be ruled out. They remain unaccounted for. These victims and their families have suffered unimaginable pain for decades. The families waiting for their loved ones are aging, and some of them have passed away without seeing their children. We have no more time to waste. This council and other UN human rights bodies have issued related recommendations numerous times, but nothing has been achieved. Japanese government has been demanding the immediate return of victims. However, DPRK shamelessly refused to cooperate on returning the abductees and claims the issue has been settled. Mr. President, we urge this council to take effective action to resolve this grave human rights violation. Through international cooperation and pressure, we must bring the victims home and uncover the truth. Our effort will not stop until every abductee is reunited with their family. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Now we have a video from the European Center for Law and Justice.
Thank you, Mr. President. In 2025, Nigeria was ranked as the 7th worst country for Christians due to violence by Islamic militants. The atrocities carried out are barbaric and know no bounds. Every week, there are new reports of Christians being slaughtered in their villages. In addition to the senseless killings, villages have been burned down and destroyed, and untold numbers have been kidnapped and or beaten, all because they believe in Jesus. In fact, over 7,000 Christians have been killed and approximately 8,000 abducted during the first 220 days of this year. That's an average of 32 murders and 35 abductions a day. Shockingly, more Christians are killed in Nigeria than the rest of the world combined. The ongoing violence has also created a massive humanitarian crisis, as many people have been forced to flee their homes in search of safety. The violence has displaced at least 12 million Christians since 2009. Despite the shocking level of senseless violence occurring in Nigeria, the government has been unwilling and unable to take action to protect Christians and stop the attacks. In some cases, security forces are nearby, yet fail to intervene. Clearly, Nigeria has taken no action to stop Christians from being murdered because of their faith. It has been demonstrated over the years that continued inaction only leads to more and more innocent Christians being attacked and killed. Immediate and meaningful action must be taken now to put a stop to the senseless violence. Thank you.
Okay, now we have another video from the Coordination des associations et des particuliers pour la liberté de conscience.
We and Human Rights Without Frontiers are deeply concerned about the fact that the chaplaincy activities of Jehovah's Witnesses in a number of Belgian prisons are in practice not allowed anymore. Since 2019, Jehovah's Witnesses have written 6 times to the Minister of Justice and have initiated legal proceedings due to this discrimination experienced in 4 Belgian prisons. Nivelles, Leuze, Dinan, and Leven Central. In August 2023, the General Director of the Penitentiary Administration issued a circular to stop tolerating that religions not being recognized by the state provide spiritual assistance on request of their people in prison. In April 2022, a ruling of the European Court considered that the system of state recognition of religions in Belgium was flawed and discriminatory, not compatible with the European Convention, and should be revised. This has still not happened 3 years later. Until it happens, we recommend that the Belgian state be tolerant and allow Jehovah's Witnesses in prison to be provided spiritual assistance every time they require it. I thank you.
Okay, now I invite the representative of Human Rights House Foundation. Okay, now I'm missing. I invite the representative of the East and Horn of Africa Human Rights Defenders Project.
Merci. Monsieur le Vice-président.
Thank you, Vice President. We would like to reiterate the need for this Council to correct the mistake it made by ending the mandate of the International Commission on Ethiopia. Ethiopia not being on the Council's agenda is an anomaly. We are alarmed by the volatile situation in South Sudan, and the Council should stand ready to respond. President, we are deeply concerned by the situation in Tunisia, where Sharifa Riahi and other human rights and migrants' rights defenders are arbitrarily detained or harassed. At this point, we're not even talking about backsliding anymore. We're seeing the country's full regression into authoritarianism. Tunisia's diplomatic partners should urgently reprioritize human rights in their bilateral relations. We urge the Council and regional mechanisms to pay close attention to human rights in the Sahel region, especially Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. In the first two, civilians are caught in a spiral of violence and instability, and they can legitimately expect that authorities uphold their human rights obligations instead of blaming all issues on terrorism or foreign powers and enabling abuses by Russian mercenaries. We also condemn the disproportionate use of force, including lethal force, against protesters in Mozambique in relation to the 2024 election results and in Togo in relation to the constitutional changes. We urge independent, impartial, and effective investigations into all those suspected. Thank you.
Now I have a video message from the Network of Women's Non-Governmental Organizations in the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thalassemia patients in Iran are experiencing critical life-threatening situation. This chronic disorder required constant blood transfusion and vital medicines such as Defracirox and Defraxamine. Without them, patients face organ failure and premature death. Today, two major factors have converged to depend their suffering: broad economic sanction and the recent 20-day armed conflict between the Islamic Republic of Iran and the State of Israel. These have disrupted impact and supply chain, leaving many patients without essential treatment. Families are forced to rely on black market and variable costs, risking counterfeit drug and further harm. The crisis is not only medical, but a human rights issue. Denying access to essential medicine violates the right to health under Article 12 of the International Convention of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Moreover, restriction on medical supply during sanction and conflict may amount to collect punishment prohibited under the Geneva Convention. We therefore urge the international community to act, exempt medicine from sanctions, secure humanitarian canals for drug delivery, and protect healthcare supply chains in time.
Now I invite the representative for a joint statement, representative of the World Evangelical Alliance.
Mr. Vice President, the World Evangelical Alliance and Christian Solidarity International wishes to draw the Council's attention to the escalation of violence in Nigeria. More than 3.5 million people remain displaced, many without adequate food, water, sanitation, or shelter. The humanitarian situation continues to deteriorate, with women and children particularly at risk. In the Middle Belt and Northern region, reoccurrence The recurring cycle of deadly violence have devastated entire communities. Homes, farms, and places of worship have been destroyed, leaving thousands displaced and without livelihood. Despite the scales of this attack, civilians are often left unprotected and accountability for grave abuses remain rare. We are concerned that the Nigerian authorities have not been able to prevent such violence or ensure the protection of affected population. We therefore urge the government of Nigeria to take immediate and concrete measures to safeguard vulnerable communities, including by adequately training, equipping, and deploying security forces in line with human rights standards, while also addressing the root causes of conflicts. We further call on Nigeria with support from the international community to guarantee displaced persons access to adequate food, shelter, and essential services in accordance with its human rights obligation. I thank you.
I thank you. Now we have a video from the ARC.
As a consequence of the Iranian authorities persistently not implementing the UN recommendations on sustainable development goals, the population in Iran, including the Azerbaijani provinces and other minority nations, can expect a harsh imminent future. The complete desiccation of Lake Urmia in recent years exemplifies the disproportionate hardship to which Azerbaijanis are exposed. Now, across Azerbaijani provinces, degradation thresholds are being crossed. Desertification and land degradation have severely accelerated. Water scarcity is a living reality. Agriculture is impacted by aerosol contamination from the salt pan of the lake, and public health is seeing an increase in cancer and other diseases. Tourism in the area has disappeared. The socio-economic impacts of all these factors are already incalculable, resulting in a forced migration from the area. The impacts of the loss of ecosystem and biodiversity are unknown. The Iranian authorities recently called for international expertise to restore Lake Urmia. This appears a delaying tactic to avoid taking responsibility for action. Climate change cannot be an excuse for inaction. However, action plans and good governance remain neglected in Iran. The 30 million Azerbaijanis in Iran are not protected by the Iranian authorities. We call on the United Nations to document the issues pertaining to the at-risk population in Azerbaijani provinces arising from the desiccation of Lake Urmia. Thank you.
Okay. Now I invite the representative of Society for Threatened Peoples.
Mr. Vice President, the Tibetan continues to endure severe human rights abuses under the Chinese authorities. Notable cases include the custodial death of Tulku Pandey, head lama of Chogra Monastery in Gonjo, following alleged torture, the ongoing arbitrary imprisonment of Dorje Tashi, for whom his sister Gompoki has repeatedly sought redress, and auspicious death of Tuku Hunga Rinpoche in Vietnam while in custody. We are further concerned about alleged arbitrary arrest of singer Palchung and Sukte for celebrating the 90th birthday of Tenzin Gyatso, the 14th Dalai Lama, and the detention of senior Inner Hmong protesting a hydropower project. These cases reflect broader pattern of repression and due progress violation. We urge the Council, the Commissions, and the Special Rapporteur to investigate the rampant human rights violations in the Tibetan regions carried out by the China with impunity and submit their detailed report. 3 years after the OSHR assessment, there has been no credible follow-up. Uyghurs are still suffering in silence. Recent reports show more imprisoned under broad terrorism charges with long sentences, unfair trials. Investigation also reveals forced labor linked to the global supply chain, including footwear with state control of workers. We ask the High Commission to keep the reporting and give regular, meaningful update to this council. I thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of Sambali Trust. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In May 2025, a volleyball match between friends in Wana, Pakistan became a scene of macabre and mindless violence when a drone strike by government forces left 22 civilians, including children as young as 13 years old, injured, traumatized, and scared for life. This came within a fortnight of another gruesome drone attack in which 4 children of the same family were killed and 5 others, including a woman, injured. 30 people, including women and children, were reportedly killed in airstrikes in Pakistan's Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province this Monday. We speak on behalf of countless grieving families in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, devastated by a surge drone strike since March 2025. For these families, daily existence has become a nightmare. Drones rain fire from the skies, and the ground forces push them away from their homes. As per reports, more than 60,000 people have been forced to flee from their homes. running away from an army that has turned against its own citizens. Despite this tragedy, authorities have often denied accountability or failed to launch transparent investigations, leaving victims without justice, compensation, or hope for redress. These attacks are in violation of Geneva Conventions, the UN Charter, and core principles of international humanitarian law. We urgently implore this Council to condemn these unlawful attacks, demand impartial investigations, and compel Pakistan and relevant actors to provide effective remedies and accountability. The civilian suffering in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa must end, and justice, dignity, and peace must be restored. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have a video from the Iranian Thalassemia Society.
Mr. President, considering the aggression of Israel and the US against Iran in June 2025, we would like to raise some points. The attacks violated Article 2.4 of the UN Charter and the human rights of the Iranian people, including the rights to life, health, adequate housing, information, food, clean environment, cultural rights, rights of vulnerable groups, and the right to self-determination. The aggression caused the loss of about 1,100 human lives, including women and children, and enforced disappearances of several individuals. The unilateralism of Israel and the US is putting a dangerous precedent in the world and is highly undermining the role of negotiation and dialogue in conflict resolution. We echo the statement of the UN experts who unequivocally condemned the attacks, emphasized that the timing of the attack sabotaged peaceful resolutions and reinforced a might makes right approach. In addition, the experts announced that the responsible US political and military leaders may also be liable for the international crime of aggression. Mr. President, we call on the Human Rights Council to recognize the cases of mass killings in June military aggression against Iran as war crimes and crime of aggression to bring the perpetrators to justice. I thank you.
Now I invite the representative of ECHO Phone.
Mr. Vice President, we draw this Council's attention to Jammu and Kashmir, India, where a gruesome terror attack in April 2025 was a blatant assault on human rights of the people in the region. These attacks are clearly a violation of international human rights and humanitarian law. Civilians were targeted simply for exercising their right to travel, their freedom to movement, and the freedom of religion. These are not isolated events. They are part of a pattern of targeted violence meant to destabilize peace, divide communities, and suppress basic freedom. We urge international communities to act against the infrastructure that supports terrorism, cross-border financing of armed groups, foreign training camps and safe sanctuaries, the ideological and logical supports that keeps them alive. The network must be dismantled completely. No terror group should have safe havens, media platforms, or political coverage. Human rights cannot exist side by side with the organized terror. The Council must stand strong. We call upon all members of state to work together, investigate, expose and sanction both attackers and those who support them. Remaining silent or indifferent will only embolden further violence. The society of Jammu and Kashmir has always been secular, inclusive. These attacks are meant to break the spirit of spreading fear in a region that is moving forward on a path of transformation. The people of India deserve to live without fear, free from extreme violence. The right to peace, dignity, and security must be protected. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you. Now we have a video from Medical Support Association for Underprivileged Iranian Patients.
Mr. President, on 13 June 2025, Israel launched an unprovoked wave of drone and missile strikes against Iran. In 12 days, cities across our country were hit. Homes, schools, hospitals, and rescue centers reduced to rubble. Water systems and a pharmaceutical plant were struck. Ambulances and the Iranian Red Crescent were hit. The peaceful nuclear facilities placed under IAEA safeguards were bombed. A prison was targeted, and 80 civilians died. The human toll is huge. Over 1,000 people killed, thousands more injured and displaced. This was not self-defense. It was an unlawful use of force in clear breach of Article 2.4 of the UN Charter. Israel violated core rules of IHL, including the principles of distinction and proportionality, and the special protection of medical units under Geneva Conventions. Mr. President, behind each casualty figure is a shattered family and a grieving nation. We call for a principled response and urge the UN member states to condemn this act of aggression and mandate an independent investigation to identify those responsible and to ensure accountability and reparations and take urgent measures to prevent recurrence and protect civilians. Thank you.
Okay, another video from the Organization for Defending Victims of Violence.
Mr. President, today I address this Council in the shadow of the region's rapid descent into conflict and Israel's 12-day aggression against Iran. This conflict left wounds in our infrastructure and above all in the lives of civilians. It was launched in blatant violation of the UN Charter and international law, and its human cost cannot be ignored. Hospitals were overwhelmed with the injured, families displaced, schools reduced to rubble, and neighborhoods targeted. These are not marks of self-defense, but of collective punishment. IHL demands distinction and proportionality. Yet in those 12 days, Iran witnessed indiscriminate strikes that deprived civilians of medical basic security, leaving lasting trauma. This aggression was not born in isolation. It was fueled by years of global silence in the face of Israeli violations in Palestine. When the international community failed to stand firmly against starvation in Gaza, Israel grew emboldened, expanding its attacks into Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, striking Iran in the 12-day war, and most recently targeting Qatar during a ceasefire meeting. We urge this Council and the international community to act, hold Israeli officials accountable, support ICC in this regard, and mandate independent investigations into the 12-day war. Ending the cycle of impunity is necessary. Thank you.
I'm sorry, another video from the Global Institute for Water, Environment and Health.
Thank you, Mr. President. We cannot remain silent in the face of the ongoing tragedy in Gaza. Day after day, children, women, and the elderly are being deprived of the most basic rights, to food, to water, to safety, and to life itself. What we are witnessing is not only a humanitarian catastrophe, it is a grave violation of the right to development and the collective failure of our human conscience. The continued blockade and bombardment have reduced entire community to despair, leaving family with no access to clean water, food, or medical care. This Council must move beyond word. We call on the United Nations and all member states to take urgent, concrete action to guarantee immediate and impended humanitarian access, protect civilians, and stop the ongoing tragedy and genocide. The right to development is meaningless if an entire population is left to starve and suffer. Gaza's people deserve dignity, security, and a future free from war and deprivation. The world is watching. History will judge us by whether we acted or whether we only spoke. Thank you.
Now I invite the representative of the Asian Forum for Human Rights and Development.
Mr. Vice President, in Nepal, we are alarmed by the killing of more than 70 people and the injury to more than 2,000 during the youth-led protests against corruption and inequality triggered by a social media ban. Security forces used unlawful and excessive force, including with live ammunition. 16 years after the armed conflict, the failure to deliver justice has entrenched impunity, enabling further abuses and deepening public mistrust. We urge Nepali authorities to ensure prompt and independent investigations with international support. In Pakistan, we call on authorities to end the systematic repression in Balochistan, where peaceful protesters face arbitrary arrests, enforced disappearances, and excessive force. Rather than addressing long-standing grievances, the recently amended Anti-Terrorism Act further erodes judicial independence and fair trial guarantees and enables arbitrary action against human rights defenders. This danger is real. WHRDs like Dr. Maharang Baloch face terrorism charges and remain behind bars for their peaceful activism. In Indian-administered Kashmir, we call on authorities to uphold their international human rights obligations. Civic space in Kashmir has been dismantled. Books challenging official narratives are banned. Human rights defenders like Khurram Parvez and Irfan Mehraj remain unjustly detained. This repression is compounded by attempts to whitewash well-documented findings on mass graves, enforced disappearances, and extrajudicial killings, erasing the work of Kashmiri civil society and shielding perpetrators from accountability. We urge this Council to monitor these situations closely and take decisive action to prevent further deterioration.
Thank you. Now we have a video message from the Traditional Medicine and Health Developers Society of the Iranians.
Mr. President,
The escalating conflicts in the Middle East reveal a disturbing pattern of persistent aggression that undermines regional peace security. For Israel, aggression has become routine. The worn-out excuse of preemptive self-defense has dragged the region beyond the point of return, unleashing wars on civilians in Gaza, Yemen, and Iran, and now threatening to spread across the Middle East to advance exceptionist ambitions. While the genocide in Gaza had already sounded the alarm that no civilian in the region would ever be safe again. Nearly 2 years later, 1,100 people lost their lives in just 12 days in Iran. The attacks on Iran not only violated the peremptory norm prohibiting the use of force, but as evidenced by the number and identity of the casualties, also constitute serious breaches of the principle of distinction under international humanitarian law. Israeli strikes on civilian area killed at least 126 women and 45 children, including Yasin, Mahya, and Sarvin. It is time for the world to act decisively and put an end to the impunity that continues to claim innocent lives. Inaction will let injustice overflow from the Middle East, endangering humanity everywhere. I thank you.
Now I invite the representative of the Institute for Human Rights.
Vice President, we note with a great concern the rapid deterioration of relations between Russia and Azerbaijan, which has already led to arrest and deepening repressions on both sides. In Yekaterinburg, during mass detentions, two brothers, Hussein and Ziadin Safarov, were brutally tortured to death, their bodies bearing broken bones, severe injuries, and mutilation, while Russian authorities cynically claimed they died of heart problems. After this event in Russia, the Azerbaijani authorities backfired with the mirror arrest of Russian citizens. One such case is that of Anton Drachov, a 41-year-old entrepreneur, father of two young children and co-founder of Tech Company. He was among 8 Russian citizens arrested in Azerbaijan in July of this year on politically fabricated charges of drug smuggling. While the charges are clearly groundless and absurd, he remained under arrest in Baku until today. Credible reports and publicly available photo and video evidences indicate that Mr. Drachov, like others, was subjected to physical and psychological tortures at the time of detentions, forced to sign confessions under threats against his relatives, and humiliated in state-linked media outlets. We call on Azerbaijan to end this politically motivated prosecution and immediately release Anton Drachov and other arbitrarily detained Russian citizens, including political prisoners among of its own citizens. I think.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of Center for Human Rights and Peace Advocacy.
Mr. President, we draw the Council's urgent attention to the alarming situation in Sindh, Pakistan, where enforced disappearances, extrajudicial killings, and arbitrary arrests have become a systematic tool of repression. State security forces routinely abduct, torture, and detain Sindhi political workers, human rights defenders, and journalists to silent dissent. These acts flagrantly violate Pakistan's obligation under the ICCPR, the Convention Against Torture, and Declaration on the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance. Earlier this year, peaceful protests erupted against construction of new canals on the Indus River. In the village of Bijrani Ligari, police violence resulted in the killing of 2 activists, Irfan Ligari and Zahid Ligari, injuring many and bulldozing of homes, shops, and schools. Following these protests, around 150 activists were abducted or arbitrarily detained, with many facing unfair trials in anti-terrorism courts, criminalizing dissent and denying due process. Tragically, the mother of one disappeared activist in South Dayo passed away this July after 8 years of waiting for her son, without ever learning his fate. We urge this council to call upon Pakistan to end enforced disappearances and extrajudicial killings, abolish the misuse of anti-terrorism courts against peaceful protests, facilitate international monitoring of human rights in Sindh. I thank you.
I thank you. Now I invite the representative of Asociación Hasteoir.
President,
Said Rais, أتحدث باسم مجموعة سيتيزن جو لإثارة شواغل بشأن قضية تستحق من المجلس الاهتمام: تآكل سيادة سويسرا وديمقراطيتها المباشرة في سياق المعاهدة الجديدة المقترحة مع الاتحاد الأوروبي. ما الذي نحتاجه إلى الديمقراطية من أجل أن تكون ناجحة؟ أولاً الحقيقة معناها أن تتماهى الأفكار مع الواقع، واليوم تغيرت الإيديولوجية أصبح الواقع متماهيا مع الأفكار. عندما يحدث ذلك يحرم المواطنون من خيارهم الحقيقي وتصبح الديمقراطية هواء. هذا ما شاهدناه مع الاتحاد الأوروبي، فبمجرد أن يظهر مشروع التعاون يظهر نظام مركزي حيث تتخذ القرارات بعيدا عن الشعب وتؤدي إلى قضم مبدأ التفرع الحيادية والديمقراطية المباشرة هي أسس الثقافة السياسية السويسرية. المعاهدة الجديدة المقترحة من الاتحاد الأوروبي ستجعل من سويسرا عضوا سلبيا تقارن الآثار بأوقات الاستعمار. المواطنون لا يمكن سيفرض عليهم أن يقبلوا قواعد دون صوت. حقوق الإنسان والديمقراطية لا يمكن أن تنجح مع الديمقراطيات مع البيروقراطيات المركزية. التفرع والحيادية والحقيقة ومشاركة المواطنين هي أسس سويسرا وعلينا أن ندافع عنها. فيديو من منظمة العراق للديمقراطية. نلفت الانتباه سيدي إلى الانتهاكات التي عذرا نتوقف الترجمة بسبب رداءة الصوت من المصدر.
Dismissed from their jobs after arrest, denied employment upon release, repeatedly rearrested and summoned, and subjected to travel restrictions and retaliation through their sons. Authorities deny them certificates of good conduct, preventing access to these basic rights while imposing arbitrary travel bans. Human rights defender Naji Fatil was arbitrarily dismissed just 4 months after being hired following government pressure. He was also denied a housing loan and summoned twice in 1 month as an intimidation tactic. Despite UN experts' calls to restore his rights, these violations persist. Another defender, Ali Al-Haji, remains under security surveillance and has been repeatedly arrested for demanding his rights and exposing violations in Bahraini prisons. Most recently, he faced new charges of unlawful assembly for documenting a pro-Palestine protest in Bahrain. We urge the Council to take immediate action to end reprisals against released prisoners in Bahrain and to hold the authorities accountable for these violations. Thank you.
حسنا. Association of Iranian Short-Statured Adults. تتوقف الترجمة بسبب رداءة الصوت من المصدر.
Raise some points. The attacks violated Article 2.4 of the UN Charter and the human rights of the Iranian people, including the rights to life, health, adequate housing, information, food, clean environment, cultural rights, rights of vulnerable groups, and the rights to self-determination. The aggression caused the loss of about 1,100 human lives, including women and children, and enforced disappearances of several individuals. The unilateralism of Israel and the US is putting a dangerous precedence in the world and is highly undermining the rule of negotiation and dialogue in conflict resolution. We echo the statements of the UN experts who clearly condemn the attack, emphasizing that the timing of the attack destroyed peaceful resolution and reinforced the idea the power decide what is right. In addition, the experts announced that the responsible US political and military leaders may also be liable for the international crime of aggression. Mr. President, we call on Human Rights Council to recognize the case of mass killing in June military aggression against Iran as a war crime and crime of aggression to bring the perpetrators to justice. Thank you.
Now I give the floor to the representative of Edmund Rice International Limited.
Señor Presidente, Edmund Rice.
President, Edmund Rice International would like to express its thanks to the expert mechanism on the rights of indigenous people for its annual report and for the study on indigenous peoples and its data, in particular in terms of its disaggregated data. We'd like to welcome the information which illustrates the disproportionately high rates of suicide in this group. These alarming trends illustrate an urgent trend to deal with culturally sensitive areas. In this context, we'd like to emphasize the central role of data. When data are collected in respect of Indigenous identity and disaggregated by indigeneity and age and involve young Indigenous people in the process, they can be verted into a tool to understand the profound causes of these realities. These participatory practices allow those who are responsible for policies can go beyond the figures, recognizing the experience and voices of Indigenous people to design effective public policy. We believe that data shouldn't only take into account Indigenous realities, it should empower them. Data should reflect their voices, experiences and perspectives, recognize them as rights holders and confirming their participation, the basic cornerstone of the rights of the child. For this reason, we urge Member States to guarantee the full involvement of Indigenous children in all data collection procedures relating to them. Only by doing this, we can go beyond mere survival, ensuring the right to well-being and full participation in society. Thank you.
I think now I invite the representative of the Association pour les Victimes du Monde.
Thank you, Chair. This month, Tamil farmers in Mailathamandu, particular, marked 730 days of continuous protest this week. As their peaceful struggle demanding the return of traditional grazing lands entered in third year. At a rally held at Sithandi Junction, farmers, cattle herders, civil society organization, parliamentarians, and members of the public gathered to demand the 3,025 hectares of land to be allocated back to local Tamils. Protest leaders stressed that the appeal was not only to the Sri Lankan governments but also to the international community, as Sri Lankan authorities have repeatedly ignored their calls. The farmers condemned Colombo's failure to deliver justice despite 2 years of sustained non-vision struggle. In this context, as our struggle completes 2 full years, we believe it will serve as a pressure upon the Sri Lankan government. We humbly appeal to you to provide us with a just solution, they said in a statement. The Tamil pastoral communities in Mailathamandu, Mathavanai have faced decades of systematic land grabs where grazing grounds traditionally upon the farmers were seized and relocated under state book colonization schemes. Despite premises, the allocation of the pasture lands remains stalled, leaving farmers struggling to sustain their livelihoods. We urge the council members to condemn Sri Lankan state policy to occupation of Elam Tamil lands, to refer Sri Lankans to the International Criminal Court, to propose a robust resolution under Agenda 2.
Now we have a video from the Family Health Association of Iran.
Mr. President, following Israel's unlawful act of aggression against Iran in June 2025, the economic and humanitarian pressures on the Iranian people have severely intensified. This act not only targeted vital infrastructure such as refineries, oil facilities, and nuclear centers, but also reduced Iran's oil export by 94%, causing nearly $120 million in daily losses. In addition to these aggression, sanctions against Iran were intensified with new measures, especially on the energy sector, which further increased pressure on the health system and restricted access to essential medicines. Not only was no aid provided by Western countries to rebuild infrastructure and assist the victims, but also new sanctions were imposed by US. These sanctions deliberately targeted the most vulnerable, particularly patients and children. We have requested the HRC's monitoring mechanism to examine the sanctions following the 12-day aggression against Iran, as well as the country's inability to rebuild damaged infrastructures. We further call on the HRC and the international community to condemn the intensification of sanctions and demand that financial resources be allocated to help rebuild damage caused by war-related sanctions. Thank you.
Okay, now I invite the representative of Civicus, World Alliance for Citizen Participation.
Mr. Vice President, Civicus believes that the Council should play a more assertive role in preventing rather than reacting to human rights crises. In Indonesia, the civic space has sharply deteriorated amid the brutal crackdown on protests with impunity, arbitrary arrest, and ill treatment of peaceful protesters and unlawful use of force by both the police and the military. We are also concerned about the revisions to the military law and the proposed criminal procedure code revisions, which, if approved, will grant excessive powers to the police without adequate oversight mechanisms. Over 100 HRDs have faced arrests, intimidation, and physical attacks since the beginning of the year. In Kenya, a chilling crackdown on civic freedoms has continued unabated. State sanctions, abductions, and repression of protesters have continued, while authorities are severely restricting and criminalizing free speech online and offline. Reportedly, at least 1,500 people have been arbitrarily arrested since the protests began in June under trumped-up charges, including terrorism charges. While HRDs and CSOs face harassment, deportation, and disruption, in Turkey, civic space faces existential threats and amid escalating censorship, arrests, and intimidation. Since March, nearly 2,000 people, including peaceful protesters, journalists, and lawyers, have been arbitrarily detained and face rushed mass trials. As the legal crackdown on the main opposition party continues to spark mobilization, authorities have met recent protests in Istanbul with bans, excessive force, social media throttling, and arrests. Civicus calls on the Council to ensure responsive action on these counter situations in order to prevent further deterioration. We thank you.
I thank you. Now I invite the representative of the United Towns Agency for North-South Cooperation. Absent, okay. I invite the representative of Al Baraim Association for Charitable Work.
السيد الرئيس.
Mr. President, members of the August Council, Palestine has been seeing an unprecedented humanitarian crisis in terms of internal displacement. 1.9 million persons, that is 80% of Gaza population, is in internal displacement. Gaza Strip is going through a genocide in plain sight, leading that 1.9 million persons to leave their homes. 1.4 internally displaced persons are seeking shelter in UNRWA in inhumane conditions, with 1/2 of square meters allocated for each. Hospitals, schools, and humanitarian facilities have been targeted in a clear breach of the principle of the protection of civil objects. We call on you to stop the hostilities immediately, to lift the siege on Gaza Strip, and to allow humanitarian aid to access, to stop the Judaization of the West Bank and Jerusalem, protecting the Palestinian people internationally and protecting its inalienable rights to life, dignity, and freedom are also sought. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you. Now I have a video from Women's Network for Change.
Dear President, Afsana Nadipur has been party to covering up the egregious human rights atrocities committed by the Islamic Republic of Iran for the better part of 3 decades. Her appointment to the advisory committee serves to soften the face of a government whose human rights violations are breaking disturbing records globally. Iran has the highest per capita use of the death penalty. Officials carried out 975 executions in 2024, a figure that disproportionately comprises Kurdish and Baluch ethnic minorities executed on bogus and trumped-up drug charges, and further includes people charged as minors. Executions are also accelerating at a record-setting pace, and the executions of women are at their highest rates in a decade. Over 841 people have been executed in the first 8 months of 2025. Women are currently facing the death penalty for their peaceful social work and activism, and among the religiously persecuted Baha'i community, nearly 2/3 of those imprisoned in 2024 were women. Since January 2024, prisoners across the country have engaged in weekly hunger strikes, calling for an end to the spiraling execution campaign undertaken by the state. Human rights advocates have also revealed the government's systematic use of lethal violence, torture, and rape against prisoners and peaceful protesters detained in a network of black sites across the country. With state impunity for domestic and sexual violence, as well as forced child marriages, state policies have also fueled growing rates of preventable femicide. In 2024, 179 femicides were recorded in Iran, and keeping pace with this horrific trend, 74 femicides have been recorded in the first 8 months of 2025. Thank you.
Okay. Now I invite the representative of Association Culture Femme.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. 16 years after the war ended in Sri Lanka, militarization still shapes civilian life in Tamil homelands. Significant amount of private land that was seized to establish military camps remains under military control, preventing displaced families from returning to their homes and livelihoods, which seems as a form of structural genocide. Uniformed and ex-uniformed officers continue to influence local administration. Previously, Major General Chandraseri was appointed governor of the Northern Province. Rear Admiral Mohan Vijay Vikrama served as a governor of the Eastern Province for years. This pattern is compounded by rewarding alleged perpetrators with senior state and diplomatic roles. Accused war criminal Sampath Tuyakonta, a former wing commander who publicly boasted of causing chaos during the Mullawaikal assaults, was appointed as Secretary of Defense by President Anura Kumara Dissanayaka. Earlier military personnel credibility implicated in abuses were dispatched abroad as diplomats. Such postings launder reputation and obstruct accountability. We urge this council and member states to require full demilitarization of civil administration in Tamil homelands, insist Sri Lanka not appoint ex-military personnel as governors, secretaries, and ambassadors, pursue targeted sanctions and universal jurisdiction cases on alleged war criminals, and demilitarize the Tamil homelands and release land back to the owners. Thank you, Vice President.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of for a joint statement of the Union of Arab Jurists.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. As we sit here, the situation in Gaza continues to deteriorate. Those who have not been killed are forcibly displaced with no safe place to flee. The Palestinian population has been subject to horrendous acts. A few days ago, the UN Independent Commission of Inquiry made it clear in its report, quote, Israel has committed genocide against Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, end quote. The Commission's evidence clearly shows acts prohibited under the Genocide Convention. Since the start of the attacks, Palestinian people have suffered and died in great numbers, which grow as we speak. From the outset, the intent behind these attacks has been unmistakable. The killing of civilians, the infliction of serious harm, and the creation of conditions of life intended to destroy the population are acts of genocide. We welcome the Commission's acknowledgement of genocide, long overdue. Such findings impose a legally binding obligation upon all states to prevent genocide, to ensure accountability, and to refrain from any actions that would contribute to these crimes. We recall that this commission was established by the Council itself, and therefore its findings merit the Council's full implementation. We call upon the Human Rights Council and all UN member states to implement the Commission's recommendations without delay, to ensure the protection of civilians, and to work toward accountability for those responsible. Justice and humanity demand nothing less. The world is watching you. Thank you.
I thank you. Now we have a video from Payamavaran Hamiari.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, during the recent unlawful military aggression against the territory of Iran, it was not only hospitals but also community-based treatment and harm reduction centers, many run by NGOs, that continued their work under fire. Despite the tragic loss of health workers and missiles striking medical facilities, civil society organizations and their staff refused to leave the people behind. Services for those most vulnerable, people in recovery, the homeless, the marginalized groups, were never interrupted. For individuals in recovery from substance abuse, the war brought more than the fear of missiles. It reopened deep psychological wounds, anxiety, fear of survival, and relapse risk. Many faced renewed vulnerability not because care was absent, but because war magnifies human fragility. This resilience is not the achievement of institutions alone, but of dedicated health workers, social workers, and volunteers who stood side by side with their communities. Their courage demonstrates the essential role of NGOs in safeguarding the right to health during conflict. We therefore urge this Council to recognize the accountability for war crimes must include violations of the right to health, particularly mental health, and to guarantee special protection for health facilities, health workers, and NGOs operating in conflict zones. I thank you.
Now I invite the representative of Youth Parliament for SDG.
Thank you, Vice President. May the peace of God be with you. I am here today to bear the voice of Sudanese women who are suffering from the bitter cruelty of war, and I am here to break the silence. The image of the Kisma girl who was killed at the hands and in the presence of a militia have shaken the world. The additional crime, which concerned a girl of 6 years as well. Such threats are affecting the lives of around 4 million people, and there are crimes on the basis of discrimination against women, and civilians are taken as targets and there is sexual violence against them. We invite this council to condemn in a clear-cut fashion crimes committed by the Rapid Support Forces militia, and we call for a swift investigation under the aegis of the Council in order to identify the perpetrators and bring them to justice. Thirdly, we urge you to condemn the practices of the United Arab Emirates as they are the main sponsors behind these acts. Ladies and gentlemen, the President interrupts the
development.
Mr. President, what is unfolding in the Indian occupied Jammu and Kashmir is not a distant crisis. It is the lived reality of millions. They face killings without accountability, disappearances without answers, and detentions without justice. Since the abrogation of Article 370 on 5th August 2019, militarization of civilian spaces has only deepened. Demographic engineering continues in direct violation of the 4th Geneva Convention and binding UN resolutions. Thousands of political prisoners, including political leaders, Masat Alam Bhatt, Shabir Ahmed Shah, Yasin Malik, Naeem Khan, as well as minors, remain in overcrowded prisons without due process. Human rights offenders such as Khurram Parvez and Irfan Mehraj are unlawfully detained. On 5th August 2025, books were banned in Jammu and Kashmir, the very date marking the abrogation of Article 370. This act was not coincidental. It symbolized cultural erasure and attempt to suppress memory and identity of Kashmiri people. The recent custodial killing of Firdaus Ahmed Mir, a father of 3 from Bandipora, underscores the brutality of Indian occupation forces in Jammu and Kashmir. Since the Pahalgam attack of April 22, 2025, Indian forces have martyred 44 Kashmiris, arrested over 3,000 people, and demolished 80 plus homes. We urge this council to hold India accountable, demand the release of all prisoners, and safeguard Kashmir's fundamental rights and identity. I thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, now we have a video from the Youth in Technology and Arts Network.
Thank you, Mr. President. We draw attention to the ongoing suffering of Sri Lankan Tamil refugees, especially those in India, and the persistent human rights violations that continue to haunt them decades after fleeing their homeland. Over 100,000 Tamil refugees remain in India, with 70,000 in 103 camps across Tamil Nadu. Many fled violence in the 80s and 90s, and recent reports of mass graves have re-traumatized survivors, reigniting fears about the fate of their loved ones. Mr. President, in Sri Lanka, 2 generations have grown up in exiles, stateless and without citizenship. Attempts to return have proven dangerous. Recent cases include a 70-year-old arrested upon arrival in Sri Lanka and another returnee detained months later. These incidents underscore the Sri Lankan government's failure to ensure the safe repatriation. We respect and recognize the current government's commitment to reform. Despite the effort of reform, the serious issues such as corruption, but not the root cause of the ethnic Tamil issues, hasn't been addressed yet. Meanwhile, the families of the forcibly disabled continue to protest, demanding truth and justice. Repeal of PTA, militarization, and intimidation persist, making safe, dignified return of impossible. We therefore urgently call of the appointment of country-specific special rapporteur for Sri Lanka to investigate ongoing violations, including mass graves and enforced disappearances, facilitate the safe, voluntary return of refugees, ensure justice and accountability for victims of Tamil families. Thank you.
Now I invite the representative of Étudiants pour une société durable Paris. Absent. Then I invite the representative of Institute for Reporters, Freedom and Safety.
Mr. President, we wish to draw your attention to the worsening situation of the fundamental freedoms in Azerbaijan. Today, there is an unlawful ban of freedom of assembly and association. Civil group, opposition, and ordinary citizens are denied the right to hold peaceful demonstrations to defend their social and economic rights. Independent NGOs are refused registration and blocked from international funding. The restrictions have destroyed the foundations of the civil society. The same pressure is used against the independent press. In the last 2.5 years, more than 40 journalists have been arrested on false politically motivated charges. Their only crime has been to expose corruption and report on violation of social and economic rights. The crackdown also targeted political opposition. Tawfik Yagublu, a veteran opposition leader, remains in prison on fabricated charges. Ali Kerimli, head of the Popular Front Party, leading opposition party, is arbitrarily denied a passport, stopping him from traveling abroad and speaking with international partners. Yesterday, the government of Azerbaijan extended the so-called quarantine regime of COVID-19 until January 2026, keeping borders closed and misusing it as a tool to restrict all the freedom of the movement for the millions of Azerbaijanis. We urge the Council to closely monitor the human rights situation in Azerbaijan and ensure the country respects international obligation. I thank you.
Thank you. Now we have a video from the congregation of Our Lady of Charity of the God Shepherd.
Mr. President, today we stand at a crossroads in history, where girls' mental health is a crisis unfolding before our eyes. The principles set by UN's Principles for the Protection of Persons with Mental Illness insist that mental health is not a privilege, it is a right. Yet, for millions of girls across the globe, this right is being trampled on. The statistics are undeniable and heartbreaking. According to WHO, 1 in 7 adolescents experiences a mental disorder. A quarter of girls have self-harmed. Suicide is the third most common reason for girls to contact Childline. A UCLA health study revealed that girls are at far more risk than boys. They face greater risks of depression, anxiety, and self-harm, exacerbated by societal pressures, gender inequality, and harassment, both online and in person. Yet, mental health services remain severely underfunded, especially in low-income areas, marginalized, and indigenous communities. It is not enough to acknowledge the problem. We must act with resolve. This is why the Congregation of Our Lady of Charity of the Good Shepherd urges member states to invest in structured support systems that include accessible, gender-sensitive healthcare for girls at school and safe spaces. Behind every statistic is a girl, her voice, her future, and her dreams. We cannot let societal apathy, outdated policies, and bureaucracy stand in the way of her potential. The time to act is now. Thank you.
Okay, another video from the Centre du Commerce International pour le Développement.
Mr. President, military operations have displaced more than 8 million people internally and externally since the beginning of the conflict in Sudan, according to the United Nations report. However, what occurred in West Darfur in particular cannot merely be described as wartime displacement, rather it amounts to systematic ethnic cleansing, especially given the target nature to the attacks against specific ethnic groups and the forcible eviction of communities to make way for aligned groups. Today, the human rights defender activists and journalists face systematic campaigns of arrest and forced disappearance and physical liquidation by security agencies affiliated by the army. Headquarters of humanitarian organizations have been raided, their assets confiscated, and communication and internet services has been cut off in conflict zone to hinder documentation efforts and suppress freedom of expression. For organization, there is no military solution of the Sudanese crisis. We demand the following. First, the extension, the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Sudan to include an independent investigative mechanism into crime committed since 2023. Two, accelerate the activation of the International Accountability Mechanism, including refer to the International Criminal Court, particularly for crime committed in Darfur and Al Jazeera. Three, call for an immediate ceasefire and ensure the safety of journalists and activists and lift the ban on independent media. And of course, unrestricted humanitarian access. Thank you.
Now we have a video from the Association Droit et Talent de Femmes.
This is Kaushalya Naren from Sri Lanka, attorney at law. Today, there has been neither justice nor accountability for war crimes. Crimes against humanity and genocide committed by Sri Lanka 16 years ago against the Tamil Eelam people during the final stage of the war. As the Committee on Enforced Disappearance reviewed Sri Lanka this week, we take the opportunity to share following recommendation to the state and the community to members. First one, urging the establishment of the team and international expert to mandate under the International Work on the Protocol on Mass Grave Protection and Investigation to the overseas, the protection and investigation of the ongoing mass grave exhibition in the Germany and other mass grave in northern East Sri Lanka. Second, fully comply with the international standard, including the Minnesota Protocol in investigation the Germany mass grave and other mass grave in northern East Sri Lanka. Third, engage the independent of international forensic experts and the human rights observed to ensure the independent and quality credibility of the investigation. Fourth one is the support Tamil family to preserve their rigorously document all evidence to support a future effort towards a criminal accountability. Fifth, establishment of the independent special office to investigate and prosecute the serious crime by state of it, including the enforced disappearance, with adequate resources, expertise, and the international support. Finally, publish both the findings from all past and present market investigation, promoting transparency and the truth. We urge the council member to refer the Sri Lanka to the ICC and appoint a country-specific special rapporteur for Sri Lanka and Agenda 4. These steps are crucial to address the root cause of the conflict. Thank you.
Now we have a video from the Association pour la Prévention et la Solidarité Internationale.
Today, there has been neither justice nor accountability for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocidal committee committed by Sri Lanka 16 years ago against the Elam Tamils. We invite the United Nations Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide, Professor Virginia Gamba, and on R2P MME Mo Bleeker, issue a public statement that unequally recognizes the genocidal nature of Sri Lanka's actions in Wani and calls on all UN member states to fulfill the legal obligations under the Genocidal Convention and broader international law by taking immediate and concrete steps to prevent further acts of genocide. Formally briefed the UN Secretary General and the Security Council on the situation in its occupied Tamil Eelam in north and east of Sri Lanka, the nature of the acts being committed and the international community's legal obligations to prevent further atrocity crimes. Actively engage with UN member states, particularly those with influence, to urge the use of all available diplomatic, legal, and economic measures to ensure respect from international law, compel Sri Lanka to halt ongoing militarization violations and to prevent further escalations of atrocity crimes against the Elam Tamils. Advocate for and support independent international investigations into atrocity crimes committed against the Elam Tamils, including by acknowledging the findings of the different report of OHCHR inquiries that Sri Lankan authorities have committed genocidal acts against the Elam Tamils. We kindly urge the recognize the failure of United Nations to prevent the Tamils from genocide and now take the responsibility to propose appropriate measures in order to protect Elam Tamils for ongoing genocide. We urge the council members to refer Sri Lanka to ICC and appoint a country-specific special rapporteur from Sri Lanka under Agenda 4. Thank you.
We have a video now from the Institute for Protection of Women's Rights.
Mr. President, the Institute for Protection of Women's Rights, as a member of Iran's civil society, draws the attention of the members of the Council to the war crime committed by the occupying power of Israel in its attack on Evin prison in Tehran. On June 23, the occupying power of Israel, in a criminal act, carried out a direct military attack on Evin prison in Tehran during the family visitation hour. This military airstrike not only resulted in the killing of countless prisoners, their families, social workers, and prison staff, but also severely damaged vital infrastructure, including the prison's medical and health facilities. This military action constitutes a blatant violation of the fundamental principles of international law and peremptory norms of international humanitarian law, particularly the principles enshrined in the 4 Geneva Conventions and their additional protocols. The attack on Evin prison disregards these principles and directly contradicts the rule of distinction between military and civilian targets in armed conflict. Therefore, recalling the report of Amnesty International, this attack may be examined under international criminal law as a war crime, and the criminal responsibility of its commanders and perpetrators can be brought before international bodies such as the International Criminal Court. We urge the members of the Human Rights Council to explicitly condemn the attacks by the occupying power of Israel against the people of Iran and to utilize human rights mechanisms to address the dimensions of human rights and humanitarian law violations resulting from this aggressive assault.
Okay, now I invite the representative of Comité International de Coordination Humanitaire. Absent. Then we have a video with a joint statement from Association des Jeunes du Village.
Sri Lanka remains repressed under the government of Andrakumara Dissanayake despite the president's campaign promise to dismantle draconian laws and expand democratic rights. Dissanayake and his National People's Power Coalition came to power in late 2024, pledging to abolish the Prevention of Terrorist Act, roll back abusive provision of the Online Safety Act, and establish an independent prosecution body. Yet 1 year into his presidency, watchdogs warned the repression has only deepened. Despite constitutionally guarantees of peaceful assembly, Sri Lankan police have repeatedly cracked down on demonstration. Tamil organization of protest face ongoing judicial harassment with more than 3,000 people still tied up in unresolved cases. Sri Lankan police ban blocked Tamil memorialization. Even protests were beaten dragged off the streets and threatened with long-term restriction. Tamil journalists have also faced attack and intimidation. Tamil journalist Selvakumar Nilanjan was arrested in Batikolo, while another Murugaya Tamil children was violated and attacked in Kulinochi. In August, photojournalist Kanave Blekumanan was summoned over his reporting on the Chemmani mass grave. Despite overwhelming UN evidence of mass destruction committed during the genocide war, Colombo continues to resist meaningful accountability. Instead, the government maintains institutions such as the Office of Missing Person and the Office for Reparation, which victims' families have dismissed as a cosmetic. We urge the council members to refer to Sri Lanka to International Criminal Court to propose a robust resolution under Agenda 2, appointing a country special rapporteur for Sri Lanka Agenda 4.
Now I invite the representative of Association Espoir des Sociétés pour le Développement Durable. Oh, it was.
Thank you, President. Vanakkam. We invite EU countries to stop being complicate in the ongoing genocide against Elam Tamils and suspend all aid and benefit such as the GSP granted to Sri Lanka. Provide support and assistance to activities and Tamil human rights defenders, Tamil victims and the Tamil survivors. Ensure that all economic and development assistance to Sri Lanka complies with the rigorous conflict sensitivity and human rights guidelines, including by ensuring that disadvantage of Elam Tamils. We urge the members state to the council to support international forensic investigation to all suspect massacre sites in Tamil homeland with the participant of UN accorded forensic expert and official of the OLSP with the extent mandate to the included genocide. Recommend to the UN General Assembly through the fourth committee that the Tamil homeland recognized as a non-self-governing territory. Recognize the right self-determination of Tamil Elam Tamils and the United Nations mandated independent referendum to the Tamil homeland. Recommended the establishment of special tribunal for Sri Lankan through the UN Security Council with the mandate of investigating of prosecute International Crime Committee against the Tamil people since 1974. Thank you, Nandri.
Thank you. I missed, now we have a video message with a joint statement from Aide Citoyenne et Développement Concert.
Profondément discriminatoire appliqué.
We would like to draw your attention to the deeply discriminatory treatment given by the Swiss embassy to Sri Lanka and India. In order to facilitate access for Tamil human rights defenders coming from Sri Lanka and India to human rights mechanisms, we several organizations who have ECOSOC status and in partnership with the network of 8 associations of the families of victims of enforced disappearance, but many visa requests have been denied in the past, and they continue to be treated in an arbitrary fashion when it comes to requests for visas in order to attend Human Rights Council sessions. President, we'd like to have the contacts for a focal point for human rights within the Swiss embassy to Colombo and Chennai, because the people who we invite, the victims we invite, do not have the possibility to make preliminary procedures via internet and to set an appointment through that in Jaffna or Colombo. And often our partner associations register via the Indico system of the United Nations, and we get UNOG letters and badges within 20 days. But normally participants for Human Rights Council sessions should receive visas within 48 hours. But unfortunately, that process is not being applied to Tamil human rights defenders. And some activists have in fact been told not to come to the council and to come with different civil society. Thank you.
Okay. Dear colleagues, dear participants, this brings us to the end of this meeting. We will reconvene after a very short technical break to continue with this general debate under agenda item 4, to be followed by the interactive dialogue with the Special Rapporteur on the rights of indigenous people and the closed meeting on the complaint procedure. So therefore, I close the 23rd meeting of the 60th session of the Human Rights Council.
Muy buenas tardes.
Very good afternoon. I hereby declare open the 24th meeting of the 60th session of the Human Rights Council. Excellencies, distinguished participants. We will now move to the list of national human rights institutions and non-governmental organizations. I give the floor to Association de Solidarité des Étudiants de Bordeaux. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Tamil activists in the Northeast continues to face harassment, surveillance, and legal intimidations. Tamil human rights defenders such as Thambirasa Silvarani, who campaigns for justice for the disappeared in Ambare, and women's rights organizer Vasuki Valipuram in Kilinochi, were summoned and interrogated by counter-terrorism police. Civil society organizations are subjected to heavy scrutiny by intelligence services, particularly over funding, and must secure security clearance from the Ministry of Defense in order to operate. This militarized oversight risks repression of dissenting voices and is a direct violation of international obligations under the ICCPR. In May 2025, Sri Lanka police ban-blocked memorialization events. Reports note protesters were beaten, dragged off the streets, and threatened with long-term restrictions. Elam Tamils continue to face criminalization for remembrance. Jaffna Manoharan Gajendra Ruban was arrested under the PTA for posting a photo of LTT leader Velupillai Prabhakaran on Facebook during Maviranal. Others were charged simply for sharing old videos of commemoration online. We urge the council members to refer Sri Lanka to the International Criminal Court to propose a robust resolution under Agenda 2. Appoint a country-specific special rapporteur for Sri Lanka under Agenda 4. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Next, Sorbonne Center for Human Rights and International Relations.
En ausencia.
Absent. I continue with Society for Development and Community Empowerment.
Thank you, Vice President. 20 million, also known as the depression class lands, approximately 1.2 million acres were allocated toward the marginalized community people, especially scheduled caste people by the British government in 19th century to improve these people socio-economic condition, which are also propagated sale to anyone outside of this community people. Unfortunately, most of the lands were sold and utilized illegally by the government, illegally outside of the marginalized community group, and this Panjimi land has become the significant issue in Tamil Nadu. There was a huge scam happened in a land conversion from DC land to common land in the past few years by the ruling all governments. Governments utilized the scam and misused the lands by selling some part of the lands or leasing and the land to corporate companies, individuals, industry works, and more by canvassing the public as it was state development process. Multiple authorities such as a registrar, VAO, and surveyor were involved in the scam, and record of the land are not available in online for the verification procedure. In order to retrieve those Panjimi lands and hand over the rightful distribution land to landlords, scheduled caste communities, to government take some necessary steps, cancel all the lease done in the past. Mr. Vice President, approximately 16 million scheduled caste people life will be developed if the land used in approximate way. Mr. President, we would like to bring the attention of the council that Hek Eleven, Ravana Media, a senior journalist from Tamil Nadu, and many other media outlets have been continuously receiving the threat from the state government. Mr. President, we urge this United Nations Human Rights Commission to direct the Tamil Nadu state government and Union of Central Government to make immediate action against encroach and hand over those lands to rightful people who are struggling to live the
Muchas
normal
gracias.
Thank you. I'd just like to take this opportunity to ask you to please speak slowly, to go easy on our poor interpreters. Thank you very much. Next, International Institute for Rights and Development.
Thank you for the floor. I speak on behalf of IRDG and Euromed Human Rights Monitor, a voice for Gaza, long silenced. I speak of the genocide you refuse to name. If this is not genocide, then what is? Or must international law be rewritten only to absolve Israel? Yet again. In this genocide, Israel erases truth and evidence, dismantles accountability structures, blocks, smears, and defunds civil society, kills journalists and UN staff. But nothing said here will matter. No words can equal the horrors in Gaza. You watched, yet you chose to ignore. And you have known. You knew your arms fell on the defenseless in the name of self-defense. You knew your trade, diplomacy, and silence, invoked as security and civilization, wrapped in historic guilt for the past, but blind to the present. Your territory became a channel of the crime, not a barrier to it as international law demands. A few may sit here sincerely debating human rights, but to all others I ask, was normalizing genocide really worth it? Now to the people of conscience in your countries, thank you for your moral courage. Keep questioning, marching, demanding arms embargoes, boycotts, divestment, and accountability. Cast your votes for justice at every opportunity, for every vote is a stand that matters.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Next, Fundación ABA Colombia.
La Fundación ABA
Fundación Abacolambia asks the Human Rights Council to pay particular attention in the current situation facing different communities in Colombia, including indigenous communities, people of African descent, victims of armed conflict, the displaced, and migrants, and how their human rights are being violated in the quest for justice and remedy. Abacol reiterates that the most marginalized communities must be given priority, and there should be a rejection of any kind of attack against civil society, which is striving to establish peace in Colombia. On the current situation internationally in the Islamic Republic of Iran, Abacolambia calls the Council to focus on and reject the attack that occurred on the 13th of June 2025 with direct aggression on civilians in various areas of Iran. Abacol appeals for respect for human life and reiterates that a war of aggression is a crime against international peace. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. We'll continue with Abshar Atefeha Charity Institute.
Mr. President, we are gravely concerned by the Israel's aggression against Iran in June, a military action that we believe constitutes a serious violation of international law and humanitarian principles. Firstly, the attack directly contravenes the principle of distinction in international humanitarian law. Reports suggest that this principle was disregarded, leading to the targeting of residential areas and civilian infrastructure. Secondly, this aggression violates the principle of proportionality. This principle prohibits attacks that cause disproportionate incidental loss of civilian life, injury to civilians, or damage to civilians. Evidence points to extensive civilian harm that cannot be justified by any alleged military gain. Finally, the aggression is an assault on fundamental human rights, particularly the right to life and security of persons. The indiscriminate nature of the attack, which resulted in the loss of innocent lives, represents a severe breach of these inalienable rights. The establishment of an independent commission of inquiry is therefore essential to document these violations, identify those responsible, and hold them accountable. This crucial step is necessary to uphold justice, prevent impunity, and reaffirm our collective commitment to a world governed by law. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Next, MHR.
The tragic Pahalgam attack of 22 April is a stark reminder of the urgent need to address terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. Such acts of violence not only claim innocent lives, but also undermine efforts to build peace, stability, and trust in our region. The presence of groups that radicalize and exploit vulnerable youth remain a serious challenge. These networks thrive on safe environments and resources that enable to plan, recruit, and carry out attacks. The international community has recognized some of these entities as global terrorist organizations, underscoring the need for collective vigilance. The Pahalgam attack, which cruelly targeted pilgrims and tourists, reveals the devastating human cost of extremism. To honor the memory of the victims, we must strengthen our joint resolve. Lasting peace and security will only be possible when the global community works together to dismantle terror infrastructures, hold their enablers accountable, and promote dialogue, reconciliation, and cooperation across the region.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And continue with United Villages.
Madame Vice-Présidente.
Madam Vice Chair, the world is facing a worrying aggravation of humanitarian crises led by armed conflict, climate catastrophe, and food insecurity. the report on Global Humanitarian Perspectives of 2025, published by the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, confirms that over 305 million people in the world need assistance and protection. And yet the challenges connected to channeling aid and assistance are multiplying, and the number of civilian victims rising. The politicization of humanitarian action remains one of the major crises that compromises the efficiency of the response and harms human dignity. And it means that it is indispensable to preserve independence and neutrality of the UN in keeping with fundamental principles. Against this backdrop, several countries, including the UAE, have stepped in as models to combine humanitarian aid and sustainable development whilst maintaining a commitment to separate humanitarian assistance from political agenda. And since 1971, the Emirates have provided $100 billion to support 200 countries, including $1 billion for people who have benefited from support in the healthcare sector, education, infrastructure, and clean energy. Madam Vice President, we recommend the Council to strengthen coordination across UN agencies in order to guarantee a neutral response in the face of human rights violations. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We continue with Arab European Forum for Dialogue and Human Rights.
Madam Vice President, mental health is a fundamental pillar for safeguarding human dignity and well-being. With more than 1 billion people worldwide suffering from mental disorders, there is a pressing need for a comprehensive human rights-based strategy that promotes prevention and empowerment and provides supportive, non-discriminatory environments in workplaces and educational institutions. United Nations reports emphasize the importance of integrating mental health into occupational safety and health standards, as well as ensuring a balance between professional and personal life. In this context, United Arab Emirates has placed strong emphasis on mental health through Federal Law Number 10 of 2023, which guarantees the dignity and rights of mental health patients, National Strategy for Quality of Life 2031, and National Policy for the Promotion of Mental Health. The UAE has integrated psychosocial support services into primary healthcare, education, and the workplace, launched smart platforms and 24/7 support hotlines, hosted international events in partnership with World Health Organization, and topped global indicators on psychological well-being, while strengthening international partnerships to ensure mentally healthy work environments. Accordingly, we will call upon this esteemed council to place mental health at the forefront of its agenda, to develop international legislation protecting privacy in this field, to issue a United Nations declaration in this regard, and to enhance international cooperation to develop psychological and community support programs for vulnerable groups. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. We'll now continue with Egypt, Peace for Development and Human Rights.
سيد الرئيس يشهد السودان تصعيدا خطيرا.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Sudan is seeing a dangerous escalation of violence and violations of human rights and international humanitarian law, notably Darfur and central areas. These are violations with war crimes and crimes against humanity, with more than 440 civilians, including 337 who were killed during the massacre in Kumbu Taiba, as well as hundreds of injured and displaced. The Sudanese army is oppressing human rights defenders and journalists by resorting to arbitrary detention and enforced disappearance and restricting freedom of expression, creating obstacles in the path of communication and restricting accountability. Madam Vice President, we call on the Council to condemn these violations. And regarding the independent expert on the human rights situation in Sudan, we would like to see reporting on the crimes that have taken place since 2023 and the reference to and referring this case to the International Criminal Court in order to protect journalists and engage in accountability. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. I turn to Association for Defending Victims of Terrorism.
Mr. President, Israel posed an inhuman war on 13th June 2025 against Iran. This act was a clear violation of the Charter of the United Nations and the fundamental principles of the international law, which led to the beginning of a 12-day armed conflict. During the war, residential areas hospitals, infrastructure, schools, kindergartens, emergency personnel, nuclear facilities, and prisons were deliberately targeted. According to official statistics, more than 1,000 civilians were killed, including 126 women and 47 children, and about 6,000 were wounded. In accordance with the universal principles of human rights, any attack on civilians during the armed conflict is inhuman and a gross violation of international humanitarian law that cannot be defensible under any circumstances. So we call upon the Human Rights Council to 1. Establish an independent international fact-finding mission to document and collect evidence regarding these crimes. 2. Ask the Special Rapporteur on Iran and other relevant thematic mandate holders to independently report on the war in their forthcoming reports. 3. Deploy all efforts to prevent the recurrence of the blatant violations of the Geneva Conventions and committing crimes against humanity by Israel. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And I give the floor to United for Human Rights.
En ausencia.
Absent. We'll continue with international support for human rights.
Ausente.
Also absent. Africa Culture International.
Africa.
Madam Vice President, Africa Culture International would like to report to this Council the serious violations of human rights committed as part of the Peace Holidays program. This is presented as a humanitarian initiative, but it's been instrumentalized by the armed group of the Polisario Front for political and ideological ends. Under the pretext of a temporary stay with families in Europe, notably in Spain, these children are forcibly taken from Tindouf camps and exposed to forms of indoctrination. And this is a flagrant violation of the Convention on the Rights of the Child and is an intolerable exploitation of their innocence and vulnerability. These children are hostages of propaganda used by the Polisario and supported to legitimate their illegitimate political aims and flouting the fundamental rights of these children, the right to education, right to identity, right to protection against all forms of traffic and exploitation. We call on the Council to investigate into these violations and to halt this instrumentalization of children and call on the Polisario Front to be held to account before the international community for these practices. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. We continue with Global Appreciation Skills Training Network.
En ausencia.
Absent. Next, Alliance Creative Community Project.
President, distinguished delegates, I speak on behalf of the Tamil Rights Group in solidarity with Tamil survivors of atrocity crimes in Sri Lanka. 15 years after the war, justice remains elusive, despite credible evidence of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and mounting evidence of genocide. The recent discovery of the Chemmani mass grave with 240 skeletons, including children, is a stark reminder of the crimes Sri Lanka has concealed for decades. Linked to enforced disappearances, Chemmani is not just a site of atrocity, but a testament of the genocide of Tamils. Survivors and families of the disappeared still suffer, while impunity remains absolute. We urge the Council to strengthen and extend the mandate of the Sri Lanka Accountability Project, enabling it to preserve evidence from Chemmani and other sites and produce prosecution-ready case files. OSLAP must operate with the same independence as the IIIM for Syria and the IIM for Myanmar. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Next, Sirid, please.
En ausencia.
Absent. World Muslim Congress.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The World Muslim Congress brings to this Council's urgent attention the systematic dismantling of human rights and identity in Indian-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Since the events of August 2019, the situation has deteriorated dramatically. Disturbingly, thousands of Kashmiris lie in unmarked graves, as documented by the Jammu Kashmir Coalition of Civil Society, with mass grave sites continuing to grow. Over 5,000 Kashmiris, some as young as 16, are detained under draconian laws like the Public Safety Act and the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. Prominent political leaders, including Yasin Malik, Asya Andrabi, Ayaz Akbar, Shabir Shah, Masarat Alam, Naeem Ahmad Khan, and many others are held in Tihar jail under harsh conditions. Concurrently, a rapid demographic change is underway. The Indian government has issued over 4.2 million domicile certificates to non-Kashmiris since 2020. For 3 decades, a culture of impunity has prevailed, leading to an estimated 100,000 deaths, 8,000 enforced disappearances, and widespread sexual violence. This is not merely counterterrorism, it is the erasure of a people and their heritage. We call on this council to act with...
Thank you. I'm afraid we have to give the floor to the next speaker. Thank you very much. Action for the protection and defense of human rights.
More than a decade and a half after the end of war in Sri Lanka, hundreds of Tamil political prisoners remain incarcerated under the draconian Prevention of Terrorism Act. According to recent reports by People's Dispatch and Countercurrents, over 200 Tamil detainees are held in prisons and detention centers across the country, many for decades. Some have never been charged, others are held without trial or conviction. At the same time, Tamil journalists and human rights defenders face escalating harassment. In August 2025, Kanapati Pillai Kumanan, a respected photojournalist and president of the Mullaithivu Press Club, was summoned by the Counterterrorism Investigation Division, widely seen as intimidation for his reporting on the Chemmani mass graves excavation in the northern province. His work, documenting the recovery of over 240 skeletal remains, has been vital for truth and accountability, yet he is targeted instead of protected. These incidents take place with a broader context in which Tamil journalists and activists are frequently subjected to intimidation, questioning, surveillance, and at times legal action for publicizing remembrance events on social media. We urge this council to press Sri Lanka to immediately release long-term political prisoners held without conviction, repeal the Prevention of Terrorism Act, and reprisals against human rights defenders and the press.
Gracias.
Without protecting liberty and...
Thank you. We will move to the next speaker. Next, we have Réveil communautaire d'assistance aux victimes.
Ausencia.
Absent. We'll continue with Zéro Pauvre Afrique.
Mr. President, there is growing documented evidence of Sudanese army and allied militia using chemical and international prohibited weapons. According to eyewitness testimonies, medical personnel and human rights organizations, civilian areas were targeted in 2024 and early 2025 with bombs and shells emitting suffocating gases with pungent odors, causing symptoms of and horrible burns, acts that amount to war crimes under Roman statute. Mr. President, in addition to the chemical weapons deployed by the Sudanese army, the army has used cluster munition and internationally banned incendiary weapons. More than 129 bombs have been documented, accompanied by unusual phenomena, such as victims being burnt, disfigured, and swollen. These attacks triggered mass displacements and inflicted severe psychological and physical trauma, compounding civilian suffering and depriving them from essential care. Such acts constitute a flagrant violation of Chemical Weapons Convention and international humanitarian law. Mr. President, we urge this esteemed council to condemn these crimes and to launch an independent international investigation that includes field visits and forensic evidence analysis, and to refer Sudanese case to the International Criminal Court. We must further call for imposition of international sanctions on those responsible. the provision of urgent medical and psychological support for survivors, and adaptation of decisive measures.
Muchas gracias. Vamos.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Réseau Unité pour le Développement de Mauritanie.
السيدة نائب الرئيس، تود منظمتنا إحاطة علم المجلس بما يجري بمخيمات تندوف بجنوب غرب الجزائر من انتهاك صارخ للحق في الحياة
The Tindouf refugee camps located in southwestern Algeria are administered and controlled entirely by the Polisario, an armed military group. We want an immediate intervention with regard to the extrajudicial execution by the Algeria-supported Polisario. This includes extrajudicial killings by the Algerian army against Sahrawi civilians in the Tindouf camps. And our organization has registered above 21 cases of extrajudicial killings since 2014, with the Sahrawi youth have been among the largest segment that is targeted. This is beyond any kind of adherence to the law and a targeting of vulnerable populations without any investigation or judicial prosecution. These are grave violations, the murder of 21 people, because these are grave violations of human rights in the camps and require immediate action by the HRC to get Algeria to work with the treaty bodies and other human rights mechanisms to investigate these crimes perpetrated by the Polisario or the Algerian army, and to conduct clear and independent investigations.
Thank you. I have to stop you there. Next speaker, Juventum EV, please.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Educational NGO for Sustainability, Juventum, is honored to participate. History repeats itself. Over and over again, self-serving leaders appear and bring other people's lives into misery, such as wars, genocides, and famines. We hear the arguments justifying the use of nuclear weapons, landmines, cluster munitions, and so on. We are walking history backward. Meanwhile, the environment is degraded faster than the efforts to protect it. Our food is getting more radioactive and chemically toxic. Children witness that justice is defeated by greed. Where are empathy and compassion? We must restore justice and common sense to build a better world. We must keep confirming that the human rights-based approach is the best way to peace, development, and sustainability. We propose that all UN member states should be mandated to integrate the human rights education into their school curricula. The outcomes should be assessed through international rankings. Compliance should also be a prerequisite for candidacy to the Human Rights Council. We need a clear and decisive resolution to guide the UN membership toward a more humane and compassionate future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Center for Inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. What is the crime of Ibtisam Lashigar? Did she loot public funds? Did she conduct any aggression against anybody? No, her crime is to challenge religious authority with a simple expressive gesture, trying to express her opinion differently, but Morocco has arrested her and sentenced her to 2.5 years in prison on a blasphemy charge. And in the neighborhood in Algeria, the situation is even darker. Bolam Sansal, a globally known writer at the age of above 70 years who is fighting cancer, he has been sentenced to 5 years. These are not isolated cases. These are systematic attacks on freedom of expression. Both Morocco and Algeria criminalize what they consider a denigration of Islam, even if denigration, as is known by linguists and philosophers and jurists, is vague and very hard to pin down. When it comes to Algeria, it adds new laws about national security in order to muzzle dissent. The HRC today is before an important question. Are we here to defend human rights as universal rights, or to justify religious and cultural exceptions that violate these rights? We call for the cancellation of all blasphemy laws because they are not legitimate and are used simply to muzzle dissenting.
Thank you very much. We'll continue with the next speaker, which is PDES.
President, our organization expresses its deep concern over the persistence of enforced disappearances in Algeria, including in the Tindouf camps. For more than 2 decades, Algeria has consistently refused to authorize a visit by the working group, despite repeated requests since 2000. According to the reports presented at the 60th session, over 3,300 cases have been transmitted concerning Algeria since 1980, the majority of which remain pending, confirming the seriousness and persistence of this phenomenon. Furthermore, Algeria has yet to ratify the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearances. In the Tindouf camps under the control of the Polisario Front, many families continue to demand truth and justice for their disappeared relatives. The situation has worsened with the implementation of the so-called Charter for Peace and National Reconciliation, which penalize anyone seeking truth and justice, exposing families to threats and even new valuations. We call on the Human Rights Council and the Working Group to intensify pressure on Algeria to finally allow an official visit, demand the immediate ratification of the International Convention Against Enforced Disappearances, ensure independent and impartial investigations into all disappearances, including those in the Tindouf camps, guarantee the protection of families and defenders who dare to seek truth and justice. Thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Next, Fondation Secours Humanitaire.
السيد نائبة الرئيس إنما
Madam Vice President, the challenges faced by civilians in armed conflicts extend far beyond the immediate loss of life. They encompass the destruction of basic life necessities from education to healthcare and fundamentally the right to human dignity. We at the Humanitarian Relief Foundation, Geneva, affirmed that this ongoing suffering is not just numbers, but faces and stories of families and children deprived of their most basic rights. Protecting civilians is not only a legal obligation, but a moral duty that falls upon the international community as a whole. Our humanitarian teams operate on the ground under extremely difficult conditions to provide support and relief, yet challenges remain immense due to access restrictions and limited resources. In Sudan and in Ukraine, civilians face sustained attacks on healthcare and essential services, illustrating the urgent need for protection and unhindered humanitarian access. We call upon this Council to take urgent steps to ensure the following: safe and timely delivery of humanitarian assistance to all those affected, the protection of civilian and humanitarian workers in accordance with international law, and the strengthening of international solidarity to support an effective and sustainable humanitarian response. Vice President, civilians rely on the international community for immediate intervention and protection, and any delay puts millions of lives at risk. Saving lives and preserving human dignity must be everyone's top priority. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Next speaker, joint statement. Association culturelle des Tamouls en France.
Ausentes, seguimos.
Absence. Next speaker then is Ocaprose International.
Presidente, Ocaprose International,
Thank you.
que sufren muchas personas en diferentes partes del mundo y principalmente en
The world, especially in conflict zones, despite all the achievements made when it comes to promoting and protecting human rights, many people in conflict zones continue to suffer denial of the most fundamental rights. Vice President, Ocaprose condemns the fact that the Sahrawi population in the Tindouf camp in Algeria have spent 50 years subjected to extreme poverty, subjected to an internal conflict by the Polisario Front leaders. They face huge life challenges like scarcity of water, lack of food, even though that population lives off humanitarian aid that is diverted for the personal ends of those very same Polisario Front leaders. All this has provoked great problems of malnutrition and high rates of infant mortality. The whole vulnerable population have spent 5 decades living in resignation, living in privation, in total impunity, discrimination, lack of any social security, and denial of the most fundamental rights, lack of job opportunities, all for the sake of the leaders of the Polisario Front. We urge this Honourable Council that now it's time to put an end to impunity for the leaders of Polisario in complicity with Algeria and reach a solution which is the autonomy solution proposed by the Kingdom of Morocco, which will guarantee all the social, economic rights for the Sahrawi people. Thank you. That was the last speaker we could accommodate at this session. With that last intervention, we've concluded the general debate on item 4. Distinguished colleagues, I understand a number of delegations have requested to exercise the right of reply. I give the floor, therefore, to the distinguished representative of China. You have 3 minutes.
Madam Vice President, certain countries, including the EU, the UK, Switzerland, Germany, Canada, Australia, the Czechia, and Japan, as well as anti-China NGOs, abuse the Human Rights Council to fabricate false information and attack and smear sovereign states, which China strongly opposes and categorically rejects. The rights of all regions and ethnic groups in China, including Xinjiang and Tibet, are fully protected. China has repeatedly stated its solemn position on the so-called assessment report on Xinjiang. The so-called report is wholly illegal and invalid, and the notion of implementing its recommendations is utterly absurd. The Human Rights Council has already firmly rejected the draft resolution on Xinjiang pushed by a very small number of countries. No further comment is required. Since the implementation of the Hong Kong National Security Law, riots have been quelled, society has returned to stability, and the rights of citizens are fully protected. The courts of the SAR are handling cases involving Jimmy Lai and others impartially and in accordance with the law. Resolutely accompany acts that endanger national security and upholding national security and the dignity of the law. Chinese judicial organs handle cases strictly in accordance with the law, ensuring that violations are prosecuted. China firmly opposes instrumentalization of human rights issues to exonerate one's own spokesperson, interfere in internal judicial sovereignty. Individuals who enter China through illegal means are not refugees. China consistently handles such cases based on the principled approach of combining domestic law, international, and humanitarian concerns. Certain countries constantly criticize developing countries while remaining silent on their own and their allies' human rights violations. They make no mention of the U.S. withdrawals and divestitures or refusing to participate in the UPR. They turn a blind eye to the suffering of the Palestinian people and are accustomed to domestic issues such as excessive use of force by law enforcement, rampant drug abuse, racial discrimination, large-scale violations of refugee and migrant rights, trafficking in women, and religious hatred. They try to cover or distort their crime of aggression. Under the guise of human rights, they brazenly interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, arbitrarily impose UCMs, gravely violate the human rights of countless people in developing countries. China urges these countries to engage in self-reflection, stop acting as self-appointed human rights teachers above others, and take concrete actions to genuinely promote and protect human rights. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I give the floor to the Ambassador of Cuba. Go ahead. Madam Vice President, distinguished Ambassador, once more, the Czech Republic has sought to anoint itself as the supreme lecturer on human rights in this debate. They've tried to hand out lectures to other countries, including to Cuba, on how we should behave. What a disgrace. Nobody asked anyone, nor is anyone interested in the opinions of the Czech Republic on the human rights in other countries. We don't recognize them as having any moral authority to pass judgment on anyone. How dare the Czech representatives to judge others when they are well known for their disgraceful policies of discrimination and intolerance, pursued by the Czech Republic in its own territory against minorities, including against Roma, whose children suffer from segregation, institutionalized segregation in schools. The European Committee on Social Rights has repeatedly condemned the fact that the Czech Republic denies access to housing and to social provision for vulnerable groups. In the Czech Republic, there's proliferation of impunity with racial, homophobic, discriminatory discourse, intolerance, and hate. This is consistent with the unacceptable treatment given in this country to migrants, refugees, asylum seekers, and foreigners who are there legally. In the Czech Republic, there's a gender gap of 18% between men and women, which perpetuates economic inequities and gender inequality, and this in the middle of the 21st century. Don't forget, also the massacred Palestinian people forget ever that Czech Republic was the country which last March asked in this council for a vote and voted against the 3 resolutions on Palestine seeking to offer shelter and impunity for Israel's atrocities in Gaza and in the other occupied territories. That's the same country which in this council effectively stands stood alone in opposing their right to the Palestinian people to self-determination, to monitor the illegal building of illegal Israeli settlements, or recognize the grave humanitarian situation of the Palestinian people. We know fine well that the Czech delegation is taking its orders from Washington, having now that it's performed the instructions given by the US State Department to attack Cuba, coming to this room to give lectures to others, and trying to overlook the grave human rights violations that are being committed in their own country. Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador.
Gracias.
Thank you, Ambassador. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. Madam President, forced to exercise right of reply following the statement by a number of delegations. We regret the ongoing attempts of certain countries who consider themselves to be epitomes of democracy to impede the work of the Council and deliberately use the theme of humanitarian issues for politically motivated attacks on sovereign states who don't wish to live by their instructions or implement, and who wish to implement their own national policy. This negative practice undermines the Human Rights Council. The whole world has been a witness to how the enlightened Europe lectures others in international forum, and yet they're willing and they're happy to give up their own ideals for their own short-sighted political interests. In the EU, which always talks about how committed it is to freedom of speech, in the media they block alternative points of view, alternative media, and a number of big European countries. Certain political parties are closed just because they want to reflect the opposition to following the political mainstream. In a number of Eastern European countries, they are openly annulling results of elections by their own citizens or refuse the registration of clear favourites for election races under clearly falsified pretexts. In Moldova, we've heard accusations against the Dagauz purely again for the internal political value. This practice has obviously the support of the self-anointed epitomes of democracy from the EU. In the Baltic countries, we see there's barefaced Russophobia and discrimination against Russian speakers, against whom there's a consistent policy of repression, and effectively which has their goal is to expel all Russians, denying our fellow countrymen to learn in their native Russian language, denying them access to basic services, denying veterans access to social services, all with a view to creating a mono-ethnic state. There's a major deterioration of the human rights situation in Ukraine, as we've said repeatedly. Flouting basic fundamental rights and freedoms is systematic. Moreover, it's the only country in the world in violation of its own constitution which has prohibited the majority, the citizens of its country to speak in their own native language. What's more, the Kiev regime continues to demonstrate inhumane relations to its own citizens in clear violation of international law, shelling cities and villages using weapons given to them by the West. We call on you to refrain from double standards, and I apologize, I have to stop you there. Next speaker, distinguished representative of Japan.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. My delegation exercised its right of reply in response to the statement made by North Korea in the general debate under item 4. With regard to the historical issues raised, we believe that all nations and regions must approach their own history with humility and sincerity. Japan has consistently done so, and our post-war path as a peaceful nation stands as testament to this commitment. For the past 80 years, since the end of World War II, Japan has upheld the principles of democracy and respect for human rights, contributing to the peace and prosperity of the Asia-Pacific region and the international community as a whole. The claims cited by North Korea in relation to Japan are baseless and factually incorrect. In particular, referring to comfort women as sexual slavery does not reflect the facts, and therefore this expression should not be used. Regarding discharging arbitration water into the sea, the water being discharged into the sea is not contaminated water, as it is discharged after sufficient purification and dilution. It will have no impact on people and the environment. Japan will continue to share information based on scientific evidence in a highly transparent manner and in good faith. Madam Vice President, regarding Korean residents in Japan has been firmly committed to the elimination of racial discrimination. There are no policies or regulations in Japan that tolerate discrimination against Korean residents of other foreign nationals. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. I'd like to remind everyone that it's important to, when referring to countries, to abide by UN standards. With that, I give the floor to Pakistan.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We are exercising a right of reply to address Indian delegations' misleading and unfounded remarks directed against our country. My delegation statement emphasized the universality of human rights, focusing on the inalienable right to self-determination that underpins the very legitimacy of the international order. But, unsurprisingly, that was enough to draw a perplexing and bizarre diatribe from India. India's record, inscribed in the language of force, fraud, and falsehood, bears all the hallmarks of a state that sponsors terrorism, including in my country. It carries out targeted assassinations abroad and boasts of weaponizing the basic human necessity, water. These actions continue to undermine the entire human rights architecture and therefore call for serious international scrutiny and accountability. Unfortunately, India has are stained with the darkest hues of terrorism in the Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir and against its neighbors. On the other hand, deplorably, it also continues to systematically target, attack, and marginalize its own minorities, especially Muslims, driven by its divisive and extremist Hindutva ideology. India, though unsuccessfully, tries to distract the world's attention to its own dark and criminal acts by masquerading as a victim. However, propaganda can never whitewash India's criminal acts. These Indian gross violations of human rights have been widely reported by the rights organizations. At a time when the world requires justice and respect for international norms and human rights more than ever, it is deeply concerning that India persists in treating UN resolutions with derision and the right of peoples to self-determination with disdain, failing to recognize that the greater the brutal force it employs to sustain this illegality, the deeper it entangles itself in an inescapable quagmire. I thank you, Madam Vice President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I give the floor to Bangladesh.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, I take the floor in the exercise of our right to reply in response to the misleading statements made by a few NGOs in the general debate of item 4, which appear to be propagating misinformation and disinformation about Bangladesh. We categorically reject the false narratives being advanced to undermine the genuine effort of the present government of Bangladesh towards promotion and protection of human rights. Madam Vice President, we reaffirm that every Bangladeshi, regardless of religious or ethnic identity, has the right to practice respective religion or express views freely. Ensuring safety and security of every citizen, including from the minority community, remains the cornerstone of the present interim government of Bangladesh. This has been repeatedly reassured by our leadership and proved time and again in the last 1 year of the government. The post-5th August 2024 violence in Bangladesh was rooted in political and personal factors, not sectarian. There was no systematic, nationwide or politically induced attack on minorities. This fact has further been solidified by the OSCHR report on Bangladesh as published in February 2025. On the issue of false allegation vis-a-vis journalistic works, Bangladesh can unequivocally express that no one has been arrested or harassed by any means for undertaking their journalistic works ever since the forming of the government following the mass uprising back in August 2024. Persons who have been referred have not done any journalistic work under the incumbent government, hence no reason to be imprisoned for freely expressing their opinion against the incumbent government. They are imprisoned for their actions committed under the previous government after being sued by the individuals, not by the government. In this regard, Bangladesh reiterates its unwavering commitment to its obligations under the Constitution and the 9 core international human rights treaties, including the ICCPR. The arrest and detention of the individuals referred stem from the private complaints alleging grave offense under national law. The matters now lie sub judice, and any decision regarding bail or ultimate release does not fall within the executive remit of the government. Rather, it resides exclusively with the competent courts where they are being represented by their lawyers. The government is aware of its obligation under Article 14 of the ICCPR and committed to ensuring the right to a fair trial and guarantee the right to defense, and the government will continue its endeavor to facilitate a fair, expeditious and transparent trial in this regard. I thank you, Madam Vice President.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Next on the list of speakers, distinguished representative of Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We exercise our right of reply to the statement made by the delegation of Norway. We rejected allegations as false and baseless. We remain seriously concerned over the conditions and treatment experienced by vulnerable people in prisons in Norway, such as use of reinforced security cells as a coercive measure, including for people at risk of suicide. The situation of women in Norwegian prisons is also alarming. Furthermore, we share concerns expressed by UN experts over high levels of hostility and discrimination against people of African descent in Norway. We call on Norway to ensure the human rights of people of African descent who continue to face racial profiling, hatred, and discrimination in employment, and to end impunity for violations of their rights. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I give the floor to distinguished Republic of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Madam Vice President, my delegation delivers this statement in response to those false and politically motivated accusations leveled against my country by some Western countries concentrating on execution in Iran. Being located in a very different geographical situation comparing with European countries, Iran is a transit path for most of the drug produced in Afghanistan. It is well proved in Iran that how addiction to this drug dismantle the very foundation of families and put the future of society in peril. Iran has taken multiple different steps to prevent drug smuggling and its distribution. However, the reality is that combination of sanction, terrorism, mercenaries, and other factor has strengthened the power of smuggler mafia. In this regard, we wish to underline that the issue of capital punishment falls within the domestic jurisdiction of states. As recognized in Charter of the United Nations, each state has the sovereign right to determine its own criminal justice system in accordance with its legal tradition, cultural values, and social needs. We stress that imposing a uniform approach toward the abolition of the death penalty disregards the diversity of legal system and undermines the principle of sovereignty equality. For many societies, that death penalty continue to serve as an important deterrent against the most serious crimes, including drug trafficking and terrorism, which gravely endanger the life and security of our peoples. Finally, we request the country like Denmark, Australia, Canada, Lithuania, Norway, and other Western countries to first seriously consider huge deprivation of life in Palestinian by occupiers' right. Second, pay further attention to the situation of human rights in their own countries, especially about freedom of speech and assembly by those pro-Palestine NGOs. Third, prioritize negotiation and cooperation as the best way of overcoming the dispute and quarrel instead of using coercive action like sanction and creation of mechanism. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'm going to continue with the delegation of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. My delegation would like to exercise the right of reply to the statements made by the delegation of the DPRK. With regard to the North Korean defectors referred to by the DPRK, they voluntarily chose to come to the Republic of Korea, where they have since settled and are living as Korean citizens. In contrast, grave human rights violations faced by North Korean escapees who were forcibly repatriated have been well documented, including in the 2014 COI reports and through numerous testimonies of escapees. We urge the DPRK to respect the human rights of those subjected to forcible repatriation. We also call on all member states to uphold the principle of non-refoulement and to cooperate to ensure that North Korean escapees residing in third countries are not forcibly returned, but are able to move swiftly and safely to a destination of their choice. The Republic of Korea remains firmly committed to working with the international community to achieve substantial and tangible improvements in the human rights situation of North Korean people. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Seguimos.
Thank you. We continue with the delegation of Sudan.
شكرا سيدة نائبة الرئيس.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We're exercising our right to reply following false, politicized and unfounded information wielded by the Egyptian Organization for Peace and Security and other NGOs. Which have used this council to undermine Sudan and its armed forces and be silent on the crimes committed by the rapid response forces. And there's been a proliferation of accusations. We're party to the Convention on Chemical Weapons, and we honor our commitments by virtue of all instruments to which we are party, and we refute and we reject any such allegations. Our history and our culture, and indeed our administration, mean that we cannot discriminate on the basis of ethnicity. This narrative is used by militia to cover their actions and the crimes perpetrated at Darfur and the actors for Al Jazeera. And the Attorney General of Sudan has attested to what I've just said. We are committed to promote human rights and combat all criminal factions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And I turn to the delegation of Algeria, please.
Gracias, señora Presidente. Il est profondément
It is regrettable that a number of organizations, notably affiliated to what we call the Mamounia diplomacy, are using the discussions in this council to spread fallacious information that is unfounded as to what's happening in the Sahrawi camps. These recurring attempts harm Algeria's image, and they also undermine the mandate of UN agencies and the exemplary work that is fulfilled by these agencies alongside many credible NGOs who are active in these camps and have been for decades. We should remind that Algeria has been hosting the Sahrawi refugees for over half a century and have never restricted access to camps for NGOs or donors or journalists or observers. They are regularly welcomed. Madam Vice President, in the face of these misinformation campaigns, we should focus on the real issues rather than looking at undermining Algeria's commitment vis-a-vis Sahrawi refugees. It's legitimate and urgent to look at the real issues here. Why are Sahrawis in Algeria for over 50 years? And what is the real situation of Sahrawis living under Moroccan occupation? Why is Morocco, since 2015, refusing to give access to the OHCHR despite repeated calls from the Secretary General of the United Nations? These are the real issues that need to be answered, the real questions that we should ask here in the Council. This is the reality that a number try to avoid addressing by unfounded accusations, and these are the real responsibilities that people are trying to elude. We would call for remaining resolute and focusing the discussion on the fundamental rights of the Sahrawi people, including their inalienable right to self-determination. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn to the DPRK.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The DPRK delegation exercises its right of reply to the baseless allegations made by Japan, ROK, and certain Western countries, including Lithuania, Norway, Ireland, Canada, Slovenia, Australia, and Denmark. Their allegations are groundless and politically motivated and aimed at confrontation. We categorically reject them. The countries concerned would do well to address their own grave human rights problems, such as entrenched racism, gun violence, hate crimes, and human trafficking before attempting to interfere in the affairs of others. History attests that Japan remains a war criminal state with the worst record, having forcefully drafted more than 8.4 million Koreans and forced 200,000 Korean women into sexual slavery for its imperial army. Yet, Japan has consistently refuses to acknowledge these crimes or provide sincere apology and legal reparations. We urge Japan to take genuine responsibility through remorse, apology, and compensation. The ROK, for its part, continues to disregard international demands to remedy its systematic and widespread human rights violations. These include maintaining the draconian national security law and other repressive measures contrary to international standards, allowing the spread of grave social evils such as human trafficking, sexual exploitation, and forced labor, abducting DPRK citizens abroad, and bearing the shameful reputation of being the world's leading suicide kingdom. We strongly urge the ROK to focus on remedying its dire domestic human rights situation in line with international recommendations. The allegations by ROK raised during the ID with the Working Group on Arbitrary Detention are nothing but politicized sophistry and deserving of serious consideration. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. I understand that the delegation of Japan is requesting a second right of reply. Please go ahead. And you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. My delegation would like to exercise the second right of reply to the statement made by North Korea. While I will not repeat the details regarding history issue here, but we have to say again that the claims and figures that North Korea mentioned regarding Japan are groundless and based on factual errors. In particular, the term sexual slavery in reference to comfort women is factually incorrect and therefore should not be used. Japan has humbly accepted the historical facts and has sincerely addressed various issues over the 80 years since the end of World War II. Next year will mark the 70th anniversary of Japan's accession to the United Nations. Over the decades, Japan has made consistent and proactive contributions to international peace and security. I thank you.
Muchas gracias. Entiendo que la...
Thank you very much. I understand that the Republic of Korea is also going to request a second right of reply. You have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. While recognizing that we are all facing time constraints, my delegation regrets that we are compelled to respond again to the DPRK statement. The Republic of Korea, as a member of Human Rights Council, firmly upholds the values of human rights and democracy and continues its efforts to advance them. We sincerely hope that the DPRK will, through cooperation with the UN human rights mechanisms, pursue in good faith policy and institutional reforms aimed at bringing about meaningful improvements in the human rights situation of its people. My government once again reaffirms its consistent openness to dialogue for the resolution of humanitarian issues between the two Koreas, including separated families, abductees, detainees, and prisoners of war. We earnestly call on the DPRK to respond positively to this call without delay. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. I understand that the DPRK would like to exercise its second right of reply of 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. My delegation exercises its second right of reply to the allegations made by Japan and ROK. In the history of war, Japan stands out as the only state that systematically violated the dignity and fundamental rights of hundreds of thousands of women, including teenage girls, by forcing them into sexual slavery on battlefields. For over 80 years, Japan has evaded investigation, accountability, and punishment, persisting in the denial of these crimes against humanity. If Japan has even a fragment of conscience, it must hear the voices of survivors, extend a sincere apology, and provide just reparations before it is too late. We also strongly urge Japan to immediately cease the discharge of nuclear contaminated water into the ocean, which gravely endangers the lives and safety of humanity and future generations. As for the ROK, it should abandon its extreme confrontational posture, repeal draconian laws such as the national security law, and address the rampant social ills within its border in line with the demands of the international community. It is absurd that ROK, which has tolerated decades of humiliation and human rights abuses under the foreign military occupation at home and abroad, dares to level fabricated allegations against others. No matter how recklessly the hostile forces spread their groundless human rights campaign, such propaganda garners no credibility. The DPRK will continue to faithfully fulfill its mission of firmly safeguarding the well-being, prosperity, and genuine right to life of its people. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Me gustaría.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask if any other delegation wishes to exercise the right to reply in connection with the statements under item 4. I see no requests. Thank you very much. Distinguished participants, with this final statement, we conclude our review of item 4. We will now take a very short break, very short indeed, before returning on the topic of Indigenous peoples.
Excelencias, distinguidos.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, I declare open agenda item 5, entitled Human Rights Bodies and Mechanisms. We will now begin the interactive dialogue with the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I welcome the mandate holder, Mr. Albert Kwoko Barume, for his first interactive dialogue with the Council. The list of speakers will close in 15 minutes. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, Indigenous people representative, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to address the Human Rights Council and present my first thematic report to you today. Since assuming the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples from January this year, I've been actively engaged with various states and indigenous peoples through bilateral meetings, academic visits, and official communications to try and identify, as well as addressing the main issue affecting indigenous peoples across the globe. This year marks the 18th anniversary of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as a set of minimum standards for protecting indigenous peoples' rights. As a remedial and reconciliation instrument, it has influenced laws, policies, and practices in many countries where states and indigenous people have established new partnerships based on rights, respect, and trust. The declaration has not, however, produced the same positive outcome across all regions. Many states, particularly in Africa and Asia, still struggle to grasp the concept indigenous peoples and their internationally recognized rights. Some mistakenly think that recognizing indigenous peoples' rights would divide nations or give preferential treatment to certain groups within the national populations. These misunderstandings have hindered the states from fulfilling their international obligation to indigenous peoples. After all, a state is unable to fulfill its obligation regarding rights if it does not clearly recognize and identify the beneficiary of such rights. For this reason, I dedicated my initial report to the recognition of indigenous people in order to assist states and other stakeholders in understanding the concept of indigenous peoples, particularly given the current global context in which the term indigenous peoples and local communities are frequently used interchangeably. In this report, I highlight 3 essential steps that a state should take to recognize indigenous peoples. First, a state should acknowledge the specific characteristics of historical injustices experienced or still experienced by communities that self-identify as indigenous peoples. To that end, in post-colonial Asian and African contexts, it is important to distinguish between the dictionary definition of indigenous and the human right concept, indigenous peoples, as provided by the Declaration. Technically speaking, all native of a country can legitimately call themselves indigenous to that country, in accordance with the literal meaning of the word. But this is not the meaning referred to in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. The term indigenous peoples, as used in international law, has become a contemporary human rights concept. When communities self-identify as indigenous peoples, it is in fact a call for justice. It demands a redress for particular historical injustices that led to loss or existential threat to their ancestral land and distinct cultures. These particular injustices amount to high-grade racial discriminations that dehumanizes and demean their victims as racially and culturally inferior and backward, and therefore unable to govern themselves, to bring up their own children, or to enjoy property rights over their ancestral land, territory, and resources. These pernicious injustices and racial discrimination have led to acts of mass killing and displacement in many countries. And they affect not only the bodies, but also the mind of peoples through intergenerational trauma. They alter the victim's self-esteem, making them feel worthless, and in many cases, pushing them into mental illness, addiction, high rate of suicide, high rate of scholar dropout for children, and homelessness. Indigenous people should not be categorized as simple minorities, local communities, or poor people, because they experience something very particular. As stated in my report, and I quote, in post-colonial Africa and Asia, some people remained attached to their ancestral land, way of life, livelihoods, and cultures. But given their political marginalization, did not partake in the shaping of the modern states. Their traditional land use practices were stereotyped as backward and uncivilized, and their customary rights over their ancestral land were not considered or protected in national legislations. Many post-colonial governments have attempted, and some still attempt, to force those people to abandon their traditional lifestyle, including by transforming ownership of ancestral land, territory, and resources to third parties. However, those peoples and community have resisted and continue to do so, to preserve their cultural identity, which are profoundly connect to their ancestral land, end of quote. The human rights concept, indigenous peoples, ensures equality, reinforces national unity, and strengthens social cohesion within states. It is devised to address historical wrong and reconcile states with indigenous peoples. Refusal by state to recognize indigenous peoples or denial by state of their existence does not take away this right, but does negatively affect state ability to protect them. Secondly, once a state has recognized the particular historical injustices suffered by indigenous people, it should then align its domestic legal and policy framework with international standards as provided by numerous international instruments. Most countries achieve this through constitutional reform, act of parliament, and other relevant framework. States should recognize indigenous people as specific right holder under international law, as clearly distinguished from other groups. The recent tendency of conflicting indigenous people with local community has contributed to misunderstanding and poses serious risk to the rights of indigenous people. The conflation could lead to misinterpretation that indigenous peoples and local communities enjoy the same rights under international law, or that indigenous peoples' rights are reduced to the limited rights of local community under multilateral environmental agreement. Third, finally, a state should identify communities that self-define as indigenous people on its territory. This would enable a state to deliver effectively targeted and tailored public services and comply with international obligations. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that recognizing indigenous people's rights is an international obligation. It is a matter of justices and crucial for building cohesive nation. I have made several recommendations to address the challenges associated with recognizing indigenous peoples as right holders. I strongly urge states and relevant stakeholders to consider the implementation of these recommendations. I take this opportunity to reaffirm my intention to continue contributing to the easing of understanding of indigenous people's rights by state. Mr. President, I would not like to end this presentation without mentioning that I have just concluded my first country visit as mandate holder to Botswana last week. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the government of Botswana for their kind invitation and collaboration during my mission. The new government of Botswana is taking important steps, and I call on the international community to assist and accompany this government. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Agradecemos al relator.
I'd like to thank the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples for his statement. I also inform you that the list of speakers is now closed. I now invite interested delegations
you.